Hey, what's going on, everybody? Xbox All In channel, host Sega Forever here. Welcome to another Wrecking Crew podcast. You know what? I think I might have not messaged this correctly. Anyway, let me see what did I put. Okay, I did. I did. Again, bear with me, guys. I'm just trying to get the show rolling. I know I normally do it on Friday night, but I got busy. In fact, I've been busy these last couple weeks. If you guys haven't noticed, I haven't put up a lot of content or content consistently like I was doing. Um, But I had some time this morning, so I at least wanted to do the Wrecking Crew podcast, which I believe is the week for me to do it. I normally do it on Friday nights. I just couldn't do it yesterday. I was tired. Had a lot of stuff going on this week. So, hey, what up, Faded Blaze? Yeah, I'm still kicking, man. Hey, Tool Man, what's up, too? Yeah, Faded already in the house. Yeah, thanks for being here, brother. Tool Man as well. Yeah, I know, man. I had to show my face. I had to do a video and post it up, man. I know there's a lot of stuff going on with Xbox. And we got some people. Sorry about that background noise, guys. Hold on one second. I'll try and minimize the noise. It's kind of why I like to do it. Other times that I do before prior, like late at night, most people are done or at home. Um, Hold on one second. Yeah, guys. So kind of wanted to just get the show rolling because I know a lot of people. There's been a lot of stuff going on social media. I'm not. It's not that I'm not participating in it, and I definitely don't want people to get the wrong impression. Already, we see people that are kind of jumping ship, or people are not excited about Xbox as they once were. And the reality of it is, man, is because a lot of it has to do with the console war, which a lot of us fight regularly, but not so much anymore. And we'll talk about that, or at least I want to get the thoughts from the other guys. Hopefully, they'll be able to join. Like I said, it's kind of an impromptu thing, an impromptu podcast. Um, it's out of the hours that we normally have it, so I'm kind of catching them off guard. But actually, I wasn't probably going to do a show this week, but I just had some time this morning. Um, my son's, a couple of his stuff is not going on today to the afternoon. And then I only have my daughter. She has one event today. And if you guys have kids, you guys know how it is. My son's in his final year of high school. So it's been really busy these last couple months because he graduates 2 months from now. And that's what I'm kind of been focusing on, aside from other things. But the irony of it all, though, is I'm probably playing video games more than I ever have since I was young, dude. And the entirety of my life, dude, I am plugging in hours on my Xbox. And that's kind of what I want to talk about today when it comes to the Xbox. Like I said, a lot of us participate in this stuff because it's, because of the console, or at least my channel does. Because, unlike what everybody's been saying all these years, the console war is a real thing. Right? A lot of people with console war, and then when they would get called on it, dude, they would pretend that it didn't exist or that the console was stupid, is childish. Yet they write articles which promote it, which kind of stokes the fire of the console war, as well as the benefit from it, right? With all the clicks and the views that they do. And I'm talking not just the media, I'm talking about influencers or people that aren't even with big channels that get involved in it. And of course, you have the pony side, right, which we have to deal with since ever since the 90s. I've been dealing with these guys. Like I said in previous podcasts, these guys have been around forever. It's kind of a mindset with these people, man. Like I said, these guys are brand guys. They're not really gamers, most of them. I've talked about that ad nauseum on this channel. But again, dude, I mean, at least from my perspective, the landscape has changed now when it comes to Xbox, especially after Phil Spencer and Microsoft decided to bring four of their games over to the PlayStation and the Switch, or bring games over to the PlayStation and the Switch. And that pretty much, it reminded me of what Satya Nadella talked about when he was on the stand in the court case for the AKB court case, where he says he doesn't like exclusivity. Which, if you look at his track record, the way he runs Microsoft, it makes a whole lot of sense, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if it's him and the financial guys on the Microsoft side that are pulling the trigger on Microsoft going multi-platform. But again, like I said in my previous video or a couple of videos ago, you know, I'm a person that likes the numbers. I like the statistics, right? I think it's important for a business to be a business first and foremost. The only problem in this case that I'm having with it is a lot of people like Satya and the guys that run the numbers and stuff like that have no idea about the gaming culture, right? And it's a real thing, right? And it's beginning to show, man. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. It's beginning to show. Now, again, I'm doing this podcast because I don't want people to think, oh, dude, you know, Sega forever. He no longer bleeds green. I do. But we also have to be honest about the situation as well and what Microsoft has to do. And I'm not, look, guys, there's some people gloom and dooming about it. I just can't do that. Just because Microsoft is rich. they just have a lot of money, dude. It's hard for me to feel sympathetic for their company in that sense because they have a lot of money. They can pretty much do what they want to do. You know, it's just like where I live, you know, one of the things that people want to do when it comes to people they consider the 1% where I live is just like, well, we need to raise this kind of tax, or maybe cost of this, increase some more. But what people don't realize is these people can move. They don't have to stay here. And that's kind of how I view Microsoft, not in a bad light. I mean, they I don't care if, look, dude, I'm not one of these people that if you're rich, outside of you doing something evil, like poisoning the water or trying to return to a feudal system, you know, and you want to be the Lord over everybody else. I mean, I have problems with that. You know, I think that's a bad thing. But other than that, dude, it's your money, it's your business. I don't care. You know, that's why I never cared about anything PlayStation. Like if you see some of the stuff I do, when I talk about PlayStation, it's more on a principled aspect, dude, or it's more against pushing against the narrative. That's the only thing that concerns me about what's going on in gaming right now, man. It's all the hypocrisy, right? And so, I mean, when it comes to Microsoft, I understand their perspective, and it works for them on the PC and software side, and possibly with their AI and stuff like that. But as far as gaming goes, and maybe they're trying to change that, I don't know. I mean, good luck to them. I don't think that's something, you know, what they should have done is, I've been saying this all the time, if they really wanted to change gaming in the way that I think they want to change it, right? They make it more open to everybody, give everybody choice. They should have destroyed PlayStation first. They'd have to get rid of the old guard. You know, you can't make changes to an industry like video gaming and have some of those apparatic type systems in place, and that's the problem with gaming right now. If you're future thinking, right? If you're looking at it futuristically, if you're looking at it honestly, you know, there's some players that need to go or that need to change, right? And one of them is PlayStation. You know, I'm not trying to sit here and become I hate PlayStation podcast. I'm just going to be honest with you guys. Heard about Final Fantasy VII. Faded Blaze heard about Final Fantasy VII sales. Yeah, dude, I heard they didn't hit their numbers, or was it somebody was? I saw one article where somebody said didn't they say like they sold 25 million or something like that? And I find that hard to believe. Look, I don't wish any ill on Final Fantasy. Yeah, you know, I also saw the articles where people are predicting that Microsoft is going to buy Square Enix, which would make sense given when Microsoft is doing some of the moves that they're making, right? Given all the heat that they're getting with the FTC. And then again, I tell you guys this all the time, FTC is powerless. I don't know why Microsoft is tiptoeing through the tulips with these guys. They're absolutely, like every other government agency that's run right now, they're an absolute shambles. So if I were Microsoft, but I don't know. Microsoft does what Microsoft does in these cases. I mean, their money is fluid right now. They're one of the few companies that's doing well. I know a lot of people give them heat about the layoffs, but the layoffs, again, guys, I talk about this all the time. There's whole nations suffering. I share my stuff with China because I find it interesting, right? But their entire industries have left that country, man. And you're talking about hundreds of thousands of people, and of course millions, right? But like, you know, with the amount of industrial, their factories and stuff like that all shutting down, all these companies are leaving. You know, they began to realize that China is a communist country, right? And that you can't have fair business trade there, right? A lot of their stuff was being backdoored. A lot of their stuff was being was taken. And it's interesting what China did, right? A lot of these people came in with their businesses. China went and helped them and supported them. got the technology, the know-how, right? Got their people trained up, and then their private industry took over. They started developing stuff, and then the international people, industries couldn't keep up, right? Because one of the things that they wanted to do was expose that Chinese market, try and get on a Chinese market because of the amount of people they have. Microsoft's. You saw what Microsoft did with BattleNet, and then I forget the name of the Chinese company, but they're going to bring back Overwatch. They're going to bring Overwatch back to a lot of their fans. Hopefully, I mean, I hope it works out for them, right? Because China was a big deal. But when it comes to video games and technology in general, things move very fast. So a lot of those fans and stuff like that, I don't know if they're still around. And right now, like I said, the people that are probably be fans of those games are people with disposable income. They don't have it like that anymore. Yeah, but Fade, let me know in the comments. Are you talking about the sales as far as when the initial sales I heard was disappointing? But then I saw some article where he said he sold millions of copies, and I guess it was like the same as Spider Man, unless I'm reading it wrong. I hate to say that, but like maybe I should keep up with PlayStation more than I do. But like I tell you, all the time, I'm just waiting for them to die at this point. Toolman 55. My youngest son is graduating too, and he's heading to college. Busy, stressful, hectic, yet joyful at the same time. Yeah, Toolman, exactly, 100%. Um, and I'm talking about the little things, right? Like my son has a portfolio he's trying to build. Oh, I'll put it to you. The mom is trying to build his portfolio for him, right? Not just for college, but when he goes and applies for all this. Well, she went to USC. She knows all about that stuff, dude. I don't care. I was looking at my son going into the Air Force, because college tuition is so expensive. The economy is so bad right now. That if you want to get scholarships or some of the advantages that you had prior to, a lot of these universities are not how can I put this? They're not it's not available. Not like it was in years past. Right. I went to this open house where they had the University of California college system come to Hawaii, and what they tend to do is like with Hawaii, you get a lot of benefits, right? If you use their system, but all of that stuff was gone. A lot of the parents were in shock because they've had kids that they've used scholarships and stuff like that for. Like I'm not the richest guy in the world, right? And the economy being what it is, like a lot of their tuitions for some of these universities have gone up exponentially, right? Just because, which is not surprising to me, right? But at the same time, I'm looking at my son and I was like, look, I mean, you have this amount of money, you can pay this much. It limited his options. And, for me personally, I'm paramilitary, and I can help my son in that way if he decides to go. Like, for example, I was telling him, maybe you should go Air Force. I would prefer him to go Air Force just because the way the Air Force is. And I think he's more tuned to Air Force. I'd prior Navy. Um, and I can see a lot of the advantage. I can help him out a lot because a lot of stuff I learned when I went through, I didn't know anything. And by the time I got out, there's a lot of stuff that I realized that I didn't take advantage of when I was in. And I wanted to serve, dude. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not one of these guys that's why you go into the military service. You got to serve, But I think the Air Force would probably be the best option for him. Plus, with all the stuff going on, dude, if you guys have kids and you guys are worried about stuff going on overseas, the possibility of things happening where your children, especially if you have sons, right, might get drafted, you might want to take a proactive approach and actually get your sons into the or get your sons into the military. Like with my son, I'm looking at it like, okay, well, he can go Air Force. He wants to do computer science, right? And if he gets to the Air Force, you got Space Force. You could be working with drones, doing engineering, doing all that kind of stuff, right? Those are specific jobs. Whereas when you get drafted, right? If you get drafted, you'll probably be drafted. If there's a war, you get drafted for the front lines. You're going to be in the trenches. So just a little FYI. But yeah, man, that's the kind of stuff I've been having to deal with, and so it's been pretty crazy. It's been pretty crazy. But it's also, but like you said, it's joyful and exciting at the same time, especially seeing them go through the process. Like, my son just had his prom. That was a whole thing. So, but it's those little things, man, like having to drive him here, having to take him to appointments, have meetings, having to meet with the school, with counselors, paperwork, all of that stuff, right? I already went through this with my daughter, but my daughter's a lot easier because she stayed in Hawaii. She kind of knew what she wanted to do. My son's still kind of testing the waters a little bit. Computer science is probably the best thing because it's such a for him because it's such a varied field, right? You could be doing a lot of different things. Pepe Le Pew. Hey, what's up, Pepe? He has the skunk. Is that what you're talking about, Xbox, dude? I don't want to read more into it than what it is. Faded Blaze. But hey, Pepe, thanks for being here, brother. Thanks for being here. Faded Blaze. I heard there was an article on player engagement in Final Fantasy predicting like 2 million sales. Yeah, dude, I find it hard to believe that, I know it didn't do as well as they wanted to in Japan, and that's a tell right there. Again, guys, I harp on this on the channel, and I do it for a reason because I'm a pro Xbox channel. But the economy is not good, dude, and it matters. And the reason why that matters to me and why I talk about it on this channel is because I don't want Microsoft, right, to they have numbers to hit, right? They want to make money. That's the dirty secret of a lot of these big companies. They're capitalistic, right, and they want to make money. So they see opportunities and stuff like that, but sometimes they lose focus on their product. This is where they lose focus on their product. They lose focus on their consumer base. Sometimes they get caught up in the numbers too much, where they lose focus on the actual flow, the ebb and flow of something like it. And I'm talking specifically about gaming or entertainment, just in the pop culture sphere, right? These guys lose. They don't understand how it works, how engagement works, how like something like bringing 4 games to another system killed a lot of their momentum going into 2024. When you have people that are engaged in gaming like we are, right? But then you don't have an idea of what the company's actually doing, and when their portfolio becomes bigger than their actual consumers, that's a problem, right? Especially when in something like gaming again, which is it's very personal, man, for a lot of us that play. And they're gonna do what they're gonna do, right? As long as they're looking at it openly, because I think one of the biggest mistakes they can do is to overcorrect right now. Um, because if the economy comes back, right, it's kind of like with the pandemic. What happened to a lot of companies, right? They're caught flat-footed because they didn't have enough inventory to sustain them, right? Because it was just kind of like how you get paid every week, you're living paycheck to paycheck, that kind of thing, and then your plumbing goes out of whack, and then boom, you got a $2,000 bill that you wasn't expecting. Right, so it's kind of like that when I look at what happened to a lot of industries during the pandemic, right? They just didn't have the stock because they didn't plan for it in that sense, right? And something like the pandemic really threw a lot of things out of whack. I think Microsoft did better than most, but as far as the Xbox stuff, I just imagine if they had more consoles available because the S sold really well, right? This is why for me, I don't question them when with them doing the two stack for the S and the X because the whole stuff about the graphics and all that crap and stuff like that on the developer side with some of these developers coming out talking about it, that's more of a I don't care about that because that's the developer making wherever the company's making that because you got to factor in the size of the team, the money troubles there or the money that they have to expend in it. So when a company comes out, I take it at face value is what they're saying. I don't think, especially at this time right now. I mean, maybe there's a couple people that are like using bias or they prefer PlayStation or whatever, using it as an excuse, whatever. I don't worry about that too much because there's so many people making games. There's so many companies out there. And if you on the Xbox side, if you bleed green like me, dude, you guys understand how this is working, man. Xbox reaches out to a lot of people, which is smart. Sometimes it's a hit or miss kind of thing, but they hit way more than they miss. And that's all due to Phil and his crew. This is why I'm not one of these guys that Phil needs to go. Phil has done more for Xbox than what a lot of people give him credit for, or what a lot of people don't see that he does. Right by expanding to a lot of different people, like a miss for me. By offering all these type of games and stuff like that, some things get lost in the mix. Some companies aren't able to, like how you have to get a patch and stuff, which is fine with me. But there's a couple games that I played that I liked. I didn't buy it for the simple fact that the game was broken. Right, I get to a certain spot and I get stuck, and there's no indication that the person that the people working on the game is going to fix that or when they're going to fix it, and that's not on Microsoft, dude. That's on the companies that are making the games. Like I said, I've been playing a lot more games, right? So the fact of having a lot of games out there is great. Quality control could be better, definitely. And I know Microsoft reaches out to these people and stuff like that. So, I mean, I don't blame them. Right? You know, the companies, if you're going to put your stuff out there, dude, you got to come correct. Right? I understand it's hard right now, especially with money and stuff like that. But that's just the way it is, dude. Look, it sucks that my grocery bill every month is ridiculous, dude. I'm paying $80 more, for things that like I went shopping the other day, man. Something that used to cost me like 14, 15, $16, dude. I paid 32, $34 for it. Just simple stuff, man. That's the reality of where the economy is right now. And for the gaming industry, the thing that they're having is competition, which is great for consumers and stuff like that. But I know it's brutal for them, right? Because all it takes is one miss and people can move on to something else. That's what I don't think people understand about what they're trying to do when they're trying to make money. Now, again, you have to factor in like the actual company, the size of the people that are in there, the way that they can create or not create this stuff if they're having issues with their vision or whatever. There's a lot of factors that are trying to keep in context. But one thing I know for sure, dude, is if you want to make money, you got to put your stuff out there. Even if it doesn't hit on the levels you thought on a console, like if it doesn't cover costs, that's one thing. But if you're covering costs and you just want to sell units, dude, you have to go multi-console. That's just the way it is. If you're a developer, unless you have a deal with Microsoft, like what Microsoft is doing, I think that's a pretty sweet deal. Even PlayStation, I'm one of these people that I don't care if PlayStation makes deals with these people and make it only available to their console, right? Because on the Xbox side, dude, I have a ton of games I can play. Right? Now, unfortunately for them, I won't buy their games because I don't want a PlayStation, right? But if they're making a conscious choice and their stuff's being covered, right? But there's again, you do that when you're doing that with your product, dude. You're limiting your audience, right? So maybe if you're gonna make a bigger, better game, maybe it's better to bring it up your other games on other consoles. They know who you are. If you notice with Microsoft, Focus Entertainment, 505 Games, is my favorite. Humble Games, especially. I heard about them. I didn't know much about them, but once they started bringing their stuff to Game Pass, dude, I actually like their games. Some of them are detailed, some of them are a little bit longer, some of them are short, some of them have good replayability. But by putting on Xbox and Game Pass, dude, they've gotten more, they got more hands on the product, definitely more eyes on the product, right? They're in the showcases, right? The media has to pick it up whether good or bad because the media hates Xbox, but they survive on Xbox, so it's a win-win for everybody, especially if you're a smaller company, right? So honestly, I don't know. I don't know, dude. There's a lot of factors to keep in mind, but one thing I know for sure is that if you want to sell games, you got to put it on Xbox. You just have to, or even if you can, the Switch. If you make a deal with the company, that's fine too. I have no problem with that, dude. I don't care. Would I like to get like what's the game I was playing? The RPG. They brought it over to Xbox, dude, and I love it. Octopath Traveler. I think it's awesome. Right. And to me, that's what I would like that 8-bit, 16-bit era RPG to go in that direction as far as the graphics. Because I'm old now, guys, so I'm having a hard time. I love some of those older because of the gameplay and stuff like that, but man, those graphics are hard on my eyes. Not that they look bad, but hard on my eyes. Like my focus, right? Focusing on the graphics and stuff like that. But with Octopath Traveler, right, looks like they're not gonna bring two over, or maybe they might bring two later. All of these companies have these decisions to make. The one thing they got to understand is consumers are going to make decisions as well, right? And that's what I do, right? I tell you guys that all the time on my channel. Like all this stuff going on with Xbox right now. I mean, so like the title we're doing is the Xbox still Xbox? Basically, we're looking at the first quarter of 2024, and I'm talking calendar year quarter. So it's January, February, March. If you look at what Xbox has been doing, they're still firing, dude. They're still firing on all cylinders. Aside from the 4 games going over, right? And I'm talking about just overall, like their ecosystem. It's still unbelievably a beast right now. And I'm not fanboying here, dude. I'm just being 100% honest, right? Because I'm participating in the ecosystem. I'm playing the games, dude. I just downloaded Diablo, right? I didn't do it on Easter weekend, man. I was like, nah, I can't do it on Easter weekend, but I did it on the following weekend, and I jumped into it, and I was impressed by it. I haven't played Diablo. What was the last Diablo I played? 3, right? Is it 3 that I played? And I haven't touched. I'm not gonna lie, guys. I haven't touched that game in a long time, but I love that game. So with 4, it seems like it's a lot more open online, like not online, open ended, right? So there's all this kind of stuff going on in the game, man. It's just like way more open. So I can see some of the complaints. If you're a diehard Diablo fan, that might bother you. I know they got online stuff you can buy. I can't remember 3 having that issue. But like I said, I ain't played it in a while. But for Diablo 4, man, they got all kind of stuff. You can tell it's a bigger game. It's a bolder game. They wanted to expand it. It seems to me like they want to do the same thing like every other game is doing, man. And you can't fault them for this, guys. Right? I mean, I see people complaining about it and stuff like that. They just don't play the game. If it bothers you that much, don't play the game. But that's the direction they're going in because it's not because of the companies, man. It's not because of Xbox or even PlayStation or Switch, man. It's just that's your gamers. That's your fellow gamers or the people that call themselves gamers, man. You know, my daughter plays a lot of Overwatch. She could, if she only had one console and one game, she'd pick Xbox, of course. But if she had only one game to play on a deserted island, she'd have Overwatch. Right? I mean, I think it'd be a toss up between that and Fallout, but Overwatch just constantly has content, right? And so that's the way people play. There's people, and we know that. Dude, come on, guys. A lot of us. I'm a COD guy. Right? Hey T. Hey, what's up, T? Sorry, I didn't see you there. What's up, brother? Yeah, so like T, he's a COD guy. I'm a COD guy. I was playing COD. I've been playing COD more consistently, right? Because now that I'm not gonna lie, dude, Microsoft bought them. I want to support them, right? Even more than I did. I didn't buy the last COD because it didn't seem interested to me. Actually, the last 2 games I didn't buy, right? Vanguard and what was the other one? Oh no, I did buy Modern Warfare 2 and then Vanguard I didn't buy. I bought the first Modern Warfare 2, the relaunch. No wait. See, that's what happens when you get old, man. I can't remember. But I had the Modern Warfare 2 that relaunched, and I like that game. But I played that one. I think they had 2 more after that, which I did not play, and then I bought the newest one, which I'm playing right now, which a lot of people are hoping will come to Game Pass. I don't know. I think we're gonna find out about COD in June. That seems what all indications that COD might be their big announcement might be in June. I don't know. It sounds like their E3 is going to be huge, right? Um, but so I've been putting on time in COD, and so if you guys play COD, man, you see that's what COD is doing, right? They have all these events. It's a little busy, man. I mean, I've had to oh, geez, I can't talk to you. Acclimate myself to the actual menus and stuff like that. Dude, it's just like how I felt when I bought my new car. Right, it's a smart car basically. The other car I had that one for years, dude. I had nothing. It's an automatic, but nothing. I had nothing smart in that vehicle. And then I went to this Honda CRV that I have, and I'm like, dude, man, everything's automated, dude. Braking system, all that stuff, dude. Smart braking and all that stuff. Like, dude, it took me a little while, man. It took me a month to get comfortable with it after I bought it. But I needed a new car. Trade my other one in. I love that car. I was having problems, so I traded it and got a new car. And it took me some adjustment. That's what I feel like with a lot of these games, like Diablo 4. When I'm in there, I'm like, dude, this is like a whole nother level of Diablo. Whether it's good or bad, man, I'll let people debate that, dude. That's not my thing, dude. It's just like what's my experience, right? I kind of stepped outside the box. I went and played a rogue, which I normally don't play, dude. I usually play like a warrior class, something like that, right? Bishop, somebody that's like a tank. I like that kind of. I like that kind of characters. But I just wanted to do something a little bit different, and it was a struggle in the beginning. I'm not gonna lie. And nothing on the game. It's just the way that I play. I have to adjust my gameplay a little bit, but the story is solid. I like the story. Always love how people who are writers that don't have any theological background humanizes a lot of this stuff, which is fine. Right? I don't take it that seriously. Um, and it's a good story. I mean, and the way they weave it into the game is pretty cool. I haven't had any hiccups or anything like that I've seen other people talk about. But then again, the game's been out for a while. I think that's one of the benefits of letting not being a day one adopter. And I have I'm not judging you if you are. That's not it's by playing it now and it's in Game Pass. I think they probably patched up a lot of stuff, so it's working a little bit better. I'm pretty sure they have other stuff they got to work on. But then one of these events happened, and I was like, dude, I don't even know what that is. And I didn't even participate in it. And then there's like all kind of other side stuff that's going on. Again, that I don't remember from the original, from the Diablo 3 that I played. It looks bigger. It feels bolder. It feels like they're taking it in a different direction, which is why I understand why people are complaining about it that don't like it. I don't have a problem with it thus far. I mean, I'm just going in, I'm playing, I'm trying to level up my character, I'm just trying to unlock different areas, trying to finish up the storyline, and it's fun. I'm enjoying it, and it does blow me away that it's in Game Pass, right? And a subscription service where you pay a low monthly. For some people are having problems with the $17. I'm not one of those people because of all the options it's giving me for all the variety that we have, all the games that they put in there. I love the fact that it's like I say all the time, it's like a glorified demo disc where I can play a game that I'm not sure about, like a Diablo, right? Because of all the stuff I heard about it, and then I can decide if I want to buy it or not. Which is what I end up doing most of the time. My backlog is ridiculous. That's why I've kind of put forth for me this year to put in a lot more game time and to actually finish games. Now I'm wary of the fact that the type of games I play have a lot of replayability. That's another problem I have. So, if you spend time on a game like COD, right, or if you play Fortnite, or if you play like my daughter plays Overwatch, dude, it's a constant. Just because like if you look at somebody's track record they've only played like 3 or 4 games a year, what are those games? And if they're playing games like Overwatch or Madden or stuff like that or COD, they probably put a lot of hours into their gaming, but they don't play a lot of. It's just those games. And that's just the way the gaming industry is going, man. And I don't agree with a lot of people that talk about that we have too many games. I don't care. Because if you the reason why it doesn't bother me is because the system will weed that out. Some fairly, some unfairly. I'll be honest with you. I see that the game Gigantic is back in. That's a game that I played when it was a demo. I thought it was really cool. Love the graphics, love the color. But it's one of those games where you got to do team up and stuff like that. So I think that's one of its biggest problems. You got to actually play. Unlike COD, you can drop in and out. You can play with a team. Just like I was playing last night, nobody was playing the objective. Nobody was playing Hardpoint. We were playing Hardpoint. And then this guy on our team was complaining about it. I didn't have my headset in, but I would have told him. I was like, dude, most people I know don't like Hardpoint, right? And so what people was doing is you have one team playing their goals and other people just trying to kill each other, right? And then on the other side, the other team, there's a couple people that was just breaking off, just going for kills, you know. So and that's the thing too, because I'm like, I don't see where there's an option anymore to choose the what you want to play, and I think that was done on purpose. So I'm not with that, because if it was up to me, I would probably be kill confirmed or team deathmatch. Those are my two favorite, dude. I don't. And then what's the one with the flags? Dude, I can't even think anymore. But where you have to collect the 3 spots on the flags, right, and stuff like that. That one's fine. I like that one. But I never did like Hardpoint, dude, because that's another thing too. Hardpoint is one of those modes where you have to play as a team. And when you're in a group where a team are playing the point, and then that's their objective, then that's fine. Yeah, you can still get smashed, but at least everybody's on point on what they do. But like that guy was complaining about last night, because he said on the mic, well, I guess nobody's playing Hardpoint. I was like, dude, if let's be honest, dude, most people want to play team deathmatch or kill confirm. And I know there's a lot of fans of people that like Hardpoint, but I'm just telling you, man, when I'm playing COD now and then I'm forced to be in a Hardpoint match, a lot of people don't play the objective, right? And that's something I think they could work on. Just give people options, man. I know maybe the guys want more participation in Hardpoint, but that's not. Anyway, don't social engineer that stuff, dude. Let the fans decide, in my opinion. And that's the big thing. That's the big thing with all of this kind of stuff, right? It's just giving us choice. And I'll always go on the side of having choice, always. So I did send out the invitations, man. We might not get anybody in here. I feel bad about that because normally I do these on Friday nights, so I'm kind of catching everybody off guard. Um, no, let me make sure I sent. Well, maybe it's for the best anyway, guys, because I am. Man, my battery dying. Because I have to take my daughter somewhere today. So that's another issue. Hold on 1 second, dudes. Let me see. All right, hold on, guys. My mouse is giving me issues. guess my mouse decided he doesn't want to work today. It might be the battery. One thing I learned about living in Hawaii, dude, if you have this humidity here so bad, you gotta protect your batteries, man. I don't know the amount of times I opened up a controller and that thing was leaking. That is frustrating. So guys, I'm going on my Twitter right now. Make sure I send out everybody the stuff. And shout out to Sarah Bond, man. That's another thing I wanted to talk about. Shout out to Sarah. She's putting. Yeah, I sent it. Oh, dude, did I send? Yeah, I thought I sent him a link. Hold on, guys. Hold on 1 second. Dude. You know, I sent them the. I actually sent them the. Oh boy. Tell you, man, when you get old. Dude, guys, when you get old, it sucks, man. Okay, I might have sent them the old link. Okay, that should be everybody. But yeah, Sarah Bond, dude, she's been. If you guys don't follow her on Twitter, I recommend you do. Look, I like Sarah. I think she's a great. She's probably one of the best things about Team Xbox right now. Because at the end of the day, when I look at what she posts and the things that she's into, she's a gamer, right? And she loves the brand. In fact, what she did was she posted Xbox Always again, which I like, right? And then I'm looking at her feed recently. She constantly, when the 4 games thing happened, people was giving her crap big time. Her and Phil, well, everybody on the Xbox team when they're on Twitter. So you saw that they kind of dropped off. But and I don't blame them either, man, because there's get your point across, but at some time it gets retarded. And then it gets irritating, right? And who wants to deal with that? Say your piece. And I'm not talking. I'm talking about like people getting nasty about it. Some of the posts that they're putting in there. So at some point, man, the community is not happy. Just step away, because no matter what you say, dude, you're not gonna, And if you engage, everybody's just gonna jump in there, because there's a lot of people that are just gonna jump on the bandwagon too. There's a lot of people that just hate Xbox. So at some point in time, dude, you have to step away, and I think that was good of them to do that. And then if you see what they're doing now, they're actually just focusing directly on the product, and that's the thing I love about Sarah. And Sarah is still engaging, though. She's engaging. She loves Xbox, she loves the brand, she loves the fans. There's no doubt about that, man. You just see some of the stuff she posts. She bleeds green, and I always gonna respect her for that. And then I want to touch on something else about Xbox that I gotta talk about. It's more on the social justice side of things, at least from my perspective. But yeah, she's been putting in that heavy work, man. Promoting the games, checking in with the fan base, right? Letting everybody know, hey, we're still here, we're still putting stuff out. And that's, again, this is why I can't hate on Xbox, man. I mean, I'll call them out on stuff, like I tell you guys all the time. I will definitely call them out on stuff, but as a gamer right now who owns an Xbox, again, who participates in the ecosystem, dude, they're untouchable right now. They just are. I mean, every time I turn on my Xbox, I was like, geez, we got another game. Like that Botany Manor dropped, and I kind of like games like that. Well, I think this one's more of a puzzle one. I like more of the sim type. But this that's a perfect example of what they talk about, right? I'll look at that on a shelf and I'm like, I don't know. If it's a little bit more puzzle as opposed to sim, then I probably won't like it. So I probably would shy away from it. But since it's on Game Pass, I can try it at least. Okay? And the same thing with Diablo, man. I heard so much stuff about Diablo 4. Now that I played it myself, I was like, yeah, okay, I'll buy this game. Right? It gives me what I like. I can see some of the issues people are having with it. With some of the stuff they put in, especially if you're a hardcore fan, right? I'm definitely not going to fault you for that. But at the same time, what does it do for me? And that's one of the advantages of having Game Pass, which I think a lot of these guys need to realize. Because again, like I said earlier, man, the video game market is very competitive, man. There's so many people making video games, if you really want to get your product out there, dude, you got to exhaust every avenue possible, right? And you see a lot of these guys are doing it with Xbox, man. If you never notice how many indie games are dropping, and I know people are saying indie in a bad way, which is funny now, right? Because you see the media was like that, right? But you see what the media is doing right now because their precious PlayStation's in trouble, right? Because they got no AAA bangers because hello, they cost a lot of money, and like movies, right? That you spend 300 million on a movie and it only makes 100 million at the box office. There's no sequel, right? And then more 10 to 1. Some people are getting fired unless you work at Disney. Unless you work at Disney and you have a certain political bent, then you'll be fine. But any other normal company, right, that'll lose their ass on that kind of stuff, right? The reality kicks in, and there's no further production, right? And like I said, it ends careers, right? So at least on the gaming front, right, Microsoft was prepared for that. Again, this is Microsoft's future proofing that they actually were right on. Sometimes they're too ahead of the curve. They're kind of like that's why I like Microsoft. They kind of remind me, or say Xbox. They remind me of Sega. Or I could say Microsoft. I think it's look, guys. When I say Microsoft, because you can see Microsoft's handprint now more than ever when it comes to their brand, which is Xbox. The Xbox now, like Hebot was saying, like once Xbox surpassed, was it Windows? This is why you see what you're seeing right now. Now they're Xbox, but they're brand Xbox, right? And so it's funny to see, and I would love to see old boy that did Seamus. How the way he talked about how Xbox was treated back in the day. It's a different beast now, and I would love to get his perspective of what he thinks now. What he wants back then? Would he want to have that seat on the table and be respected right now? But now that you're on the radar, you can do one of the great thing again. Power On is a great documentary. Go watch it. One of the things I loved is how they let that Team Xbox go to because they were growing. They needed space, but the guys at Xbox weren't complaining because they got like some campus that Microsoft owned down the miles away, so they're away from the main campus, and it allowed them to do what they needed to do. So that's that double-edged sword I like to talk about, right? You got to do what you wanted to do. You're running the whole shebang, but now that you're on their map, now that you're on their radar, a lot of people don't understand what a big company Microsoft is, dude, and some of the stuff they're pushing into. I think there's benefits to it. The 4 games thing is not one of them, right? Again, guys, if you didn't hear me earlier, dude, if Microsoft, I understand what they want to do. I'm pretty sure they don't like in fact, I guarantee they don't like the console war stuff, and they probably don't like people like me talking about it. But they occupy a space with their brand and their company, and we occupy a space here online, and we got to deal with it firsthand. It's like politicians in DC, right? This is one of the reasons why I think they got to break up DC, take everybody out of that area, man, because this is incestuous by its nature, right? Because everybody has the same. It's a bubble over there, right? So they're disconnected from like real world people. And I'm talking across the country, no matter where you live, dude, because this is why to me states' rights is more important, right? As you can see right now with Xbox, right, when they had a little bit more of the control themselves. I think it's good to have overseer, right? You need a federal government. The problem with the federal government is just the largesse, and I hope that doesn't happen in the case of Microsoft, where Microsoft itself becomes too overreaching, right? Because at the ground level, right, on the ground level is where decisions need to be made. And Phil has had a lot of autonomy. I feel bad that the economy has gone the way that it has. I think that's affecting some of the stuff, right? Because to me, Game Pass should be um, their expectations. I don't think was low. I mean, their expectations weren't high. To me, I actually think it was even or even low. What they're expecting from Game Pass. But when you throw in a bad economy, man, there's nothing you can do about that. It's not their fault, dude. And I know that's for a fact, man, because I just killed some of my subscriptions that I had forgotten about because I was noticing some stuff getting drawn on my account, dude. I gotta worry about like food, water, electricity. I don't have a mortgage payment anymore, thank God. But then I gotta do stuff for the house, man, because my house is almost 20 years old. So if you're a homeowner, you understand, man. There's upkeep and maintenance that you gotta keep. And so for what I do is that you have home insurance, and you have you gotta pay property tax, but then you also have the services that you belong to, where they can maintain, and all of that stuff went up. All of that stuff went up, right? So I can just imagine for some people who have a mortgage payment, and on top of that, you have these extra costs, dude. It's crushing. Right? So for Microsoft, I understand what they're doing on that end, but they need to keep their hands off and let Phil do what he's doing. You know? Sometimes that's what happens when the numbers get involved and the business side gets involved. They're just crunching those numbers too much, you know. But at the ground level, you need people like Phil, you need people like Sarah, you need people like Aaron. Um, and I'm sorry, guys, I don't agree with most of the Xbox guys with this marketing stuff, dude. I think the marketing stuff is way overblown, especially now, dude. More bang for your buck, you know. Like if I had my choice, dude, one of the reasons I referenced the plumbing thing because that happened to me earlier this week. You know, in any normal time outside of the economy, that thing would have been like $1,000. You know, it was $1,800 to fix my piping. Right? That's what I'm talking about, dude. It's because the cost of everything, right? Like the company's got to get paid, the people got to get paid, right? It was something that I couldn't fix myself. I've been fixing this stuff myself. This has to do this is like inside of this is like the infrastructure of the house. Man. This is like the actual piping and stuff like that. I can't get to. So even if I could, I don't have the equipment or the skill. If I'm being honest, dude, I can change out certain things, but these are one of those things, man. I had a major leak, so I got some water damage. Right, I got to get that cleaned up, all that kind of stuff. So, you know, that's what's the reason I bring that up is that's what's kind of happening in gaming, dude. There's stuff that's happening on macro to micro level to my macro to micro level in the gaming industry, and I don't want Microsoft to overthink this, right? Because they're a bunch of geeks, right? And that's one of their Achilles heels. They overthink everything, right? At the end of the day, man, it's just people don't have money. That's what it boils down to. And if you have a high-paying job, or if you're a multi-billion-dollar company or trillion-dollar company like Microsoft is, you kind of lose you kind of lose that perspective, right? Like you can throw all the games you want in the world in Game Pass. I think they still should do that. What they're doing, I don't think they're hurting cost-wise, right? But I definitely feel like they're not getting the full benefit that they expected from it, and that's just the reality, man. It's just, dude, I'm telling you, man. When people start looking at like doing it, living paycheck to paycheck means so many different things, right? Living paycheck to paycheck could be something as simple as, um, I can pay for this right now, and then when my check comes around, I'll put it on my card, and I'll pay my card off, no problem. Or paycheck to paycheck is like, look, dude, I got like five things I have to pay, but right now I just got to pay the electric. The electric is due. It costs more. And then my water bill, the state decided to raise the taxes on the water bill, right? Or the electric is starting to nickel and dime everybody. Because where I live in Hawaii, they had that big fire in Maui. It looks like the electric company is going to be held accountable for that because they didn't do their due diligence. And then who ends up paying in the end? The consumer. Like we're hemorrhaging people where I live in the state that I live. Right? Anyway, not to get off on a tangent, but my point is, right? All of this stuff happens in these little cycles, right? And it's how the company responds to this kind of stuff. And with Microsoft, they have as we all know, they have a heavy-handed approach to things. Sometimes it's great, like buying the entirety of AKB. Sometimes it's not as good, right? When they start, sticking their fingers in the pot to taste, to taste the stew. It's like that person, right? It's like the chef is cooking, and then the owner of the restaurant comes in, the financier, and he's like sticking his finger in the pot. He's like, well, maybe if you add a little salt, maybe if we send these 4 games over, because the gaming is not like like their software, dude. Of course, man. When you have Windows or when you have Office and all this stuff, or Office 365 and AI, that makes sense, right? Because you have more people out there, more people using your product, you're able to turn profit in a multitude of ways, right? But when it comes to gaming, that's not how it is as of yet. If you wanted it to be that way, you should have destroyed Sony. Look, I know I'm repeating myself here, but if you really wanted to set a new standard in gaming, you should have cleared out the old guard, right? But you guys did not do that. And I know Phil was working on it. He was like doing the nice guy way, which I told you guys I don't do that. Let's just send in the bombers, wipe everybody out, then send in the troops and see what's left, right? Hopefully you cleared everybody out. If you guys ever watched 300, the movie 300, right, when they did the phalanx, and then all the Persians were coming in to wipe them out, and then they held the line, right, pushed back, and they started going through everybody, just one by one, all the waves of people that was coming at him one by one. Then you had people that was left in the back, right? And then you had just this crew of people that was go there and just finish the job. Boom, 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 boom. Right. Look, I know I'm coming off kind of barbaric right now. I'm just being honest. You guys know how I am on my podcast, right? This is how it is. This should have went in, scorched earth, right? Make it impossible. Like they've already done stuff to make it impossible for Sony to compete. That's why you see how weak Sony actually is. That's one of the great things that's been going on these last 2 years. Man, all this has been a mirage when it comes to Sony. I knew that for a long time. Dude. These guys have been doing this crap for the longest time. It's just that they're dealing with Microsoft now, and what Microsoft should have done 5 years ago was put that stake in their heart, man, and they should be gone. They shouldn't even be here right now, or they should be a third company owned by either somebody in China, which they probably would have went bankrupt, because China's going bankrupt right now, or maybe picked up by Apple or Amazon. That's what it should have happened. Sony is a shell of themselves from what they were before, and the only thing keeping them in play is Microsoft right now. It's sad. It's sad to see. I mean, look, dude, some things just got to go away, man. You know, we see it all the time in sports, dude. The coach ain't working out. They get rid of him, bring somebody else in. Offense is sputtering. They bring in somebody. The teams will change their offenses in a heartbeat, right? And that speaks to the talent level in sports, like especially in the NFL. I'll just say that much. Because you went from like a running game to like to run and shoot to like, dude. I mean, it's crazy, right? And that's how good the athletes are now, man, because they're able to change. And if they don't like it, they just trade them away, bring somebody else that can do it, and it works out usually on both sides. Well, not sometimes. Sometimes it doesn't, but yeah. But I don't know. I don't know what the future. I mean, so anyway, getting back to the point of this conversation. So again, if you guys are Xbox, I'm not telling you bleed green like me. I'm not telling you guys something you guys don't know. I'd say 10% of Microsoft. I would say 10% of Xbox, maybe negative right now. Before for me it was like 97%. So 90% positive, 10% negative. Self-inflicted. I'll just be honest again. Self-inflicted to some point, but don't go out there and see people, man, because people are trying to capitalize on this big time, right? And it's sad to see, man, because these channels, either they're not fans of Xbox or hate Microsoft, prefer another console, but all they talk about is Microsoft and Xbox, because that's all they have, because that's what drives them. It's sad, right? I mean, it's funny to me because it's kind of like without Microsoft, but some of these guys want Microsoft to be gone, and I'm like, dude, Microsoft disappears, your channel is done. You know, like I haven't done videos in a while. Like I said, I'm legitimately busy, but I've also been playing my games. You know, I've focused back on just gaming. You know, and I know Unlimited talked about that months ago. He was done with social media, and you know, I'm not done with social media, but I understand his point a little bit more relevant now than I ever did before, right? Especially since I'm gaming more. And that's what matters in the end, guys, is that we're gamers. We love to game. And if you love playing video games, man, you have to be on Xbox. There is no other place to be. If you're a true gamer, man. If you're just a person that buys one console to play COD, dude, I'm sorry, man. You know, that's if I was handing out gamers cards, you wouldn't get one, dude. You get a little certificate saying, "Hey, welcome," right? But you're not, you know. It's like everybody was making references to Starship Troopers, man. So I'll use that, dude. It's just like, dude, there's a difference between the people that's a citizen and the people that are not the citizens, right? And the funny thing about it in that movie, man, people are fine with that. You know, you don't have to be hardcore, or you don't have to be a gamer in general, man. Just because you play a couple mobile games or you play one game out of the year, you buy a game for one game for buy a console for just one game. Sorry, dude. I mean, to me, being a gamer, man, is you have to participate in the culture of gaming. That's just, you know, for me to recognize you as a gamer, my personal thing, right? Like you tend to play more than just 5 games a year. I'm not saying you gotta like them all, right? You keep up with the industry. You kind of educate yourself on what's going on. This is why a lot of the people in the Xbox community, or like even you guys on the podcast, man, that are listening right now, that's how you guys are. You know, like I've dropped off on some of the stuff that's going on in the news, but then you have excuse me, Faded Blaze was like talking about the Final Fantasy sales. Now, like I said, I heard some stuff about it. Not really up to date on everything. Right, I really should do. I try and keep up with the news as much as possible. That's how busy I've been. But at the end of the day, man, there's no getting away from the fact that Game Pass is the best deal in gaming. That it has the most games, right? That it's very genre um, diverse. So if you want to experience gaming, this is the place to be. There's no other place you can be right now. Because a lot of people right now, you can't be on another console and play games of this variations, right? You're gonna stick to your basics, right? You're gonna play the games that are supposed to be the most popular, or you're gonna play the games that people say is the best. Then you end up playing it, then you're like, oh, I don't really care for it, but that's $70 down the drain. For gamers like myself, dude, you don't care. Like I know I've been playing gaming my entire life, so I know what I like, what I don't like. Um, so when Yakuza comes out, dude, I'll buy whatever iteration there is. Even though I have to admit I didn't buy the other one yet because I just haven't had a chance to do the GameStop. Because that's a bit of a stretch for me right now. Not so much the cost, but um, oh, Sega Man, yeah, Sega Man, if you can come in, no rush, dude. Like I said, this is impromptu, man. You guys, people are probably doing stuff because it's early in the morning where I am, and I do got to drop my daughter off pretty soon. Um, yeah, I was hoping some people could jump in, but that's fine. So for the book report or report card, I should say, for Microsoft thus far, I'll give them an A. I give them A minus, right? Just because the mixed messaging is bad. Give them an opportunity. I talked about this before, guys. I always give them the benefit of the doubt. Um, but when you are sending mixed signals, and opportunity of clarity was there, they should have took that opportunity for clarity. Um, just be honest about what's going on, because people prefer that better, especially if you're hardcore fans. If you guys are going to bring more games out, just say it to the console. You already did the 4. There's no point in not. Now if you're not doing it because on the business end you see why that could be bad, right? Because then people will stop buying your consoles, right? And again, I think they panicked a little bit when they should have, because the economy is really bad. But because the media, a lot of these guys get their stuff in the media, and I'm talking about the mainstream media and the gaming media, but mostly the mainstream media. They buy into this thing that the economy is good and it's not. You see it all the time where the news will put out, oh, we put these many jobs. And I'm like, yeah, but how many jobs have we lost when all this stuff kicked off? Dude, we lost millions of jobs. And then I know where I live, dude, there's people working multiple jobs. Are you counting those as people working? Like if you have hundreds of thousands of jobs, how many of those jobs are people working multiple jobs? Because where I live, dude, it's expensive, dude. It's hard to live, man. There's a lot of people just grinding, just to survive, just to pay bills, man. It's not even to get ahead. And that's the thing about an economy right now. That's why the economy is bad. You have people doing stuff to survive. People cutting services to survive. Dude, when you have to start picking something as like a Paramount Plus, which is $11.99, when the economy is good, that's a no-brainer to people, right? To have that. Of course they'll cut it if they're not getting anything, and I think that's smart. If you don't like the service, or you're not utilizing it the way you want to, fine. But for most people, man, they wouldn't mind keeping it on there. So when something drops, right, that's the option you have. But these are not those times. Again, when you're looking at your bills now, and when you're talking about, oh, I'm gonna send my son to this school, this is the tuition every year. Tuition's 30,000, or I want to buy this car, it's 80,000. But you can afford the $50,000 car, but you want the $80,000 car, then you make that dive, because then you're breaking it down. It's like, okay, well, I can do this, that. I can shift this around. I can just cut this out. That's reality for the most part every day. Now you factor in an economy where people don't have those options are taken away. You're just like looking at, like, look, dude, I gotta pay the electric I'll pay the electric this payday, and then when I get paid 2 weeks from now or next week, then I'll pay. Depending on the pay schedule, but when I get paid next week or 2 weeks from now, then I'll focus on the water bill. Oh man, I got registration due. Registration's due next month. Got to factor that in. You know what I'm saying? Oh, the insurance is done. Oh my gosh, my property tax. Instead of paying $20,000 on the property tax, I got to pay 40 this year. Right? You see where I'm going with this, guys? And I'm only telling you this. This is the reality. And again, it's like, what does it have to do with Xbox? What has to do with Xbox? This is why you're getting these decisions being made. which kind of irritates me, right? Because they're not broke, right? But I mean, one of the things about Microsoft is about making money, not losing money. But again, the overcorrection, dude. I'm like, no, do not overcorrect on this. Do not burn down everything you've built, right? Don't panic, right? It is really the economy. If the economy gets better, everything will shift. Well, hopefully it gets better soon because one thing that happens when you start doing stuff like this in an economy, right, is that you actually train people um, to start thinking differently. If you haven't noticed that, to the point where, and I don't mean that in a bad way, like some kind of overarch. I mean, there's some of that too, the evil Illuminati stuff. I mean, there is some of that, but what I'm saying is like, if I'm a person that's used to buying a certain grade of meat, right, and then I'm forced to buy something that I normally wouldn't buy because of the cost. And two things can happen, right? Either you get used to eating the meat that's at the lower cost, and you're like, okay, this isn't bad. Or even worse is you don't participate in that market at all, right? You're like, okay, well, I don't like, I can't afford the premium meat. I can't stand the lower grade meat. Maybe somebody has bad teeth, they can't chew it. You know what I'm saying? It's just not the same. And then they just exit the market altogether, right? Or find an alternative. Like they start, people start thinking like that. People are like, I do it myself, dude. That's why I kind of know, man. It's just like, well, actually, meat's not good for me. Like these people would love meat, and then so in the end, the vegans win, I guess. But yeah, maybe meat's not for me. I should eat more fish. It's more healthy, right? And you know what happens, dude? People can make lifestyle changes like that, and then you lose a consumer. Is what I'm trying to say, right? So to Microsoft, dude, do not overcorrect, man. Just stay in your lane. Stay on target, right? Like Star Wars, stay on target. Stay on target. They're right behind us. Stay on target, right? That's Microsoft right now. I'm like, no, dude, don't stay on target. Stay focused, dude. You guys got it. You guys figured it out, man. This pandemic and the economy going bad, which some of you voted for. Okay, I'm just gonna be honest, man. You guys voted for this crap, but anyway, just stay on target, right? Hopefully, you learned your lesson. Dude, you put people in there that don't know how to manage money, people that want to save the world but don't know how to budget. This is the kind of economy you get. Okay, but all of that aside, stay on target, dude. When this thing swings back, just be prepared for that. And I think that's one of the problems that Microsoft has been having. They always find themselves, um, they're just not fluid enough, dude. They need to get fluid. And they've done so much to improve on their stuff, man. Just like when I looked at Apple and the difference between Apple and Microsoft, dude. Now you have the Service team, and so they're able to. And I'm not saying they have to go totally Apple. I never think that, dude. If you have a competitor that's beating you in some area, never you can learn from them, but never copy them, dude. You just look like a show. You can, or maybe you can do what they do, but improve it in your own way. And that's what I see with Microsoft. Is my point, right? You have the Service team involved. Saw on the news that the Service team is going to be building the next Xbox, which I think is pretty cool. Service team was able to make Microsoft a little bit more in vogue, I guess is the word I'm looking for, right? Where they weren't before. I mean, you could tell the difference between an Apple product and a Microsoft product, right? Because Microsoft has so many other things that they need to work on as well when it comes to their stuff. I mean, their stuff's more about function and performance. They are the business type application, um, but when they can blur those lines and start making it they need to just get a little bit more fluid. And there's signs of that, dude. They're doing that with Xbox and some of the ideas that they're coming out with the way that games are played, the way that you're gonna play you're gonna participate in the ecosystem, the way that you're gonna own your content. I know Sarah Bond talked about putting together a backwards compatibility team, which I think is a great idea because there's a lot of people worried about their gaming rights, And to me, I think that's the stuff Microsoft should be focusing on, not the social justice crap, which is going to end up biting them in the ass. They need to start focusing on stuff that's in their wheelhouse, right? I mean, they're already a corporation that does that, and I guess I'll touch on that in a little bit. But if they need to focus on stuff like that, stuff that matters to their business directly, right? Because a lot of people are worried that they buy their content, and they might not have access to it. Dude, you guys listen to the guys on this channel that come on the podcast. You guys know about Heapbot Unlimited and Sega Man, especially those three. They'll preach the gospel of owning your property, right? of physical copies, right? And rightfully so, man, because nobody wants to buy something and then not have access to it. You will own nothing, right? Basically, and so I think that's a good thing, and that was a good announcement. Sarah makes a lot of great announcements. If you coming on here thinking I'm gonna ever talk bad about Sarah Bond, dude, you're in the wrong podcast. I'm sorry. I actually love that girl. She's really a great addition to that team. Um, she's probably the heart and soul of the team, if I'm being honest. She can do this stuff and reach out to people in ways that Aaron and Phil just can't do. Just can't, just can't. And something Matt Booty shouldn't be doing, which he doesn't, which he does a good job. They all do. They all have their space in there, and so I like that variety. But that is something that they need to look at, especially if they're going to be an online service, right? I agree with Heba. They should give us options. The fact that we're not getting physical stuff on some of this stuff, I think it's a bad look and it's a bad move. I understand they run the numbers. Again, this is a culture thing when it comes to gaming. It's not a business thing. It's not a numbers thing. It's a culture thing, right? And that's important as well. I'm usually not like this, guys. Gaming is one of those things where I'm fluid in myself as far as in what I believe because that's what it is. At the end of the day, this is pop culture. Pop culture is a little bit different. Though I do disagree with a lot of my brethren out there that say pop culture politics is downstream of pop culture. I think that's bad, actually. I think they should be separated. I'm not saying that's not true, that there's not influence and stuff like that. But when I have somebody that's supposed to be focused on specific aspects of our economy or specific aspects of how this country is run, and they're doing some dance from one of their favorite artists on TikTok or YouTube, no, be professional, do your job, right? And a lot of these people, they want to be liked, they want to be cool. Anyway, it's just bad for everybody involved. Okay, don't do that. And so I'm not one of those guys. I actually get into a lot of arguments with people on my side of the aisle about that because they want guys like myself to engage, right? They want me to engage more when it comes to pop culture stuff because of what I know. But I'm like, no, I don't believe in that, dude. There's a reason why we do this stuff. And I'm old school too. That's my old school thinking. I don't want this stuff in my. I'm first level escapism when it comes to this stuff, dude. I don't want to see your crap in my games. I don't want to see your crap in the story that I'm trying to read, or in the comic books I'm trying to read, or any of that stuff, dude. Because number one, you guys aren't talented enough to pull it off. There was a litany of people that did this stuff back in the day, but because they kept the product first and foremost, though, and even though they shared their ideas, you were able to respect it a little bit more. You didn't have to buy it, you didn't have to participate in it. Alan Moore is a perfect example for me. Don't like anything to do with his politics. This dude was a pseudo anarchist that now is some kind of left wing nut job, right? And I'm like, no, dude, that's no, dude. But made some of the best comic books created that you will ever read. I mean, especially for its time, man. It's very forward thinking, right? But at the end of the day, this dude's ideology is he's a nut job. But talented guy, which tends to be a lot, right? With a lot of people who are artistic and talented. Right? They tend to walk that fine line, right? But in the case of Microsoft, guys, we need they need that balance. They need that balance. They need it badly, and they need to listen to their. I know they're involved with their community, but there's a difference between being involved in the community and actually listening to your community. And they need to listen a little bit more. If I'm being honest, there's very few times that I'll knock Xbox, but they really should, right? Because a lot of times they want. I like it. Look, everybody wants to be liked. Everybody wants to be, wants to be friends with everybody, right? But we all know that's not the reality, right? And look, I think they made some great changes with what they're trying to do, but there's just that thing about them, man. They're just like that kid that went to school that nobody wants to play with, and so they're like, I had a okay. I'll just say that there's a kid that I went to school with, man. That nobody really. I mean, I talked to him. But I wasn't a popular person either, and he wanted to be liked by all the popular kids, right? And this guy, like, he had money because he had all the Transformers, dude. That's how I got to see some of the Transformers because he had all of them. The dad would buy him, his parents would buy him every same time. Dude, he had the microscope. Dude. He had a Perceptor. I would never see any of these, dude. He had all three Skywarp, Starscream, Skywarp, and Thundercracker. He had all three of them, which is basically the same plane, right? but you know what I'm saying? Like he had the GI Joe. He had the base, dude. He had the battle card. He had everything. This kid had everything, right? But at the end of the day, man, nobody liked him. Dude, they would play with him because of what he had, not because they wanted to be his friend. And I felt bad for him because I thought he was okay. I mean, I would have hung out with him, but I'm not popular either. But he wanted to be liked by the popular kids at school. Nobody wanted to, hang with them, dude. And he would use those toys to kind of have them, hey, you want to play, And then after a while, people just start making fun of him. So Microsoft, you're not there yet. Xbox, you're not there yet, but you're on that road. You're on that road, dude. I see it. I see it coming, man. You guys put those 4 games over there, and I'm like, oh my gosh, you're that kid. You're the kid that I went to school with, man. That's what you are now. So learn from that, dude. Listen to, again, here, participating and talking to your community. Just listen a little bit more, right? At the end of the day, but still killing it, dude. Because like I said, adjust, right? I just, at the end of the day, I just can walk away from all that. It is kind of refreshing, right? Because you don't have to worry about the console war anymore. Because with PlayStation guys, if I argue with them and they're like, "Oh, all your games are coming over," I'm like, "Well, maybe you're right. I can't say, right? I can't say that they're not. You know, maybe they are. Okay, fine. You win. Then I walk away. Then I go play Diablo. Go play COD. Right? Try and finish Tales of Arise. Man, that game is longer than I thought it would be. And it's not so much that the game is okay. I could finish it if I want to, but I'm listening to all the cutscenes. It's basically me watching an anime, which I love anime. If you guys didn't know, so I'm not complaining, right? But I like to see every cutscene. I want to go in every nook and cranny. I want to level up to my ultimate degree. So I'm you can buy all that stuff, but I like to try and earn it myself. So I did buy some just because I want to support the games. I really do like the game. It really hit a spot for me. It punched way above his pay grade. I thought it was a certain type of game, and it's way more than I thought it was going to be. I like the time and attention they put into the actual cutscenes and anime. Very highbrow. So I did go buy some things from them just to show support because I own the game, but I bought it when it was on sale. So I think I've spent they made their money back on me, right? Which is another good thing about Game Pass because you expose people to it, they like it, and gamers that are gamers will pay extra. I do that with Warhammer Dark Tide, right? The game is in Game Pass, and I've spent money on it, and for stuff I wanted, right? And I don't bemoan that, dude. I would like that option because I don't have to buy. So that's why I don't agree with people that talk about stuff that's, they're trying to make money. Yeah, they are trying to make money, and if you don't like that, then just don't participate in it. Just play the base game. That's what I would do. But because they came out with stuff, I'm into the base game, I'm into the lore, I'm into the universe. And then they put out something that I like that actually, I'm not going to lie, feeds my fetish of what I want my character to be, And they gave me that gear. I did that with Diablo. Diablo, they were giving me, I was unlocking stuff. There's a bunch of stuff on the gear that I didn't like. And I'm talking about aesthetically. And I was looking at that, I was like, dude, I'm supposed to be a rogue. And I look like a freaking, freaking bag of Skittles, right? So I got a yellow hood, I got dark pants, I got all this stuff going on with me, and I look like the Rainbow Coalition. So I'm like, you know what, dude? I just went in. It was $9.99. They had a rogue outfit that I could buy. Actually, it was 2. I got a 2 for on that one. The second one's okay, but the other one that they had, dude, it was like a made out of animal hide. It had a dark texture to it, a little bit of color, but it was definitely toned down, which I liked. A little bit goth with it as well, which fits what I think my character should be or what I think my character should be. And so I pulled the trigger and I'm like, hey, there you go, Diablo, you got my money. Boom, there you go. Right? But at the end of the day, that's my choice, right? And I don't bemoan that because if I didn't have that choice, then I'll be stuck playing my character as the Rainbow Connection. And I'm like, dude, this thing looks so stupid. You know what I mean? How can it, like I'm telling you guys, when I play something like that, dude, I get into the story and the character, right? It's just like playing any other RPG or if you played D&D back in the day, right? You're just like, you immerse yourself in that world, right? So you want your character to, I don't like anything that draws me out of the world. This is where my biggest complaint comes with a lot of the stuff that they're putting out there in pop culture right now. It takes me out of it, right? And that's a big no for me. So I'm playing it. I got the look down, and then it makes me enjoy the game more because I'm moving around. I'm playing it in a certain way. I'm more stealthy, hitting from distance, right? Because if I'm trying to hide or if I'm trying to sneak or stuff like that, and I'm not saying I have that level, but I'm just saying that's the way I'm playing, right? And all I see is a bright yellow hood on my character. That just irritates me to no end. So anyway, I put down the cash, I put down the money, and bam, we're good to go. No harm, no foul, man. It's my money. I did what I wanted to do, and I'm enjoying the game even more. Little things like that make me want to spend more time in it. Now, time is another factor, right? I mean, just not having the time to play. This probably week, I had to like pull back on my gameplay because and I've been regimented about my stuff too when it comes to gameplay. I've gotten used to doing that, but that's the only way I can catch up with some of my stuff or participate in gaming right now, man, because there's so much content that they put out. I finally downloaded the Quarry. I want to try that one. I'm not into horror games, but that one looks like it has a B kind of flavor. I want to see the writing. I want to see the acting. So many people talked about it, so it's basically like an interactive movie. So I'm definitely down with that. Hopefully it's not gory. If it's too gory, I can't get into it. Yeah, even Diablo is a bit gory for me, but if I'm right at that level, I'm like, okay, I'm fine. And then plus you can control the narrative and what you want to do, and how you want to play. What else? Yeah, but that's about it. So I guess the last and final thing we'll talk about before I bounce out of here, dude, is all the stuff that's going on. I wanted to do this in the podcast, the All In podcast that I've started on the channel, but I couldn't do it last week again because I was busy. This is more Microsoft related. That's why I do it in this podcast. It's all about the social justice stuff. You guys, if you follow me on social media, you guys know how I feel about it. I know a lot of people have left, who don't follow me or don't participate in my content anymore because I have strong feelings when it comes to social justice stuff. I'm not a person that's for it for a myriad of reasons. The main one being that it just turns everything into crap, in my opinion. I just can't. All the politics and all that stuff aside, dude, it's just not stuff that for a lot of the stuff that I have to enjoy it, I have to be entertained, and if you can't give that to me, I'm just gonna walk away. Because there's gaming is one aspect of it, but anything in pop culture is like that. You have people right now that are killing it, and this is why the fans and the consumers are rewarding people like these. And I'm talking about people that do anime, people that do K-drama, people that do a lot of the stuff that's coming in from overseas, right? People don't realize the impact that American pop culture has had on the entirety of the world. I mean, so much so that there's a case that I could make easily for some of the revolutions in some of the countries that have happened because of our influence, right? That Western influence of free thinking, the liberal type of mindset, right? Open to new ideas, different ideas. And if you have a certain type of government, or if you have some kind of theocracy or something like that, that's a threat, right? So, full revolutions that have started because of this stuff, right? Because they saw that people were more free thinking, or individualism and stuff like that was taking root. And so in some of these countries, man, China, right? They stamped that out real quick, right? I mean, that's just par for the course. So for me, I mean, if I don't like the product that you're giving me, I'll just go somewhere else. That's why again I'm doing this podcast just to reassure you guys that I still bleed green, man. There's some stuff Microsoft is doing right now that I do not like, but 90% of the stuff I do love. I can't. Again, this is why I don't harp on them, right? And one of the things that irritates me, is the whole woke thing, and not Microsoft per se, because I've talked about this on my channel, and I've talked about this mostly on social media with Microsoft, right, ad nauseum. But some of the blowback I'm getting is just kind of like people's like, oh, how can you be an Xbox guy and Microsoft is woke? And I'm like, dude, Microsoft has always been woke, right? They've always been that way. Like other big corporations, right? That's what they've either shifted towards. But for me, when I look at Microsoft, they've kind of always been that way, right? So I made my peace with Microsoft a long time ago. Now, that's not to say that if later on they go full on wokey, that I won't, step away, right? Because I have my own standards and principles that I have, right? But some of the people that are coming into the Xbox space right now, they're like, this, and this, and I'm like, dude, you're new to this ball game. It's just like politics. Like I sit on the right side of stuff, dude, and I've been called everything from a Nazi to a white supremacist, all this kind of stuff is my views. I don't care. Dude, my views are my own views. Dude, I'm an individual at the end of the day. I have my principles and morals that I've lived by in my entire life. Nothing you tell me, right, is gonna change my politics, my point of view, my religion, any of that. Okay, so I'll get that out of the way first and foremost. Now, with that being said, right, I'm also cognizant of the way things are happening when it comes to pop culture, especially when it influences politics the way that it does, which is unfortunate, right? Because that's why all this stuff has been turned to trash, right? Because people aren't focusing on what they're supposed to be doing, which is entertaining us, right? Providing for us as the consumer. I come here to play video games. I don't come here to get your 25-point thesis on why Western society sucks and capitalism capitalism should die, even though you live in Western society and you participate in capitalism like every single day, right? So, that's not why I buy your product. I buy your product because supposedly you're a good storyteller. Supposedly you guys have the best animation. Supposedly you're some multi conglomerate that actually has their finger on the pulse of who their consumers are, and all of that stuff is trash when it comes to a lot of the Western media and the stuff that they produce. If we're being honest. Now, with that being said, right, if we're being honest, dude, all of us know how Microsoft is. Um, Again, there's certain times of the year where we have all these months, and Microsoft is right on the cusp of that. Right, boom, they're right there. Right, whether it's gay stuff, boom. Whether it's the African American stuff, they even got the Asian stuff they have, and now they included my race of people, Pacific Islanders, in there. Okay, cool, right? The reason why I'm able to stick with Microsoft is they're not heavy-handed about it, dude. They're not like some of these news organizations or these other companies, Disney Plus, like with Disney and their Disney Plus. You know, there's corporations out there that's pushing this tooth and nail. There's developers doing this. There's people, the big companies that are pushing this kind of stuff. And then one thing that you guys got to understand is that for a lot of these companies, man, it's because the people that work there are like that, right? So it's not one of these things where you want to recognize Native American Month, right? Because of all the things that happened in the past, or you wouldn't have this country if certain things didn't happen. And then there's bad thing in the history of the country that happened. That's just the reality of it. Dude, I know I'm Hawaiian, right? By 2050, probably ain't gonna have any Hawaiians left. Probably one of the last Hawaiians you're ever gonna talk to. Right? That's the reality of it. Now, with that being said, moving forward, right? So in that sense, dude, I don't see Microsoft being that heavy-handed. I see them do some stuff. Like I didn't see anything for Easter, right? And the person they voted for, right? He did the whole transparency day on a holy day, on a holy week, holy holiday. Right? And some people was like, and this was they did this and that, it was meant to fall on that day. I'm like, nah, they know what they're doing. Dude. Don't BS me, dude. You ain't gonna get on this channel, dude. I ain't gonna put up with that stuff. Straight up. If you don't like that, then yeah, respect, bro. You can walk away. Other people have. And respectfully, the people that walked away from me, man, they did it respectfully. So no problem. I've had problems with a couple of them. Got into this dude I was friend with for years, man. We got into it. Which I found ironic because he was accusing me of being racist, and he turned around and was racist to me. Luckily for him, I don't care. I don't buy into all that crap anyway, so it didn't matter to me. But I just, on principle, you know what I mean? The hypocrisy of it, right? Saying derogatory things about people's races, and he turns around and did the same thing to me. So, but again, like I don't function that my day doesn't revolve around that kind of stuff. If you guys didn't know, but on the case of Microsoft, dude, they keep it pretty even-handed, man. And I think, let's see, here's the thing, man. If you guys follow Sarah, Phil, and all these guys, you know what I mean? To me, it's kind of like they're like a bleeding heart liberal, in a sense. Well, I shouldn't say that. I don't know if they're liberals or something, but you know what I'm saying? That's the best example I can give you. I'm pretty sure they are. But they're that old school liberal that want to see fairness, that want to see representation, right? They're not like some of these other companies who are trying to change let's just be honest, man. You have some of these companies, man, have built their characters, and the foundation is all built on this stuff of sexism, right? By their definition of sexism, right? And then now you have new people working there. They want to flip the script and stuff like that, but it's like that's what they're known for. Right, so to me, it's kind of hypocritical, right? It's just like, okay, but that's what you kind of built your stuff on, right? And then they go nuclear, and they lose all type of reason and logic, But at the end of the day, just acknowledge that and just say you want to do a change, right? Don't be like looking at your fan base and blaming them. That's what pisses me off about these people who are like, well, but she always had big boobs. And then you're like, but you're this, you're that, and you're wrong, and this and that. I'm like, dude, that's you guys. That's your problem to deal with because you work for that company. That's your company's culture, not my problem. Dude, I don't want to sit here and just because you feel bad about it or you're coming in different, you're trying to impart your stuff on me, dude. That's not my problem. Then at the end of the day, be careful because I own my money, right? I don't have to buy your product. And I think that's another thing that these companies need to realize, man, because that pandemic, like I said earlier, is teaching a lot of people that they don't have to spend money. Dude, at the end of the day, you're not going to die with this kind of stuff. Dude, there's a level of respect and a level, at least on their side, a level of respect that they should give their consumer. And at the end of the day, there's some reasoning that should be happening up on their head to realize that this stuff at the end of the day is not important. It's entertainment. You're not going to die without it. People love it. People like it. People, in my case, love it and like it a little bit too much when they let it override their reason, right? And reality of life, right? It's like we're sitting having arguments about stupid crap that at the end of the day I don't care about because, I know next month my electric bill is going to be $300. That's reality for a lot of people, right? That's what they're dealing with right now, right? And you expect these same people to care. And also, dude, there's a changing of the guard, man. I'm old, man. My generation is passing on, right? O.J. Simpson passed away the other day, right? And I hear people talk about O.J. Simpson, and I'm not making light of this, but all they know about O.J. Simpson is his record. What happened with him with his court, with his crime, quote unquote crime, right? And that's all people remember this dude for. I remember him for the football player that he was, and the things that he did in football, and how popular he was, dude. Somebody made a reference that he was the Tom Brady of his day, and that's 100% true. This dude broke barriers. He broke records. This dude was unstoppable. That's how I remember O.J. Simpson. But all you're getting is just a snippet of his life after, right? Which was bad, right? I'm not making excuses for it, but I'm just saying. You know what I mean? That's the generation I grew up. Or Bruce Jenner. When I mentioned something about Bruce Jenner to my kids, dude, people just look at him as the political person that he is, the transgender person that he is. And I grew up with this dude on my Wheaties box when I could afford Wheaties, right? And I think it was Dave Chappelle who I saw a clip where somebody shared Dave Chappelle talked about. He made a joke where he's like, dude, that's like the only white dude he knew that could actually beat black people in a decathlon. Right? So, these people were more than what they are now. Right? And this is what you're doing. I'm making this reference because this is what gaming and pop culture is now. Dude, you're getting snippets of stuff, right? Where this entails an entire generations of people that participate in it, that built it to like I rant about all the time, that built this pop culture to where it is now. The toil, blood, sweat, and tears of artists, of writers, of people that came way before us, people I grew up enjoying, and even the people before them, right? That built all this stuff, and to see it all pissed away, right? Because of people's politics and stupidity, and the fact that they can't reason, or the fact that they have to be right, or it's all about them. That's what it boils down to the end of the line. If I'm being 100% honest, me, I. It's all about me. I have to be represented. When I was growing up, you did this stuff to escape it. I didn't want to see myself in a game, right? Because if I see myself in a game, I just look in the mirror, dude. I don't want to think about my bills. I don't want to think about, the things of life. I don't want to think about my work, dude. This is why I do it. I don't want to. I do this to escape politics. I'm politically charged already. When I come into gaming, I just want to play a game. I just want to be that rogue and Diablo, trying to do the right thing, trying to help people, even though some of these characters are scummy, even though there's no hope, right? Even though you have this, all the odds are stacked against you, right? A powerful character has come into play that is shaking up the world order that and you don't know if you're going to make it. That's what I want to focus on, right? That's what it should be about. Escapism. Hey, Mr. Kimo, what's up? What's going on? My mouse is dying. Guys, hold on 1 second. I am sorry to do this. My mouse is either dying or dead because I can't scroll. Dang it. How can this thing be dying when I've been hardly using it? Yeah, Mr. Kimo, dude, 100%, man. Right? See, some people only know him from the Kardashians, and I don't even watch the Kardashians. Right? So that was like his second breath on life. And I know he'd be on Fox News talking about politics. Then this dude went in, I don't know if he's cut his thingy off, but he went the full mommy, man, full Monty, and he just did, now you see him, and it's just like, he's just not the same guy to me. So I guess he's not a guy. You know what I'm saying, bro. And I understand, dude, I'm old, and this is kind of a passing of the guard, and I hope it does become a passing of the guard because, I would like to pass it on when I see what my daughter then, but definitely be a different generation. But when these guys are sitting there scratching their head and wondering why they're not making any money, right? And then you tell them, and then all of a sudden you're some kind of phobe. I was like, dude, I'm just trying to tell you. You asked the question. At the end of the day, people want to be entertained. At the end of the day, people, they're especially in these type of financial times, people are looking for a reason not to spend money, whether consciously or subconsciously. I'm telling you right now, dude, there's the amount of times I heard a person's going to do something. Like I was interested in the new Star Wars game. looks like that's going to go a little bit woke. I don't know if it is or not, but at some point I'm like, all right, okay, I'll just sit back and we'll see how it plays out. So they lost my money. That's day one for me, dude, because I like the other two games, right? Or at least the first game I played, the second one I never got around to playing yet. I believe I own both of them, though, right? Which is another problem I'm having. I buy these games and I don't play them. But more for time than it is content. But the first, with Cal Kestis, man, I thought that was a great. I was like, dude, this is awesome, dude. This is what they should be doing in the Disney Plus shows. Right? Disney Plus went to trash, but I'm just saying. And then I was really high on this new one coming out, man, because they're exploring another aspect of the Star Wars universe I'm not getting from the TV shows or the movies. And the premise sounded awesome, right? But as you know, right, all these people they're doing their digging and then they're finding out that there's woke stuff. Now, some of you might not agree with these guys. I think they're a reliable resource because I don't want to be throwing down my money and paying for something that I'm not going to play. Honestly, if that thing is well woke up, I'm not going to play it because I don't want to participate on that. You can't tell me stuff, dude. I grew up the way I was raised, man. I don't need you to be telling me stuff like that, dude. And when you start talking to me about politics and all this kind of stuff, and gender and all this kind of crap, dude, it just for me, it just reeks of privilege. It reeks of entitlement, dude. You have too much time on your hands. You live in probably the greatest time you could in Western civilization, with all the diversity you supposedly care for, right? With all everything at your fingertips. Knowledge is everywhere, right? The technology you have, you're not really wanting for anything. Your biggest complaint is instead of getting the BMW, you had to settle for I forgot Toyota's, if an Infinity or some kind of brand one level below. Meanwhile, I'm driving around in a basic Honda. You know what I'm saying? And that's not because I couldn't get something up, but it's just that's the way I'm built. So I try and keep that in mind. But still, at the end of the day, dude, I'm not gonna feel sorry for you, especially the way I was raised, the way I grew up, dude. I didn't have anything, right? But in economic times like that, there's something that I treasure now because all next week I'll be eating sardines. I'll be eating sardines and poi, right? Which I love actually, but I'm just saying, right? I'm just like because you're conditioning people not to spend money, right? And they get mad at people when they don't spend the money, right? Because at the end of the day, dude, they're gonna put their money down. They're gonna pay money for this kind of stuff. And if it's less than stellar in these economic times, I'm sorry, people are gonna walk away because people are beginning to realize what pop culture is, dude. It's an escape. It's not a necessity. Yeah, it can be a necessity in certain aspects, dude. It can take you out of stuff. But when you're pouring the real world into this stuff, where people are trying to escape it, dude, this is why you're losing stuff. This is why everybody's starting to watch Korean dramas, which is kind of irritating me now because it's starting to impact Korean dramas a little bit, right? Because the Korean industry is looking at it like, okay, we're getting all these people from all over the world watching it, and they're starting to include stuff in their dramas, and I'm like, no, don't do that. People are coming to you because they like your product the way that it is. I'm not saying you can't expand or they like some, I started off just watching the basic K dramas, which was like the soap operas of old. That's what got me hooked on it, right? And I loved it, dude. Plus, I like the messaging. Plus, I didn't have to worry about some crap messaging coming in. They just like, look, we're Korean. This is our product. Here it is. Boom, right? Some people like it, some people won't. I ended up loving it, and they were like that for the longest time. Then they started to diversify, which is not bad either, dude. It's like they started one of my favorite things to do. You guys know I love zombie stuff. And then one of the things that they did was they started adding zombie films. They do horror stuff now. If you like that kind of stuff, they do stuff that's outside. And look, they had an industry that was doing that already, but it's on such a mass scale now, dude. You're not lacking choices when it comes to watching a K drama or what a quote unquote is a K drama. Just go on Netflix, dude, and type in K drama, and you see a litany of K dramas. It's coming from Korea, man, but the subject matters are all across the board. Right. So if you want to, so that's why I don't have to watch Disney Plus. The only reason I might get Disney Plus back is because Disney Plus is not making K dramas. Right. All these services are starting to do K dramas because it's so popular. Or it has a hardcore fan base. Hello, Microsoft or Xbox, right? Maybe it's not. I mean, they have an international fan base, which is huge, but they have a fan base, a hardcore fan base. Right. This is who you cater to first. And then then everybody else comes along. So you get the best of both worlds, right? You got the people that are tuned in, that are going to support. Then you got the people that are coming in because that drives it. That's what helped the Marvel movies, cinematic movies, right? You have people like me who are just watching them, waiting for them to fail because I'm a nut job, hardcore Marvel fan. But then when they started pulling stuff out, and I liked it, it wasn't bad, and I was like, okay, actually, that was pretty good. And then you got me involved, so I'm taking my kids. We're watching it, dude. They're growing up on Marvel. We're enjoying it, dude. We're buying all the stuff, and then it becomes popular. Then the general audience comes in, right? That's how it's supposed to work. Right? But when you're trying to stuff your ideology, when you wanna promote to a certain group, which is the biggest majority in the country still, yes, I'm talking about white people, and then you start telling them that they're evil and they're bad and that they suck and the ills of the world is all because of them. And when in reality, if you look at your life and it's the choices that you made, right? And then you start losing that base, or you start losing that consumer. I shouldn't say base because it's a consumer, because it's not monolithic. Right? I know when people start throwing around colors and stuff like that, if you look at the where our country is, a lot of factors to be taken in place, man. There's somebody, if you have a certain ethnicity and you grow up on the East Coast as opposed to the West Coast, you'll have different views on things. That's the reality of it. You grow up in the Midwest as opposed to the South. Similarities there, but also differences. Right? You ever call a hellbilly a redneck, you'll find out really quickly how they don't like that. So I learned that the hard way. I just thought everybody was rednecks. And there's one dude told me, I'm not a redneck, dude, I'm a hillbilly. Know the difference. Right? Or if you come to Hawaii, you think you call it Hawaiian or Samoan. It's not so bad now because it's hard to find Hawaiian. But back in the day when I was growing up, dude, because Samoans and Hawaiians, right, when we had more numbers, I mean, more similar, right? A lot of people just assume, or if I go parts of the country, man, they thought I was Mexican. When I was in San Francisco, everybody thought I was Samoan because they've seen Samoan. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. Not that I care. I'm just trying to make a point to you guys. But that's another thing now, dude. If you're gonna come into this space, so be wary of some people you listen to. I mean, I'm not saying you can't listen to them, but some of the guys that I listen to, they're good on the pop culture stuff. They're kind of good on the video game stuff. But a lot of them are nobody's good on the Xbox stuff. And the reason you can there's people in the chat that understand Xbox more than any of the guys I follow. And I have a lot of respect for that. A lot of these YouTubers that I follow, they're on the cusp of all this social justice stuff and keeping the tabs on all this kind of stuff, man. But it's mostly from the pop culture entertainment side of things, the comic book side of things. But a lot of these guys are not gamers, and they don't have to be, right? But a lot of them, like you see Microsoft right now getting called on the carpet on a lot of this stuff. And I'm just putting myself out there, dude. I don't say that stuff because Microsoft has always been that way, and to me, they're late to the game, right? Like I said, my politics is on the right. Right. So you have a lot of people right now that are waking up to all the stuff that's going on in the world. They're beginning to realize, some of this stuff that we've been told is lies. These things are going bad. All this kind of stuff that's going on, right, in politics and stuff like that. For a person like me, has already been there. You heard the term being red pilled. I wasn't red pilled, dude. I was already here on this side. But these people start coming in, right, with this fever, right? It's just, and they want to push all this kind of stuff. But a lot of these guys still hold on to their old ideologies. A lot of these people come from the left, dude. A lot of people are liberals that are coming over to the right side, right? Because a lot of them were ostracized on their side. Let's be honest. Right? So my point being is, like, you have a lot of people coming into the Xbox side that were not Xbox day one for 2013, or weren't Xbox. Like, there's a difference between somebody's Xbox day one when they first launched and an Xbox of day one 2013 and an Xbox guy who's coming in now into this space. Is my point. So for people to kind of sit there and kind of critique Xbox, you can critique them all you want. If you're going to critique me, I'm going to throw it back in your face. Right? Because if you were Xbox and you bleed green and you want to make comments about this kind of stuff, you would have known Xbox is already like this. Right? In the bleeding heart liberal kind of way, though. Not over on the overarching, I want to force everything down your throat kind of way. At least not yet. That might be a direction they go through in the future. Right? But if we're being honest, man, they're not heavy-handed, not as much as other companies. And again, by comparison, you look at what Disney's doing, and you look at the way Microsoft runs their business. At the end of the day, you have people they're still very very much capitalistic. They want to make their money. They want to please their stockholders, right? They somewhat want to please their fans, right? But again, that's just the economic reality of it, guys. Don't take it personal. That's why I don't take it personal with them. I'll comment on it. I'll give my opinion like I did in this podcast of what I think they should do. But at the end of the day, that's not what it's all about, right? It's they're still one of the better companies, is what I'm saying. Right? They're definitely the lesser of two evils. In fact, I wouldn't even put them in a two evils thing. Right? But if this stuff bothers you that much, then yeah, walk away, man. No hate. I know some of the Xbox guys don't like it at all. Some of them have walked away, and I'm not talking about the 4 games thing. I'm talking about just their politics. Xbox's politics, how they're constantly pushing stuff, um, or they call it celebrating and stuff like that. But some people don't like that at all. And then the simple fact that they only do certain things but not others. Again, I'll bring up Easter. I'm just like, why don't you do the Easter thing? And then I have people throw back on me. It's like, well, that's a religious thing, and what this is different. Than Islam. It's all religious now. All of this stuff, dude. I tell you guys all the time, man. I take this to heart, dude. We're spiritual beings. I'm not spiritual beings in that new age kind of way. Everybody has a spirit. We're created with a spirit. And depending on what you feed that spirit is the type of person it comes out, right? So for a lot of these people, this is their religion. I know people don't like when I say that, but I'm being honest, dude. Like I say, game recognized game. I'm a person of faith, and I understand that. Right? They have their tenets, okay? They have their who they look to, right? They have their vicars. Right? It's all the same, dude. I mean, they want to say that it's not all they want to do, but it's the same thing, dude. It's like wherever. It's like that's how people get idolatry wrong, right? When God doesn't like idolatry. It's whatever It's whatever takes you away from God. It's not just erupting like in Hawaii. We have these little tikis, and I go over here, make a little tiki and worship. Cool, the God of War, right? I'm like worshiping him every day. It's more than that, dude. It's whatever. Like gaming could be an idol. Dude, you spend more time on gaming than you do praying or reading the Bible, preaching the gospel and stuff like that. All of that stuff. Right? And I use that as a reference to this is how they are. They're on message. They're on point. They only care about specific things, and that's why it's dangerous because at the end of the day, they don't care about video games. At the end of the day, they don't care about the TV shows you like. At the end of the day, they don't care about science fiction or role-playing games or stuff like that. They might occupy that space, but when your own personal stuff overrules, especially because all of this pop culture stuff is so community-oriented, right? And I could understand, like, if the community was shifting, this is why I bring up Microsoft in this case. If Microsoft was actually shifting that way, then I would probably step away because that would mean something to me if they actually went full 100% hard on all this woke stuff, right? That would be a problem for me. And so if you're like, say, like you a D&D person, and then because I see this happening in D&D, right? They want to bring in a lot of the social justice stuff, but a lot of the people who are fans of this stuff or are fans of the actual game don't like it because it takes them out of the game. But then you have a community of people that are in there, but it's not the whole community, right? So what would have to happen is that one side would technically win out and the other side wouldn't. But these guys don't have any chill, man. They won't do that. In other words, my point is they'll wait for this stuff to burn to the ground and leave it a shell of itself. And they won't cry over it, man, because it's not about the game, it's not about the property, it's not about the characters, it's not about the content, it's not about the stuff that was created prior or the stuff that's created now. It's all about them. It's very selfish, actually. If you actually look at these people, the way that they're very selfish. You know what they are? They're the hall monitors when we went to high school. Right? These are the people that would raise their hand and tell on you if you did something out of step, right? Because they're too busy looking at other people and worrying about other people than actually worrying about themselves. At the end of the day, that's what it all boils down to. And the reason why I don't like these people at all, I can't stand people like that. I just can't. So mind your business. Worry about yourself, right? Because that's what I'm doing on my end, right? Unless it comes from a place of love, a place of actual caring about somebody not getting hurt, or if you're gonna share an actual experience with me and stuff like that, I don't want to hear it. That's the reality of it, dude. And I say that to say I don't see that with Microsoft. And this is why I can still rock out with Xbox. But I'm not gonna lie with you guys, dude. There's very few things that would turn me off on Xbox, and that's when if they're heavy-handed, like if they started doing social credit stuff and stuff, I would step away. Like, it'd have to be something on that level, right? Because politically, we all know who Microsoft supports, right? If you took a poll of all the people that work at Microsoft and see what party they voted for. This is why I also have a hard time feeling sympathetic for them, man, because the economy's trash, right? We're on the verge of World War III. We have all this stuff going on, and these guys voted for this stuff. You didn't vote in your best interest. You might not have liked the other dude, or you might hate the other side, right? But now you're dealing with the consequences of voting for a person that's an incompetent person that doesn't understand how economy works, right? Who's not even really running the country. It's all the people behind the scenes that are running this. That are a bunch of activist radicals that hate capitalism. They hate this country. These people hate this country. for some kind of miswarranted slight. Dude, trust me, I'm Hawaiian. If anybody should have a bone to pick with this country, it should be me. Right? And I'm not saying the stuff that we didn't do was wrong, right? But what you gotta do, you gotta learn from that, dude. Don't do it again. But then you also gotta hold the line, man. It's like there's a lot of people that are coming here, man, that don't want to integrate, dude. I'm like, no, dude. I'm talking about Hawaii in general. I'm like, no, dude. We have a local culture here. You should integrate into it. But all of that's blown away now because a lot of the people that are local here, they're moving away from Hawaii because they can't afford it, and that's why tourists are coming here. It's like, this place is not like the postcards. I don't like. I had a lady I work with, dude. She's like, dude, you Hawaiian? I'm like, yeah, I'm Hawaiian. She's like, I thought so. She goes, dude, where's yeah? She just was honest with me, man. She's cool, man. I love her. She's a really nice person too. But she had this whole idea, man, that she'd come here and people would look like Jason Momoa, or she would see somebody like The Rock and stuff like that. And that's few and far between, man. Everybody here is mixed. Even if a person is Hawaiian, dude, they look like they're Asian, right, dude? That's how thin the blood is, man. Like I said, dude, 2050, man, there ain't gonna be no Hawaiians left. And by Hawaiians, I mean pure blood, and even then so, because everybody's constantly mixing, man. The diversity, this is the diversity thing they're trying to push on you. So the diversity has its positive, but they also have a lot of negatives. So if you're a person that prides yourself, like some of these people now, they pride themselves on being a certain type of minority. Well, I think you might want to. This is why you see some of the pushback now. And people are like, oh yeah, we believe in diversity. Then you have a bunch of people coming into your area, and they're like, oh wait a minute, we don't believe in that type of diversity. We don't like diversity when it happens somewhere else. And Hawaii's been dealing with this for the longest time, and Hawaiians have been totally destroyed by this stuff. And I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying that's the reality, dude. It's just, dude, you have a whole group of people that move in there, and people start mixing, man. That blood's gonna get, you know. That's why if you guys don't watch the news overseas, man, this is stuff that Korea is dealing with. This is stuff that Japan's dealing with on a different level than here, because here it's all about race, right? Or whatever, because the where a country is. But over there, dude, it's culture, man. It's like their things dropping, and there's people pushing them to have people migrate over there. They need to migrate. They need to expand themselves. I'm like, no, that's not what you're gonna do. You do that, dude, their whole race is gonna get wiped out. Start intermarrying and stuff. I'm in Hawaii, dude. I understand, dude. We have local Japanese people here. We have mixed Japanese. It's because the people are pushing. Look, I'm being honest. The people pushing is the one that one world order crap, and you can kiss my, you can kiss my, screw those guys. Because at the end of the day, that doesn't affect them, because they're off in their little mansions and wherever they live, and sitting over here like they're playing Sim City, thinking that they're gods, and over there instigating changes in the entireties of countries, right? Trying to use their influence and their power. We do it here too. There's corporations doing that right now. So anyway, sorry. What does that have to do with Microsoft? I'm just saying Microsoft is not on that level yet, is my only point. This is why I'm able to stick with them. I love some of these guys that are talking about this stuff. And I understand when they're pointing it out on the social justice end. I think it's important to put it out there and let the people decide for themselves. Like some of you guys might not agree, right? But at least it's out there so we can have the discussion. And a discussion is needed, right? Because people are not being able to discuss the things that they want to discuss. I have no problem with discussing what I want to discuss. It has cost me in some aspects, but it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, it's about the principle for me, like I always tell you guys on this channel. But as far as Microsoft is concerned, this is why I still rock out with them. Again, 10% of the stuff they're doing right now, I definitely don't agree with. But the 90%, man, keeps me in check, man. And they're killing it, dude. Again, if you're an Xbox guy, you bleed green, man. You should be happy. You check some of that other stuff, stay off the internet. Like I always say, follow Phil Spencer, stay in your ecosystem, play your games. You're going to be good. And then June's going to be right around the corner. It'll be interesting what they have when it comes to what Xbox has plans to do, right? Like what they're going to announce. I hear a lot of stuff. Activision's going to be involved. All the stuff that people's been waiting to see should be released. Hopefully that is the case. And maybe you'll get an acquisition news. The buzzing about Square Enix, though, that's pretty big. That'd be pretty big. I prefer. You guys know I love Sega, man. I prefer Sega. But at least Microsoft is working as inroads with a lot of these companies, man. You see how Capcom's supporting, again, all the indie developers, which is giving us the content, at least from my viewpoint, the content that I love. Dude, a lot of the games I play are indie games now. And it's cool, too, because it fits my timeline. That's why when I play, I do play a lot of the bigger games and stuff like that, but it takes a little longer. But it's good to just pop on, like, is it Brotato? Brotato is fun, dude. Games like that, dude. I actually was going to get back to House Flipper because I like the original game, and they're going to come with House Flipper too, which I'll probably just buy it Yeah, I think it's coming to Game Pass, but if it doesn't matter. I'm gonna buy it because some of the stuff they're doing in House Flipper 2 is what I wanted to see in House Flipper 1. And then nothing wrong with House Flipper 1, but it looks like they took everything they learned from House Flipper 1, right? So it was good for them to put all that stuff in there, right? Put it on Game Pass for people to get into it. I know it did really well. Dude. A lot of people played it, and then Steam, of course, and all that stuff. People on PC really kind of kicked it off. And then you're gonna get House Flipper 2. So I'm all in, dude. And that's again, this is why Game Pass is great because it gives you the opportunity to play a lot of different games that you might not, and then they can build consumers off of that. Seriously, because people are kind of, I'm not saying people are monolithic in gaming, but people are definitely genre focused, right? There's a guy, a friend I work with, dude. He likes different games, but he likes particular games, and he's actually bought games because he got a chance to try them out first. So that's the way I am too, man. And then with the way Microsoft is, dude, you have that ecosystem built in. It's almost like what I like to call that Walmart model, right? Where if you have so many people participating, it spreads the wealth around for people, which makes it a little bit more affordable, man, with the economy being what it is. And then they charge you $70 games. It looks like they're going to do the $100 game thing. So what they're going to do is they're just not going to throw a $100 game in there. They're probably like, it's just like how car dealers sell a car, right? You have your base model. That base model becomes popular. So the next year, or maybe in 2-3 iterations, they don't have a base model at all. They go for the premium model because they built a reputation with that base model. But then now they start putting in the bells and whistles, or like when you buy a house, right? You can get a standard house, or you get the house with all the amenities. Like when you go to an open house, if you didn't know that, the majority of the stuff that's in the open house that you're looking at is not going to come to the house that you're going to buy. That's all. That most of that, some of that stuff could be included to sweeten the pot, right? Especially if the markets, if they're trying to sell their homes right now, it's a buyer's market, or right now it's a seller's market as opposed to a buyer's market, so they don't have to do as much. But when it's a buyer's market, dude, they, like the house we have. I forgot the name of that, dude. But we have a certain, the thicker borders, as opposed to the 1 inch, we have the 3 inch borders, stuff like that. Little things that they do to make their product stand out that people will participate and buy. That's how they, and that's good for the people who are buying stuff. I'm not gonna lie. And I think hopefully we can get back to that. I think if Xbox sticks by their guns and actually realizes the situation they're in as far as the economy, which I think they are. I mean, the only thing that threw me off is that they did the 4-game thing, right? And it looks like they're going to do more. I'm like, I would just weather the storm a little bit, see how this year shakes up, see how the Activision thing kicks off, because I know they're making money, dude. I know because when I'm on, dude, there's people constantly playing COD on a level I haven't seen in a long time, and I had Modern Warfare 2, right? And it's not even in Game Pass yet, but. That was one of the purposes of buying COD, man. Is letting people know, okay, we're here, we got it. It'll probably be into Game Pass, and then you can just nickel and dime people on the services side. Right? Because like they're doing that right now, dude. Like they keep on having battle passes. I looked at the battle pass this year. There's nothing interesting I found in that battle pass. Right, so that's another thing you need to work on. If you're gonna step on a battle pass, I think you need to pull it back a little bit, just so it gives you time to allow your creativity to flow. Because some of the stuff you guys are putting out there, some stuff is cool, majority is not. At least for me, for this battle pass, I'm not gonna buy it. Right, but if you have it in Game Pass, right, you have a subscription in there, which people won't mind as much, right? But then you also have people being able to. People will probably buy more stuff. They'll buy I'm gonna go buy the. You know what? I might go buy the battle pass. Actually, because I can buy the battle pass. Because what happens if you buy the battle pass, they give you tokens, right? So I'll buy the battle pass for a month. The same month it'll cost me because I want some armor. They did a thing with Warhammer for COD, and I want those suits. So I already have coins saved up. So if I buy the battle pass, I'll get the additional coins I need instead of just buying the coins straight up. I don't really benefit from that. But if I use the battle pass, it'll be gravy. So yeah, maybe I will get it. I forgot I was thinking about that. But again, that's options, right? That's options that you have, dude. And that's what, to me, that's where Microsoft is at their finest right now, is when they allow people to have those options. Because that allows you to bring a lot of different people into your ecosystem. And if I was Microsoft, dude, I wouldn't listen to anything that any of these people say, right? Because a lot of these people are relying on you. That's why they do those hate videos and stuff like that. Again, Microsoft, just weather the storm, man. You guys will be fine. You guys are a billion-dollar company. Oh my gosh, dude. Don't be that kid on the playground, man. Don't be that kid that I went to school with. If people don't like you, they don't like you, man. You just got to deal with it and move on. Focus on the people that do like you. Focus on your consumers. Focus on your product, making it the best that you can be. I know that you have. This is why it stings a little bit, man, because there's no better value in gaming. We have the most powerful box. We have everything. You can play us on PC. You can play Microsoft Xbox on PC. You got all these options, and they're not hitting their targets. Right? But again, you got to factor in that people just don't have money, dude. You guys, there's people in this world with money, man, and they kind of disconnected from the people that don't. And it's all fun and games, right? Or maybe it doesn't affect you, which is fine, dude. But when it starts affecting you, like you see this stuff with squatters right now, actually going into these gated communities and living in these people's homes, and they can get them out. And so where you thought you were safe because you don't live in a downtown area where there's this rapid homelessness and drug use and violence and there's no cops and stuff like that. Where you live, you thought you were safe, but dude, this is like a virus, man. This stuff spreads, and now you find yourself in this predicament, right? So don't. In other words, man, just focus. Just focus on what makes you the money, what your fan base wants. Listen to your fan base. Man. Listen to your fan base. That's all I'm going to say. But other than that, man, 90% positive, 10% negative, and not in a negative way, but something at 10% they can focus on, make it better. But anyway, let me wrap this up, guys. Sorry, none of the people could come in. I did send the links out, but again, um, you have to be consistent when you do podcasts. And that's fine, dude. I wanted to rant on some stuff anyway since I haven't done a podcast in a while. Appreciate you guys being here. I know, guys, I get a little bit political. I'm gonna try and say that for the podcast, but I just gotta speak what's on my mind. I just gotta be honest, dude. And everything's so charged right now because it's an election year. But I'm not gonna come on here and tell you how to vote, but I will share my opinions on stuff, right? Especially when it pertains to economy, which also affects the Xbox ecosystem. It's such an economy-driven ecosystem. That's why, right? The premise of how it performs is all driven by capital. So I'll always tell you guys the truth, man. Even if you guys don't like what I say. Hey, thanks, Tool, man, dude. Appreciate it. Yeah, dude. Just you gotta speak on these things, man. It might be uncomfortable. People might not agree, but the reality is setting in, man. And I hate for people to be not that I worry about Xbox going away because Microsoft has big pockets, but I think it's important for a lot of Xbox guys to be able to be fluid and flexible with their stuff. Again, like I didn't agree with the 4 games thing, right? But it's afforded me time to get away from social media because I don't have to go back and forth with a lot of PlayStation guys now. Because like I said earlier in the podcast, right? It's just like, well, we go gonna get all your games. Okay, fine. I can't argue against that because we had 4 games go over. And then the rumor is, or whatever, but we're not getting straight answers from Microsoft, is that we're going to have more games coming over. And they might do that, given everything that's happened. They might not, they might. I don't know. All I know is that I can't argue the point anymore. But that takes all the thing off of me. So in a way, maybe that's how Microsoft wants to kill the console war. And I don't have to worry about stuff because they have the most money. And I still think they're still on track. Everything else besides them allowing those 4 games to go over is still on track, and it's growing exponentially. I saw that. I love that Xbox is using Xbox Wire. I think more people should go there for their content. Xbox Wire has always been great, but they're being utilized way more, which I think is good to get away from the IGNs, get away from all these other people, right? Because that's narrative driven news. It's not real news. You already have Xbox Wire. Promote that, dude. Promote your own shows. Promote your own online stuff. There's people that particularly just go to these things for the drama, not for the real news of what or on your products, on your system. So support. I think they should support that more. I like when they made the announcement of the 4 games that they went to Tina Amini. I actually like her. One of the few bright spots over at IGN when she was there. Her and then the girl that does the. She's actually on the IGN podcast. I can't remember her name right now, but she does a lot of the walkthroughs and FAQs. I really like her. Start pulling those people away. Start building your own media empire. You're already making games. I mean, you're already making movies based on games. Dude, I don't know if you guys are watching the Fallout thing. It's actually really good. Highly recommend it. From what I've watched so far. I mean, there's some fan service stuff in there. I mean, there's some stuff in there that make me question, like, why would you put that in there? Especially if you're trying to read a broader audience. But it's awesome, dude. And it's their product. You can do whatever they want with it, dude. And the one thing I love about it is they're respecting the actual brand. Todd Howard is, you can tell his fingerprints are all over that show. As Halo went a little bit of a different direction, but I mean, they're both of their shows are really successful and are good, good if not great. So you're already doing it, Microsoft. Again, when I complain about the Xbox One, this is the all-in-one vision that I had from Microsoft back in 2013, and this is why I jumped all in with them initially. I forgot everything else and I went with them. That and all the hate that was going around, and all the stuff, lying and stuff like that. People trying to push crap on me, that pissed me off, dude. Don't tell me what I want. Tell me what I want to know. You know what I mean? When I was going into GameStop or some of these other stores. Hey, dude, I'm not no rookie, dude. I'm not no novice. This ain't my first rodeo. You ain't gonna push stuff on me. I know. I just need to know some of the stuff I don't know. So just let me know the basic stuff that I'm looking for, right? But that's what. Yeah, thanks, Tolman. But that's you're already there, dude. You're already doing it. And maybe that's the goal. They're doing it little by little, as opposed to all the hate they got back in 2013, which is ironic because the industry ended up going that way anyway. Like Xbox knew this, Microsoft knew this. They're ahead of the curve. So maybe they'll do that over time thing. That's probably what they're doing with the console war stuff. I don't know. I mean, it looks like it. That's what all indicators are right now. But because Microsoft has the tendency to throw you a curveball, tread lightly. But this Fallout scene is successful. I mean, I watched the episode with my daughter, which was great watching with her because she's a huge Fallout fan. So there's some stuff she explained to me, which made me appreciate it more. Same thing like Heba did for me for the He-Man cartoon that was on Netflix that made me appreciate it more than I probably would have if I didn't know some of the background of that actual show. But yeah, definitely check it out on Prime if you have it. I still have to watch season 2 of Halo, man. I got kind of distracted. Plus, I got my other stuff I've been trying to catch up on, and then playing my games. I gotta get back. I'm gonna try to get some gaming in today. Um, but yeah, dude. I mean, look, dude. We good. We all good, man. We all good. If things turn bad, dude, I'll be on here talking about it. And if I'm wrong on stuff, I'll bring that up as well, dude. I'll hold myself calm. And then the great thing about the people in the chat, dude, is they'll hold me accountable as well as other members of the community that bleed green, which is a great thing to have, dude. You never want to be in a echo chamber. You never want to be in a bubble when it comes to this kind of stuff. This is why it's great to have differing opinions on a lot of things. And I respect a lot of you guys in the chat, man. I find myself learning things from you guys all the time because I can't keep up with 100% everything that's going on. And like with Tillman brought up the Final Fantasy stuff, I just knew a couple, like maybe one thing about it, but not the entire. The thing I gained the most was because it was trending was because it was Microsoft might buy Square Enix next because of the type of game Square Enix makes. They need somebody with capital, and they need an outlet to push their stuff, dude. I think they've been pretty happy with their products on Game Pass, the ones that they brought on there. I mean, I think a lot of people, I think the majority of the people that put their stuff on Game Pass because they see a bump. At the very least, they see a bump. And who knows how much money they're making from Microsoft at the front end. I don't know how that's going to change in the future. Hopefully, I know they definitely want to get the subscriber count up. But again, man, Microsoft just weathered the storm, man. Just wait. When people have more disposable income, I think you'll see a big change. But when the announcement, June, just look for June. I believe it's June or July, right? Let's look forward to that. That'll be another big thing. And of course, when other stuff jumps off, I'll do the podcast. Sorry about again not being consistent. I'm trying my best, but and then having the guys would have been great because I think this is a great topic to discuss. I have different opinions on. But anyway, guys, I want to bounce out of here. Thank you guys for being here. Chat Toolman, Mr. Kima. T, what's up, brother? Dude, I actually watching your videos, bro. Faded Blaze, Pepe. Thank all you guys for being here, dude. I know the usual suspects weren't here, but hey, we all busy too, man. I know I'm not the only one. But I'm gonna get back on schedule, guys. I do want to do the podcast next week because there's some stuff I want to talk about with Stellar Blade. Look, we gotta talk about Stellar Blade. I'll try and put something together for that because I think it's something worth talking about. I know it's a PlayStation game, but it's not. That's why I'm putting it on the podcast because this is more of a pop culture thing. With a lot of the stuff that's going on with Stellar Blade, and I gotta take my Xbox out on this one because this is a very social justice commentary type of thing, and that's what the podcast is going to be about, guys. Hopefully, we'll get E-Rock, and I'll see if Zobi wants to jump in on that as well because I know they have Realist always has great commentary on this kind of stuff. But there's more to the whole Stellar Blade thing, and this is beyond the console stuff. They made the decisions. I think Sony worked out a deal. Whatever that I don't care about. Again, guys, I don't care if a game goes specifically to Sony and it's not coming to Xbox. To me, it's that for whatever choices they make. That's fine with me, dude. But I'm not gonna buy your game. Because I'm not gonna buy a PlayStation and play the game. Right? Choices were made on their end. I make the choices on my end. That's all gotta be. It's gotta be on Xbox, or I'm not gonna play. Right? So no harm, no foul, man. And that's choices, right? Again, we're all making our choices here. So they'll do that, but this is gonna be more about the social justice aspect of it and why it matters. There's stuff that's being said that on both sides. Dude, it's just a lot of the people that are, it's just like the whole thing. This is why I did the podcast where I talking about Microsoft, the woke stuff on Microsoft. Some people that are commenting on social justice and woke, they're not Xbox people, right? So some of the stuff that they're saying is not. They just don't know, man. I'm not saying they're lying or they mean, they're sharing it from their perspective, but it's deeper than that. And if you're an Xbox guy and you watch the videos, you'll know what I mean. Right? Xbox, we know Xbox. Right? Again, this is why I tend not to touch on certain subjects that I know nothing about, right? Because I don't want to make a video like that, right? Like you hear me talk about DC, I don't go deep into it because I'm not a DC fan. Right? It's probably the reason why I can enjoy DC movies because I'm not tuned in on that level, as I am with Marvel. With Marvel, dude, I'm brutal on Marvel with their movies. I'm brutal on Disney with their crap that they're putting out, dude. That's why I'm constantly drumming them because they need to get better. Right? They should be better. They don't need to. They should have been there already. They should be at this point. They should be excellent. They should be killing it right now. They should have morphed into that mega conglomerate with their properties that everybody wanted the right way. But they pissed that all away because of their social justice agenda and the people that have in charge over there at that company, and it's a shambles. And I'm going to talk about it, and the more that we can get them to fail. And no hate. This isn't there from hate, man. This is the only way that they're going to be saved. Right? They need a course correction big time because the reality is smacking it on the face, and they're just closing their eyes and covering their ears and just doubling down, tripling down, quadrupling down, right? And it's killing stuff. So there's no hope for them to do that. There's no hope for Disney or Marvel or Star Wars. It's all over. And I'm good because what am I watching right now? I go to anime, Solo Leveling. That's an awesome anime. I'm actually on Netflix. If you guys didn't know, My Hero Academia is on Netflix right now. At least 4 seasons. Was there more than 4 seasons? Dude, I don't know, man. Some of the numbering, I'm old, guys. So some of the numbering on the anime stuff throws me off. I know I have the complete series, but I think I'm behind because I let that stuff build up. But I know I'm behind. So what I'm doing on Netflix is I'm rewatching the entire. I'm watching the 4th season on there, and if I'm missing anything else, I know I own most of it on digital, so I just switch over to there, right? It can be iffy with Crunchyroll because they'll sell off the property and then they'll lose it for viewing on theirs, for streaming on their stuff, so they got paid big bucks. But definitely recommend, if you have not watched My Hero Academia, it's if you like superhero stuff, it's a Japanese take on it. It's definitely the style of anime and stuff like that. But man, if you're Marvel like I am and you missed that big action, the big action that Marvel used to do in the comic books and in their cartoons, even back in the day, even though the technology wasn't there, you had that. You know what I'm talking about. If you're a Marvel fan, it's that Marvel style of comic books, man. That Marvel action that we all know and love, dude. When the Hulk like freaking punched the Blob. He punched the Blob so hard, the Blob standing there laughing, and like a couple minutes passed by, and the Blob actually fell over because the Hulk is so powerful. Like the thing about the Blob, he can't be moved and he can't really be hurt, right? But the Hulk was so powerful, hit him so hard that it just took him a while to finally hit his core, and then that dude buggered over. Stuff like that, dude. You see him Hulk punches somebody into space, right? Hulk scrapping with the Juggernaut, Hulk scrapping with the Abomination, Hulk scrapping with every member of the Avengers. That was one of my favorite episodes. That was Avengers 300. Earth's Mightiest Heroes. No, what was it called before? I think they're still Earth's Mightiest Heroes, the Avengers, but Hulk went nuts again, man, and then he went totally rampage, and he's just ripping up. I think he was going across the Midwest, man. I had to call in all the Avengers to stop him, man. And it was one of the coolest covers. It was one of my favorite covers of all time, man. We had the Hulk in the middle, and have all the Avengers going towards him, and they had this war going on. And some of the stuff they pulled before, man, it was funny because it didn't work this time around. That's how enraged he was. Anyway, the action and all the drama of that time is being encapsulated right now in anime. You have to get beyond. I know for me, I do subtitles. I don't like a dubbed personally, but I know that's some of the turn off for some of you guys because you can't get behind the subtitles, or you don't like the dub. You don't like either, and it's kind of hard. I like I said all the time. I read fast, and I end up watching these shows over and over again. again, like I just said, I'm going back. I've watched My Hero Academia millions of times, so I'm going back through it all again because I know I got at least one or two seasons that I got to finish, right? Because it's progressed. So all I do is like I used to do with the Marvel movies, man. I'm just going back and watching all of the seasons, right? And when I'm looking at all the seasons, dude, just reminding me of how good this anime is, and why I love it so much, and why if you guys like that classic um, Marvel style of action, or even DC on some aspects, right? Like I said, I'm not a huge DC fan, but if you missed that comic booky action from back in the day, dude, it's all in there. You know, there's some stuff that's very Japanese about it. Like I know people won't like. One of the problems I do have is like the main character. I love that guy, but he cries too much for me. But you know, that's just their storytelling and their culture and the way they do some stuff. There's some fan service in there as well, not as bad as some other anime. So if you're gonna watch it with your kids, just be wary of that. Have the remote control ready. I don't think it's too bad, but you know, dude, if you watch The Simpsons or you watch South Park, then of course you won't have any problems. But I know some of you guys like to watch this stuff with your kids, especially by promoting it as a Marvel comic booky type of thing. You know, it is a bit more adult on that level. There's some innuendo and references, nothing outside of the ordinary. And like I said, you can skip that. But overall, man, it's just the action in there is just unbelievable. Um, I know I wanted. I hate to say this, but I never got into Dragon Ball Z because to me the action was just too way over the top for me. Um, but it was still cool looking, right? I used to watch Dragon Ball, but never got into it. But on this level, for me, I find the balance with a lot of this stuff. Because the problem I also have with anime and manga in general, dude, is I just never like the stories that much. Um, well, with mangas, even beyond that, they don't color their stuff, so that's I don't know, and they read backwards. So that's me. That's nothing on them. That's me. But what I will say, dude, is that I love the balance of their stuff now, and they've crossed genre too. You know, it's just like they like Korean dramas have done the same thing. Right? Korean dramas do more than just the standard soap opera stuff. Manga is the same way, right? Like a Soul Leveling. I believe it's based on a Korean manga. I forgot. Anyway, it's actually Korean based, so you have a lot of different stuff within the genre. It's like the anime I was promoting, Free and Journey After. Sorry, I let that pass. And stuff. But it's basically about one of the characters in. Oh shoot! So the character in that show, her journey begins after the actual boss raid, after the big battle, right? And it basically showcases. There's action in there too, and really great action. But the story is about her, the effect that her people in her group had on her when they were doing the quest, right? And so it's more story driven in that sense. But it's really well written. It's really well done. I mean, it's so much so I watch this stuff and I just sit there thinking, why can't Marvel do these things? Why can't uh, Star Wars now do this kind of stuff? I mean, you know, so that's my biggest thing with a lot of the pop culture stuff. Too. So I'll just go find my entertainment in other places. Hey, Unlimited, what's up, brother?
Hey, what's up?
Dude, I know, man. Normally I do this on Friday night, but um, I I just I didn't have the time. Plus, I fell asleep. I was so tired because I had a crazy week. Dude. Plumbing broke. Job was a little bit busy. Had all
Mm-hmm.
kind of drama. The usual life story. So what's going on, dude?
Nothing much, nothing much. Also extremely busy.
Yeah, I know, man. I know you haven't been doing videos. I know why too. You talked about it. So
Yeah,
I know people miss your stuff though, man.
yeah, man. I'm trying to make a comeback soon, but it's just every time you think you can, life throws everything at you.
Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat, dude. I didn't expect my plumbing to leak the way that it did.
Mm-hmm.
I could only fix, dude. I couldn't stop the leak. That was my problem.
Oh, dang.
And so the dude, he came here. The guy came. He came the next day. Dude, he got some water
Mm-hmm.
damage, bro, but he came the next day and he's like, dude, the regulators. I was like, dude, I don't even know what a regulator is. I didn't even know
Right.
where it was. Dude, he had to show me where it was. And what happened? It was buried under all this rock.
Mm-hmm.
And dude, you had to actually reinstall. He
Mm.
reinstalled it, dude. And then I was worried that because the pressure that I have
Yeah.
to replace pipes, but there's no other leaking and stuff like that. So
Right.
yeah, but 2 grand later, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. That's how it be, man.
Yeah, dude, it's fine. I was ranting a little bit about this because I see Microsoft making moves, and I'm like, dude,
Mhm.
just stand firm a little bit, man. Just be tough, man. You know, Microsoft wants to be liked, right? So,
Yeah,
like I told you, man, I see some of the sales they have. I was like, bro, you just put that out, man. Let it simmer for a little while before you
yeah.
start charging $9.99. You know,
What did they put out?
that's just like when they have their sales, right?
Oh, the spring sale.
Oh, all kind of. Dude, they always have a sale,
Yeah,
right? It's
yeah,
just
that's true. That's
like they
true.
did an anime month, and they still have anime on sale, but it's kind of like the spring anime. I'm like, bro, just it loses its. You know what I mean? For
Yeah.
consumers, man, you just get used to it, and then you don't. That can actually be detrimental. Keep it special, man. There's a reason why people. Like I was talking to my daughter about this, dude. She was a little bit
Hmm.
upset because Overwatch they had Epic Gear.
Hmm.
They brought it into the store for you to buy, and then my daughter was like, "Yeah, I can't believe they did that." People bought it because it's supposed to be special, right?
Right.
But obviously they want to make money, right? But I'm like, yeah, but then now you lessen that impact, right? Because that's what makes it stand out. I don't know, dude. I'm old school too with comic books and when you collected cards and stuff like that.
Hmm.
Oh, I got the Joe Montana card with his jersey. That meant something back then.
Right.
Yeah, but anyway, dude. But so you've just been playing games? Though? Have you had time to play games?
Yeah, I mean, today I was playing some more Suicide Squad.
Yeah,
Everybody, you know how it is. Everybody hates games. I'm so disconnected right now that I'm just playing whatever I like and just having a great time when I can play games. Still playing some Dragon's Dogma, getting ready for Hellblade 2, which is about a month away.
yeah. I gotta play the first game. I gotta finish that.
Yeah, yeah, man. Still playing Starfield, Bethesda's worst game ever, according to YouTubers. And here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. I was reading a story about maybe a week or two ago how Starfield was the only right now in gaming. But the article is basically saying gamers are playing the same shit for last years, right? And the
Yeah,
only game last year that gamers actually played was Starfield, not Spider Man, not whatever Nintendo released, but Starfield. And I'm just like, I love that the numbers just prove Xbox right. And it gets and what's so much funnier is that Xbox will have these successes and it gets just completely ignored because nobody no nobody again it's so weird because nobody reads the articles. I don't even think they watch the videos. I seriously think that 99% of people, Sega Forever, see a headline and then base their clickbait podcast on it without reading a single thing.
yeah, yeah.
Because I was reading how Starfield was the only game that released last year that gamers actually played that wasn't your usual Fortnite, Fortnite, Roblox, Minecraft, Madden, FIFA, the usual six or so games that gamers been playing for the last 8 so fucking years. And it's just so funny how once again it's Xbox who rose to the top on this. I heard Sarah Bond put out a really cool. I guess there was a report about Sarah Bond and them going all in on the next Xbox, and
Yeah.
I'm hoping this whole compatibility thing means a universal Xbox because if the next Xbox is universal, where I could literally play all my old 360 and Xbox One or OG Xbox games, it's game over. That's going to be the greatest console ever exist, right? And if she pulls that off, go ahead and put her on the Mount Rushmore Xbox as well.
Oh, she's already on my Mount Rushmore, dude. I love
Yeah,
her.
oh yeah, definitely. But I mean, but just I like if Xbox pulls that off, man, the universal Xbox, which I think that's what she was hinting at when she was talking about, because she released a statement to the Microsoft Xbox crew about their plans of forward and backwards compatibility, the next Xbox hardware, and so on. And and again, so I'm not even sure what the discourse in gaming is right now because Sony's got nothing. Final Fantasy, the latest Final Fantasy flopped. It's literally selling less than the last two that came out. Final Fantasy 7, which came out 2 years ago, and the Final Fantasy 16 that came out last year. And it's funny how that's having a diminishing return. And by the way, Sega Forever,
Hmm.
why aren't people complaining that Final Fantasy is being run to the ground? like we used to hear with Halo, Gears, and Forza. Sony's literally getting a Final Fantasy every year. PlayStation fans are not buying it, and their numbers are showing it.
Yeah.
It had a 90% decrease in sales in Japan. It had less sales in Europe. Their big, their big region that they always brag about. Xbox doesn't sell shit in. Final Fantasy's not selling there, right? And so once again, you could have fun whatever narratives out there, and I don't know what they're saying, but every time I read something, it's usually good for Xbox, usually bad for PlayStation, right? And that's how it's been all generation these last 4 years.
That hasn't changed, bro. It hasn't changed.
Yeah, and I guarantee that the quote unquote big boys in the community aren't saying anything, and it's just so funny. It's just so funny. Because every time I swear, man, I'll just be chilling and I'll see some articles. Xbox is going full steam ahead with the next Xbox. I'll read the articles like, yeah, there we go. Well, I thought their hardware was so terrible they were killing the Xbox brand. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's just so funny, man. It's just so funny to me. How X is and when you just take a break from everything and sit back. With Xbox, you see, everything's gonna be fine. With PlayStation, like, boy, this ship is sinking kind of worse than you think, than you'd imagine. Because when you're in that gaming bubble, you might forget, Sony's a terribly run company. You know what I'm saying? And then you forget how bad it's run when everybody else is trying to hype it up. But we got Rise of the Ronin, didn't buy it. We got Phone Stars, really didn't buy that shit. Really didn't buy that. Helldivers 2 was being carried by PC. You want me to pull the numbers up? How it's not a hit on PlayStation consoles at all. It's a hit on PC, right?
And they hit the Xbox guys for Power World on that.
Mm-hmm.
Right, which is fine, whatever,
But here's the thing. But the Power World differential on Xbox and PC is actually relatively close because they put it out. Up to 25 million, it'll be like 15 PC, 10 Xbox. It's actually more than that now. But that's just an example. I'm just using a broad example. Xbox actually has more than 10 million players on Power World. But which, by the way, a lot of people spent the $30 to buy the game because it's only $30. Let's not forget that. And another thing that we're seeing, and this is why Hellblade 2 being $50 is a brilliant move. Reports are coming out saying, Sega Forever, that gamers are buying left games at $70, which, I mean, of course, because that's a lot of money for one game. Yeah. Right? But the point is, Sony, and remember, Sony was before EA, Microsoft, Ubisoft, everybody else they hate in the gaming world. They were the first major publisher of video games to charge $70. And it's not working out for them. And then they don't have a Game Pass. They don't do the sales. They to the extent that you know what I'm saying. They don't find other ways to reach out to these games. And now 4 years later, they're putting their games on PC. But even that's not lighting the world on fire. I don't know how much they charge on PC, if it's $70, $60 or whatever. But I highly doubt that they're selling these games on PC for like $30, $40. I highly doubt that. You know what I'm saying? So my overall point is, it's this generation. I don't understand how people are looking at PlayStation thinking this console's any good. Game wise, you got resold the PlayStation 4 library and a bunch of shitty sequels they aren't playing. Hardware wise, it ain't that good. Sorry guys, most games run better on Xbox, and I don't care if Digital Foundry pretends the 6 games or so that run better on PlayStation means anything. I actually pay attention to stuff. No, Xbox games are running way better 99% of the time. So don't come here and say, oh, what about this game? Cool. I'll list like 50 other games that run better on Xbox, including Dragon Dogma and Alone in the Dark I was recently seeing.
Right.
And by the way, and I don't use Digital Foundry as the end all be all because they're not the only ones who do those breakdowns. It's just that the smaller YouTubers just don't get the same attention,
engagement, and stuff.
Yeah. That Digital Foundry does. Yeah, it is. But But you know how it is. These gamers, man, they're going to listen to whoever's hot right now and whoever got the biggest subscribers and all that nonsense. And think of it reminded me of music. People used to say, "Ah, but this shitty band sold millions of copies." But yeah, don't sit here and tell me that shit. Like for me, growing up around a lot of hip hop, like don't tell me Soldier Boy is even close to something Nas would make. I don't give a shit how much records someone sold. Quality does not equate to sales all the time in media. Hell, we see it in literally every aspect of media. There's been plenty of excellent shows that went under the mainstream radar, but that were excellent. And there's been a lot of crap that's been very popular and they're unwatchable. But yeah, it blew up maybe because of marketing or maybe because it's on an easier access channel. And it goes to games, it goes to music, it goes to whatever form of entertainment you want, right? So we see that all the time. So but the point is though, when it comes to gaming, Xbox isn't even in a situation like last generation where the gems were not being played. You know what I'm saying? Unfortunately, they weren't playing Sunset Overdrive, Quantum Break, or nothing like that. They weren't playing Crimson Dragon, Dark Dreams Don't Die. They were not playing none of those games. And so a lot of those are now cult classics because they're now seeing Rise Son of Rome for the first time and thinking it's an Unreal Engine 5 game. E-Rock was telling us one time, right?
Yeah.
So, but with Xbox now, no, they're aware of Starfield, they're aware of Hellblade 2, and the numbers are showing they're actually playing and buying them, and that's the part. Like Xbox grew bigger than Windows, not just because of Call of Duty and the Activision stuff. It's because Xbox is genuinely doing well, money wise as well. You know, so when people don't know, say stuff like, "Well, I heard Xbox went broke." Really, you heard they went broke? Huh, for what? I mean, you know they dropped. Yeah, when you pay $70 billion, you know they literally don't cut a check. But like the way they talk about the $70 billion deal, it's like they think Microsoft cut a check for the whole amount at once. That's not really how you do it with the big ass acquisitions, guys. The way the money is distributed is a little different than that. You know what I'm saying? But my point is, man, it's just Microsoft isn't perfect. I have some criticisms. Like I heard the Sea of Thieves have some exclusive PlayStation 5 content. What I think is it's just nonsense.
So wait, so that PlayStation 5, the only thing I don't know is that PlayStation 5 content that's PlayStation. You know what I mean? It wouldn't make sense to be on Xbox if it's like a PlayStation logo or PlayStation.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Is it just Sea of Thieves? Is it like a Sea of Thieves thing that we could get on here, but we're not going to have? You know what I'm saying? I didn't see. I don't know what that is. Like, what does that entail? I see people talk about it, but I'm like, oh, is it? You know what I mean? Is it something they're getting that Xbox is not getting?
Yeah, well, that I mean, when I was reading it off the official website, that's what it seemed like. They're getting some exclusive. Now, when it comes to stuff like that, it really means most of the time when it comes to things like that, like a year later, which is so stupid. Excuse me, they'll end up selling it on other platforms. But by then, everyone who's wanted the PS5 content probably would have had it by then.
Yeah.
But still, little stuff like that, I am critical of Xbox about. I don't think giving PlayStation 5 exclusive content on your own first party game is a good idea. It looks good and all that stuff. Because Sony would never do that for Xbox, right?
Well,
in my knowledge,
I think you might run the risk of people, let's say, because the thing about it is like, Xbox is doing this kind of stuff, but they're not a third party publisher at all.
Yeah.
Right? So when they look at other people being successful at that, they don't occupy the same space. The second thing is you also have people that are not. It's just the same thing we talk about COD, which I 100% believe, right? COD is not PlayStation people are not COD. COD people became COD just bought a PlayStation. So this is what happens, right? So you might have people that play Sea of Thieves that got an Xbox to play Sea of Thieves, but they don't bleed green.
Right.
So if they see something like, you might have a gamer that might want to play. What's that samurai game you just said?
Rise of the Ronin.
Yeah, Rise of the Ronin. And then they're like, oh, well, I wanted to try this, and that. And then they have a service that I'll go try that out. You might lose that person on your box, right? So they might go, they'll go because then they're like, oh, I have 6 exclusive CPs. The consumers are wily, right? Especially in this day and age, because most people you can't base a lot of stuff on just the gamer.
Right.
The gamer is all kind of things right now. Right? I say all the time, most people to me aren't gamers.
Right.
I mean, and then it's just I just think it's especially a game like Sea of Thieves where I don't play Sea of Thieves. I know most of us don't play it. I played it. I thought it was a cool game, but it's a game that you have to play with people.
Yeah.
And you play with a particular type of people. Does that make sense?
Yeah. It makes perfect sense.
So like these people I would play with, I wouldn't be hanging out like how we hang out. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I'm just being honest, right? They have a certain taste, they have a certain style. That's a very pop culture thing as well. By certain spaces, but like the difference. I was talking to one of the guys I work with, and he's a DC guy through and through.
Mm-hmm.
But he comes out that generation of DC of the old school.
Mm-hmm.
We're having a conversation about it, and we can kind of relate because we're both old school with comic books,
Right.
and stuff like that. But we just come from a different mindset, and so I just hope Microsoft understands that. I said that earlier in the podcast. Culture thing. There's a culture thing that comes with gaming, unlike other things that they participate in as Microsoft.
Yeah.
When you're doing AI, you're doing servers, you're doing software, right? Yeah, the more the merrier, right? But at some point, this is why I think they entrusted Phil and all them to do this kind of stuff. I feel bad because I think this is my personal opinion. I said this earlier. You can agree with me or not, but I think the only bad thing is the economy soured, and so they did not hit their numbers like they thought they would. And I just don't want them to overcorrect.
Yeah. That's a great way to put it. That's a great way to put it. And so especially the people who don't really care about they don't really care about gaming and don't understand how gaming culture works.
Yeah.
I could see them get into the trap of thinking, well, you didn't make these numbers here. What are you going to do about it? And they think what are you going to do about it is like, well, I mean, we got Office on everything. We got Copilot on everything. We're trying to get AI everything. Why don't we just do the same with gaming? But gaming don't. Not every business works the same, and the strategy to success is not always just to put your product literally everywhere so people could get it. You know what I'm saying? It's not Windows. It's not Windows where Windows was on every single PC. So even now it's on damn near every single PC you could purchase right now.
Yeah.
Automatically installed, right?
There's no escaping it.
Yeah.
And they went with the funny thing is they went with the subscription model, right? That's how most people get their Windows. So instead of charging that 400 one time, they charge 105, but it's a reoccurring 105 every year. So I think that's smart. So you think they would know, Plus Phil himself has changed the entire culture of Xbox. So, shifting if and I'm saying this is not a major shift in my opinion on that level, but if they keep on shifting and stuff like that, it's going to wreck the foundations, in my opinion, about what people know Xbox to be. They if these guys are listening to social media, they should do what you did, get off of social media right away.
Yeah.
You should not be gauging your business decisions. Look at the numbers like you normally do, and realize the situation that you're in as far as how people are. I would rather them analytically look at how people are spending their money. Also, listening to any type of gaming media, any type of social media, which a lot of these companies are doing by mistake.
Yeah.
Like you just perfectly put it when you talked about Starfield, where a lot of stuff are being said by Starfield, but when you actually look at the numbers, that's not at all what the picture is. I know there's a lot of people that played Starfield are just waiting for the next clip of the next drop which I think they're probably going to postpone it to June by the looks of it, right? Because they wanted the showcase. And then of course you have the Bethesda people. My daughter's one of them. I thought was funny because they're loving Fallout, but then they're like, too bad. Oh, it was like they see that executive producer of Todd Howard, and then of course without missing a beat, Bethesda guys are like, that's probably why we haven't got our Starfield drop. You know what I'm saying? It's just the culture, dude. But you love that culture, right? They're in there. They're ingrained. They can talk all the crap they want to, but they'll be there day one, and they'll be there day 295, and they'll be there 10 years from now. That's how engrossed they are into it. My daughter's one of them now. So, and another point that you made, I want to comment on. Another reason why I don't think Xbox should panic because unlike Xbox, both Nintendo and Sony have no margin for error. They have no wiggle room. Dude. They are literally living paycheck to paycheck.
Yeah.
Right. All it takes is one domino to fall and they out. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the level that they are. Where Microsoft gets all this heat, but they're fluid, man, because they can afford to be fluid. But they have, dude, again, like I said earlier in the podcast, I don't have sympathy for them. They're $1 trillion company.
Yeah.
I mean, their decisions of doing stuff is on a whole other level than most companies that exist today. United States, Nintendo, and Sony. Sony has to dot his I and cross his T's. Nintendo just got to keep quiet and just put their head down and just right. But I mean, if there's tremors, if there's a disturbance in the forest, dude, those two will take it. We'll take it first, dude.
Yeah. And you're absolutely right, man. And Sony, boy. So Sony's they're so far gone. It's just that Stellar Blade game means nothing to me because Sony's actually Sony's the worst with the whole woke stuff of every gaming company right now, and so don't let that Stellar Blade stuff sway you otherwise. Oh no, Sony's more all in than everybody with that bullshit, right? And they're trying to throw anything at the wall to see what sticks. I don't think people realize that Sony is literally just at this point. I think they're just winging it. I really don't. I don't think they have a solid, like, say what you will, and things might change. Xbox at least has a plan, and you know what that plan is. You can see where they're going.
Exactly.
Sony does not have a plan. All right, they are saying, okay, guys, what are we doing? Let's see, put our game on PC. Let's pill here. Let's pay for this game, right? And since they don't have a dedicated plan, it's funny because I see so many articles and videos about I don't know what Xbox is. I don't know what Xbox is doing. What is Xbox? And to me, I'm just like, guys, if you don't know what Xbox is, you have not been paying attention to the last 7+ years.
Yeah.
All right. And if you're just gonna to me personally, if you just read any interview they do, any article where they're quoted and stuff, you know where they're going, and then but so many businesses has had, if you will, some little changes here and there, or maybe that one big change that's probably a little different from how they usually do things, but that's going to be the course where economy's up and down. Money, everything's expensive, so on and so forth, right? But where Xbox is going if you pay attention. I don't have a fucking clue what Sony's going. All right, because what are they? Because they tell you shit all the time. Well, we believe in generations. Then they put their game. Then they have PS4, PS5 cross-gen games and games on PC. Our exclusives, and then they say, well, exclusives are too expensive and unsustainable. They say way more contradiction shit than Xbox if you paid attention. So when you look at like what's their plan going forward? Because Sarah Bond is putting her pole in the sand, saying, look, we're going to go next gen, most powerful console. We're going to focus on stuff like your forward and backwards compatibility, so games can go elsewhere. We are, Phil Spencer already put Game Pass out there as, look, this is the heart and soul of the Xbox brand is Game Pass, and what branches off from there. Sony, their service sucks. Their games are just copy and paste the same shit over and over. All they give you your third person action games, and they're even giving you less and less of that. And as we're seeing, like I said a few minutes ago, with the sales of Final Fantasy, is that releasing Final Fantasy every year is producing diminishing return because they're selling worse and worse to the point where this latest Final Fantasy Rebirth, 90% decline in sales in Japan, a decline in sales in Europe, the region that we're always told Xbox is just trash in, right? And it's selling so far behind Final Fantasy VII, the stupid ass titles, man. They criticize Xbox console name. These Final Fantasy titles, 7 remake, I guess, and Final Fantasy 16, I guess that's when it came out last year, selling worse than those and everything. And they don't got a plan forward. They have a new CEO who I don't know what he wants to do. Sometimes he seems like he want to copy what Xbox is doing. Other times it seems like they're just saying whatever pretty much stop the bleeding. And I just don't, and the more disconnected I become from all this and just read stuff on my own Sega Forever, I just see, oh boy, this company's even worse than I imagined. But I see Diaz jumped in, so let's say
Yeah.
hello to the Queen and Green.
What's up there?
Hello, how you guys doing?
Good. How are you?
Very good.
I'm good. I was like, I better say something. It's been so long, so
Yeah, I know. Yes, yeah. So I know it's at an off time. I wanted to do it last night, but I'm not gonna lie, I fell asleep. I was tired. It was a long week.
oh
Yeah.
yeah, I feel you there. I had a long week too.
Yeah. So I'm at least trying to do something because I have people online. They're like, "Oh, where are these guys at?" And
Yeah.
yeah, dude. I mean, we have lives too, you know. And then it's the whole thing of like, yeah, look, dude, I'm still an Xbox guy. I haven't changed.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, they thought what you abandoned it or something.
Well, it's just because I'm not as active anymore. And then one of the
Right.
reasons why is because I mean, I'm like, look, dude, I'm at a point now where I'm just trying to play games. You know, I probably play games more in the last year and a half or 2 years than I have when I was younger, man. I'm on that level. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, you know, because that's a great problem to have on the Xbox side.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
It's so many games I can't like right now. I'm not even
too much.
gaming anymore. Like I had to stop for a while because I've been
Yeah.
doing renovations in the house, and that's a lot of work. I put it this way: if you guys ever do that, that's a lot of work.
Yeah,
You know.
my plumbing gave out on me this week.
Oh man,
Yeah, so the
was it a lot of damage from it?
I got some water damage because it's on the
Oh,
upstairs area. Like, and it's not bad. I thought it was worse than what it was. The only thing was I have to
yeah.
replace the door, because I have a sliding door, a pocket door,
Okay.
and so it got underneath the wood, so it's running up against the rail. And but it was something that I couldn't fix. I thought I fixed it, but it was
Oh
actually
man.
yeah, the leak just kept on going. I couldn't stop it.
Yeah, that. I'm surprised you didn't have more damage because that could be a disaster.
Well, I was dealing with it, but what the problem was, I had no idea what it was because the leak would not stop.
Oh
That's what
wow.
caused the water damage in it because I thought I stopped it and it didn't, and I was doing other stuff. And so I
Jeez.
just called a professional. The dude came in there. He's like,
Yep.
he told me about it, my regulator. I don't even know what that is, dude. I need to, you have to go to the outside of my house, dig around the rocks. It got buried.
Yeah.
And he's like,
Yeah.
yeah, here's your regulator. Your PSI is 90. It should be 50. This thing's broken. We're gonna have to, my house is like over 15 years old. So
Oh, okay. Yeah.
yeah. So he like did the whole shebang, and then I was just like, at some point he was explaining stuff to me, and all I heard was like money, money, money,
Yeah, that's like, right.
money, 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 money.
Yeah. Oh man, is that stuff expensive? Like I got to get ready to paint my cabinets. I've been getting everything ready because we're gonna have professional painters come in, and
Yeah.
oh my gosh, it's expensive. They charge you by the drawer and by the door,
Hmm.
and oh my gosh, we're already in the thousands of dollars that we have to cover
Well,
for
you know what
that.
it is too, right? Especially now, this is the worst time to do like any type of repair work, right? Because these guys
Right,
are in
right.
demand,
Everything's
and
inflated, you know.
everything's inflated, man. Because I
Yep.
mean, if I calculated it, this probably was a $1,200 job, like maybe a couple years ago. Oh,
Hmm.
man, yeah, and they cut me a deal, and one of the reasons they cut me a deal was because I'm actually there's other stuff I need done, in my
Okay.
house,
Oh,
so they
okay. Yeah.
plan for me. So
Yeah.
they got me in, man. They pulled the Microsoft okie dokie. They got me with that 17.99 Game Pass, and then I'm paying for my Game Pass. I'm buying their games, and this is outside of the spring sale, and I'm like, hey, wait a minute here,
Oh man, so yeah, you know my pain, then you know it, and that's what's been sucking up my time. I just haven't had any time to do any gaming. The only thing that I can say, because I know everybody always asks what you're gaming, the only thing I've been touching lately is a friend on PC bought me a game, and I get a lot of games like that. I get gifted games all the time. So
Mhm.
he
Yeah,
bought me a game, and it's very similar to Dungeons and Dragons, and I'm really impressed with it. The game won a lot of awards, but I've never seen it on consoles. I forget what it's
yeah.
called. I think it's called Solander or something like that. But they're like a Baldur's Gate without Baldur's Gate. Like it's very much like D&D. Like
So
you're
it's fun.
playing that.
I just
Yeah. I'm making characters right now, and you can have more than one player play. So I'm gonna have my friend kind of teach me the ropes of the game because he's been playing a lot of it. He's the one that gifted me the game,
Mhm.
but I told him to wait because I'm so busy. I really don't have the time. So all I have time to do is just make a character at a time. I made a dwarf, and I made a elf. So yeah, but that's the only thing I have touched. I have not touched anything else. But I have switched from gaming to watching shows, and oh my god, Fallout is so darn fantastic. I'm
Well, see,
like addicted to that. It's so good, and oh, I can't recommend Fallout TV show enough. You guys have got to watch that.
are you
Got
are
to
you
watch
are you watching it with somebody?
I'm sorry.
Are you watching it with somebody? You watching Fallout with
Right now it's just me, but I'm trying to get my husband to watch it with me, but he's just too busy lately.
Yeah,
So
I was watching it with my daughter. Then she just left me behind.
oh, did she?
Yeah,
Well, that's what I did because I can't help it. I just got off of the third episode,
Yeah.
so I'm gonna be doing the fourth one today, and oh my gosh, it's so good. I don't even know anything about Fallout. I have a friend that plays Fallout 76,
Okay.
and he praises it. He said it was rough in the beginning, but he loves it now, and he's played all the Fallout games. I've never touched a Fallout game or anything, and he's always tried to get me in it. He said you should play Fallout because you play Skyrim. Bethesda just makes good games. Now, he loves Bethesda, and
Well,
so
I was watching with my daughter, and so she was
Uh-huh.
able to, remind me of stuff and explain stuff to me because I'm not, I haven't played the game.
you don't
before.
play Fallout either. You
I
don't?
do, but I haven't played it
Oh,
in a
you
while.
do.
My
Okay.
daughter's like a huge.
Oh,
So
okay. She's huge in it.
she's more of
Okay.
an aficionado. So I
Yeah.
was watching with her, and it was a lot of fun because it's like, I get to, know the ins and outs. It's kind of like, so I was enjoying it with her, but then she left me behind. So she's dead to me now. If I was rich and I had a will, I would take her out.
Oh my god, I can't blame her though because like I was supposed to stick to that too, but I was like, I can't stick. I
Yeah,
gotta
I would-
find out what the next episode is doing.
Yeah, if you were
And-
in my will, day, I'd take you out too. I'd be like, look at these guys. Come on. And you feel like it's just like I feel like one of those like one of their, what do you call those the people that help you, and then you just push you off to the side because they find something else, somebody else shinier and better.
I was gonna say Good Samaritan, but I don't think you mean that though.
Well, some stuff I saw, I was like, in my mind, I'm thinking it's this, and then my daughter's like, oh no, it's probably this, because she's more up to date. Like she plays Fallout 76.
She played right, so she's a huge fan. She's gonna blow through those episodes. You
Yeah,
can't
sure
play-
did.
like
She
with
did.
Halo. I finished Halo, and by the way, oh gosh, I've said this before. I don't know if anybody remember. Please watch season 2. Please watch season
Whatever.
2. I mean, I can't. They got to approve of season 3. If they leave us hanging like that, I'm gonna cry like a baby. I mean, they have to approve of season 3. It was so.
I don't know.
good.
I don't know. Paramount's not doing too well.
Oh man. Oh.
They've been having to cancel stuff. I mean, I know, and again, I said this earlier in the podcast. I think people are looking at the point like some of the narrative that's around this kind of stuff, dude. I'm like, no, hold on, dude. People don't have money. This is the kind of stuff when you see people like getting rid of subscription services and stuff like that. It's not necessarily because it's bad. It's just that people
Right. It's financial. It's
financial.
Yeah.
I make that a point. Like I cancel some of my services, and I made that a point in the comments. Look, dude, money's no money, right?
It's
like,
right. You don't have enough. I mean, honestly, with inflation and the cost, like food, I don't. I know it could be different from state to state, but I know food costs a lot here in Michigan because we don't have as long of a growing season with our farms as maybe like say Texas does or something. We have a short growing season. So even if you're growing things in your yard, you only have a limited amount of time unless you have greenhouses or something. You can't grow a long period of time in Michigan without greenhouses. And and they oftentimes, to supplement us, we will have like hydroponic vegetables and things to supplement through the longer winters because we have longer winters here. And our food costs more, like the fresh produce, especially in the winter. It just costs more. And then you add on the inflation. So it's pretty rough.
I mean, I live in the middle of the ocean, so everything's shipped in.
Yeah.
Some stuff is flown in now, but the majority of this, I mean, and then the guys who ship the stuff in, they got a stranglehold.
Oh
They-
gosh.
they-
Well, you guys can grow though. You have long growing seasons though, right?
Yeah,
like
but we
the
don't have any-
farms.
We don't have enough land.
Oh, it's not enough land. Okay.
Everything here is turning into a condo.
What?
And then another problem too is just the cost of doing things here, the cost of producing
Oh,
Mhm.
stuff.
okay.
Hawaii is it? I think we're like either the first or second most expensive state in the union.
Yeah,
Oh,
they are the most expensive.
We are, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
geez.
basically no joke. That's why when I tell people sometimes they're like, "Oh, you one of those Hawaiians that don't want no mainland people here." I'm like, "Nah, dude, I'm trying to help you. But you're gonna move here because like I work federal government, so some people want to come here. But I tell them straight up, I was like, dude, if you don't have family here, if you're not from here, and you're not making above a GS9 level, don't even think about it.
Oh, wow.
Because your way of life is going to change exponentially.
Right.
Right? Like for a lot of us locals, we rely on our family. Right? And you just
Right.
live
Right.
lifestyle, right? I mean, my family's from here. My family's in Green. I got family all over town.
Right.
Yo,
That makes a big difference. I'm sorry. Go
Yeah.
ahead in a minute.
Sorry to cut you off there, but that just reminded me of an article I read the other day. It's pretty. I swear, Sega Forever could have wrote the article because it was about Hawaiians are moving to Las Vegas. I was like, Sega Forever said that. That's what prompted me to read it. Was like more Hawaiians are moving to Las Vegas, and then the article said there are more Hawaiians on the mainland than on Hawaii. I'm like,
What?
did Sega Forever write this article? I
Wow.
swear he said that.
That's a
Wow.
big thing here locally because it affects everybody, right? Because there's this, like I'm pretty sure, like in Houston has a certain, even though you're part of Texas, dude, I'm pretty sure Houston
Well,
has its
Texas
own.
is huge though. It's like
Yeah.
a country unto itself. It's big. I've been to Texas. Oh, I was like crying. I said, when are we gonna get to this city? I think we went to Fort Worth. It
Oh,
felt like I aged like 5 years before I got there.
Yeah,
I
You're in
was
a
like,
sleep chamber. You're in your sleep chamber there.
oh my
yeah.
god. Because
Travel-
Michigan is not that like our cities like are kind of close. Like you get
Mhm.
out of one city, you hit Little Land, then you hit another one. It's not even that much. man.
Nothing's close in Texas.
Oh
It's a
man.
4-hour drive from Houston to Dallas, and that's why a lot of people just fly to Dallas or
Oh
you
my
know, say
goodness.
back and forth. Like, I ain't driving that far. I
That's
don't mind because
crazy.
I personally love long drives. I find it nice and relaxing. So I took a road trip in a heartbeat. A
Oh,
lot of
okay.
people, they can't stomach it.
Man,
Or
that's
the
a
people
lot
that,
driving in Texas.
or all the
though.
people that's moving to Texas, they're like, well, how the hell you get everywhere?
Yeah.
I'm like, you better have a car because you ain't.
Yeah, you got to have a
Yeah,
car there. I
yeah,
see
you
everybody in trucks there too. You got a
Yeah.
truck, like because everybody seemed to have trucks when we were driving past there. When we went there.
I seen
And
some of the Californians were complaining about that unlimited when they first moved there, but after they've been there about a year, then they go, okay, I understand.
What was that? After they did what?
You know how you guys were getting all those Californians?
Yeah.
And
oh,
so,
okay.
and, a lot of these guys are like, they got that California mentality. And so I watched this one guy's video where he was saying, like, he kind of was like apologizing.
Mm-hmm.
Because now that he's lived there for over a year and a half, he understands Texas now and why things are the way they are. And he's not as anti-gas anymore,
Right. Right.
Oh, okay.
he's like,
yeah.
get these gas prices down,
Yeah.
And I was cracking up.
Yeah. We don't have California gas prices, but to be fair, in the Permian Basin, that's where a lot of this country's oil is being
true.
drilled at. So
That's true. Yeah.
yeah.
Well, like a lot of these guys are in Austin too. So
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's right. Austin's the hippie city. If you don't know, of Texas. Yeah.
Okay.
That's where the ones who think they stand out go. They're like, nah, you ain't no different. You just
you guys keep them in check, right?
Yeah. It's like they're always going to be the problem with Austin is that they're always going to be the little brother of Texas. So they got that little brother syndrome to them as a city where they so badly want to stand out because Houston, Dallas, Houston, we got the energy, we got the oil, we got we got we got the professional sports teams and all that stuff. Dallas got the finance, the Cowboys and all that. They got we get the annual rodeo. Dallas gets the state fair. Also, Austin, Austin being the state capital, they think like, well, we're the state capital, and so their thing was, so we're going to be different. We're going to pretend we're different, and then as a result, they're the most expensive city.
Like,
all right.
How did they make that happen when the rest of Texas is not like that? Why did they do that?
They've got more,
say it unlimited. All them people.
Yeah, they got more left leaning out there. So the stuff is and they also got of the major cities in Texas, they got the worst housing issues and the hardest one to deal with. And little stuff like that, and
didn't Elon move out there too?
Elon did move out there. You know.
He moved to
driving up-
Austin. You saying?
Yeah, he moved to Austin.
Oh, okay.
They're driving up the cost because like you have all these-
That's another thing. The cost. They also, and they're trying to get a lot more tech. You know, when it comes with the tech boom, that them people really drive up costs. But here's the thing: Austin was usually a bit more expensive in general those last few decades, even before all this.
Okay.
Because it was always kind of like the hippie. And by the way, that's where UT is at. And being more college and less business of Houston and Dallas, they kind of got that college feel to it.
Yeah, every time
as
you
well.
have colleges, you do find a lot more.
Yeah,
that's true.
Because I love Austin. I'll do a weekend trip there, but I wouldn't live out there because I just wouldn't relate to them.
Right.
Whenever I'm out there, you know, it's a bit younger. I'm not like no 6-year-old man or something, but you know, for me, it's like, yo, man, I'm at the stage of life. You know, it's me. It's like, yo, man, let's get our business. I'm trying to get a house and stuff. Out there, it's a bit more college like. They're a bit more younger. They kind of got and with that younger, less mature mentality, you know, it doesn't have the same business. I don't know if business feels the right word, but there's just a different vibe to Houston and Dallas than there is, say, Austin. In a sense,
it's a double-edged sword, right? Because you got the younger generation that totally tends to be liberal.
Yeah,
that's true. That's true. No matter where you go,
but honestly, a lot of them who are liberal, like when they were liberal when I was in college, are kind of, you know, they're not as hardcore liberal now. You know?
Oh yeah, they're not like a San Francisco liberal.
And Austin's never going to be that extreme. It's Texas extreme, but not New York, California, Oregon, Seattle extreme. Not even close. You know, they're still Texans at the end of the day. They still gun loving, Jesus loving, football loving people there. They just care more about gay rights and shit, maybe more than the rest of the state.
Well, it's just like when I lived in Florida, Orlando was trying to become like a metropolitan area, and then like all the surrounding areas was like, you still redneck. You're gonna get rid of rednecks, or you're not gonna get rid of it. I mean, it's more metropolitan now than it's ever been because when I was living in Florida, there was an influx of people from the north. A lot of people.
It was. It was too many people for me because I did go down to Orlando for a very brief time, but it's too many people. I'm not used to that many people. I was like, gee, there's a lot of people here.
Here's the problem. Like, so with that article you read, so what happens is you have that was a big because it was on the news. People were like, wow, because they did the census. And then by Hawaiian they mean local actually. But so a lot of
what was that after Hawaiian?
It's also local because there's not a lot of Hawaiians.
Right.
So what happens is like a lot of like the shift was so bad that when they did the census, there was more people, like you said, living in Las Vegas. I think it was like 330,000 to 300,000.
Yep.
Something like that. And so that caught everybody's attention. And so where this can be bad too is like normally when people come here, they'll try and assimilate to the culture or they'll leave, right? But because the culture is leaving, right, there's no culture. Like the culture is disappearing here. And I'm talking not even Hawaiian. I'm just there's a local culture we have. Because people
it's happening in southern states like North Carolina's going through something similar too, where
Tennessee, Nashville.
Like I know someone from North Carolina, and he was telling me, man, a lot of New Yorkers, for some reason, a lot of New Yorkers are going there, and it's different, man. It's cheaper. Different. Yeah,
people don't realize that
there's kind of like an oxymoron to the cheaper stuff because everything's getting like to me, I'm seeing stuff that expensive to a Texan. But from someone from like California or New York or Chicago, it's cheap. I'm like, nah, that ain't cheap. But to them, you know, but when you live somewhere with $4 or $5 gas, $3 gas looks cheap.
Well, I can tell you, like most of the time, like we get impacted by that because the people that move here that can afford to move here, they have money, right?
Yeah.
So you have the local people that live here, they're trying to, you know, adjust to however the economy is here, which is always that's why when you guys when they was getting sticker shock in the mainland in Hawaii, we was like, oh, welcome to the party, right?
Right.
Because it's always like that. But what's happening now, right, is that I was teasing my sister about this because we kind of get into arguments about Native Hawaiian rights and stuff like that. You know? I was telling her that we're colonists now, you know, because like you could sell like a Hawaiian person or local person could sell their house here for like 500,000 minimum. Or to $1 million, 1.2, depending on where you live and stuff like that. But you can get a lot of money for your house. Then you can go to Idaho, right, where their houses were like 100,000, 200,000.
Right.
Buy a big piece of land, buy a house there.
Yeah, you get a lot more
money,
yeah.
but you can build like a nice house, live off the,
Mhm.
like you
Yeah.
could. You said you could retire.
Yep.
But what it did was it because I watched this great documentary. I feel so bad for the people there because there's people that lived there for generations and they're getting pushed out now because the price because you brought in and then people couldn't afford housing
Right.
because they raised it because not just one person or a couple people are doing this. Whole states are doing this, right? Whole portions of states are moving to these areas because it's cheap for them. They're raising the price up. That it makes it expensive there, so the local people there can't afford it, and they're
Yeah.
forced to move other places, and they can't survive. One lady was breaking down; she was crying. She's like, "My family's been here for 4 generations, and I can't live here anymore because she's working 3 jobs because their economy is not as flamboyant as a lot of other economies. So like
Right.
but they can survive on working at the McDonald's, and they can work at the local motel, and then a part-time job at McDonald's, and they're fine. You know what I'm saying? But all of this stuff, all of this moving, dude, is caused like so the economy is suffering so much. You know?
Mhm.
And look, I don't want to go down that rabbit hole because then I'm
Yeah, but and another thing, those who are moving, again, it's not expensive to them; it's expensive to the locals.
yeah, and that's where
That's
animosity.
right.
So they're not, yeah. So the ones who are moving in, they're thinking they got a good deal. It's the locals who's saying like, hold on, man, why are my property taxes going up?
No,
Why
but
is this going up? Why is that going up?
I mean, and I kind of blame the politicians too, right? Because they're kind
That's
of
who I blame.
Yeah.
It's their job to help stabilize the cost of owning homes and property and things like that. I mean, they got to understand that people who are younger, for instance, is going to have to be able to have a chance at buying their first home and things. They're not thinking like that.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and in a sense, like I was saying earlier in the podcast, I know I piss people off when I say this, but a lot of people voted for this crap, right? Like
Yeah,
where
it's
I'm at,
true.
where I
Yeah.
live locally, right? These guys promote themselves like, okay, like for example, if I'm Hawaiian, like, oh, we believe in Native Hawaiian rights, and we believe in this and believe in that. And at the same time, you guys are building condos all over the place that nobody can afford,
Right.
right?
Right.
Like, just look at the cost of a condo. Like right down the road, they're building all these condos, and they're smart about it. They're dirty, but they're smart about it. They wanted to have these things approved, but the people protested against it for the exact same reasons, right? Because it's not going to help the local community.
Right.
You're not going to benefit of it, but they need
Yeah.
taxes, right? They need taxes for their overblown state and city budgets, right? And so what they do is they did it piecemeal, right? Because they know people can't protest all the time, or people can't get involved. So they have all these things, and so a lot of the people that are moving here are trying to escape other countries where their wealth is going to get taken or destroyed.
Right.
So
Right.
they're pulling out of their country, coming over here where they can live.
Right.
Which I'm not hating on them for that, but like you're saying,
But that's prioritizing foreigners over local Americans. You can't.
because the local population can't afford the taxes because they need our government here locally here. Look, dude, I'm just gonna be honest. We're a blue state, right? So they have a lot of things that they have to pay. There's pensions. There's a lot of stuff. So they already when they kick off the budget in the beginning of the year, they're already in the hole. You know what I'm saying? So they got to cover. They have generational debt here, so they got to cover all of that.
All America got generational debt. You seen the national debt?
Yeah. Well,
Everybody does.
I'm talking specifically state.
Oh, okay.
Because there's certain states like Texas, right? That
Earns a lot of money in Texas.
Yeah.
It's like
They get a surplus, so they give money to the government.
Yeah,
actually.
they're like an economy of themselves, like a country.
But when you guys have these problems, you guys can course correct. Whereas in us, man, I mean, it's an all out battle because the unions get involved, all this kind of stuff. And so what it is they need to still make that money. So the only way they can make the money is by selling high price stuff, so they can collect the taxes on it, right? Because you try and raise the taxes here locally, number one, the people get mad, but not only the people get mad, but they can't afford it.
Right.
So a lot of these people that are getting squeezed are the people who can afford to do it, but then they're also squeezing out the people. So the irony of it is, like that's what I say all the time. This place is going to be one big, rental area, man. Because if you have a lot of your local population leaving here, so when your tourists come here, right? They're kind of like, oh wow, this is just like downtown Ohio, I came like the grass hut, and they spread the tropical paradise, and they come here, yeah, and they're like, dude, they got the same stuff we have. There's nothing really unique. I mean, we have the beaches, which are receding, right? We have all these things happening. It's all populated all over the place. You can't go anywhere. Traffic's bad, because we're on an island, and then and so. Then you have people that can afford it, then they move, and it's funny, man, because I never saw that when I was the only. I can go to any state and not see Hawaii, right? So but I'll see like a Chinatown.
Yeah.
There's the communities like Italian Quarter in San Francisco, You know what I mean? You have all these kind of things, where like in Chicago, a lot of the tech stuff, right?
Yeah,
So I see a lot of this
and
stuff,
Bissonnette, that's where the Asian part is in Houston, off
yeah.
Bissonnette. Yeah.
But I never go to a place that where I'd be like, oh, okay, this is like the Hawaiian part, right? Well, not anymore, because like, but what I
Oh
hear,
yeah,
you
they're gonna
got
have a
like,
little Hawaiian town in just about every place you go.
I mean, I vacationed there one time, and it was kind of like you see local people, and they have some local stuff. But now, I mean, it's just like you go over there, and they have like they have plate lunch places which are popular here. They have a restaurant called Zippy's that is popular here. They have one in Las Vegas now. That's the influx. That's how big the shift was.
Yeah, right.
You know, and that's I'm just being honest. This is why like um, this is why like the economy, man, is so important right now because it's more than just cheap gas.
Mhm.
It's everything that's involved, and I think people are waking up to that kind of stuff, you know, and they're kind of realizing, you know, even if it's something as small as, you know, why aren't we getting any AAA games on Sony? You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you know, yeah, because you guys don't buy your games, you know, so there's a cause and effect. We spend so much money to make this AAA game that you say everybody wants. The media promotes that this is the best game ever. The critics are all behind it, and only 1 million people buy it on day one. So
Right.
I mean, it's all of that rolled into one. But
I have a question for you guys, if you don't mind me switching the subject for a second.
oh no, good.
What do you guys think about what's going to happen with the gaming industry? It seems like it's a lot of suffering out here when it comes to publishers, developers. I mean, as you said, Sega Forever, that is not a lot of people. It seems like it's a drop off on people who are able to afford to buy games and everything. And
Mhm.
I'm wondering what this pivot is going to be like. In my personal opinion, not to be biased, I think Xbox is in a good position because of all the different areas that they've spread out into. Like in mobile, for instance, they can continue to make money there, and nothing has to really affect that. But I'm just wondering, what do you guys think the gaming industry is going to head into if this continues on the way it is?
Yeah, go ahead, Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, I think a lot of what we're seeing right now is that they're trying to prevent the worst case scenario. But I was saying before you got here, Daya, there are reports saying that $70 games are leading to less sales, right? Because
Right,
that's a lot for just one video game, right?
right.
And so we're seeing that the price and what I think companies like Sony was thinking when they first did the price increase, because let's not forget Sony was the first major publisher to charge $70 for a game.
Exactly.
They thought okay, we could charge more, but we'll make more money even if a handful of less people bought them. But what's happened is that a lot of people are not buying games at $70 that they're buying at 60 just a few years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. And there's a lot of consequences because of that. Two, gaming, like all industries, have ups and downs, and so it's kind of hard to judge how severe this is right now. I don't know. I don't know if this is as bad as say the seventh generation, where I think people are forgetting because a lot of time has passed when we were losing THQ, not THQ Nordic, who are
Oh,
small, THQ, who are a major player in video games.
right.
That was when Midway went down, and WB
Right.
ended up buying them and changing them, and they got incorporated to NetherRealm Games right now. And I could go on about all the legendary developers and publishers we had that we lost during the jump to HD due to pretty much almost a similar situation now where games are just so expensive that many of these companies can't keep up. And I think what gaming is trying to do next is just find a healthy balance, because they're realizing that going all in and keep trying to create the biggest baddest thing for $300 million, where at $70 each is just too much to make up costs. Not now
Right.
counting, for example, marketing budgets and stuff like that, right?
Right.
So I think and I think Sony are going to be the only ones who are going to be stubborn on this, where they're still going to try to make these huge. They're just going to make less of them, right? But they're
Right.
still going to try to do, because remember the leaks came out with saying, for example, they want to sell Spider-Man 3
In
at
three parts.
$100, and a total of
Yeah.
$100 or something like
Yeah.
that, something crazy like that, right? So Sony they're going to shoot themselves in the foot. I think other companies they're going to scale back a bit and make it a bit more manageable, and find different ways to push a game that isn't just, well, here's the biggest and baddest thing. And then the only games that are going to continue to have these huge budgets are going to be your ultra successful games like your Assassin's Creeds and stuff like that.
Okay.
That's what I think. I'm a bit more. I tend to be optimistic on the optimistic side. With the exception of Sony, I ain't optimistic about them. not even a little bit. But the game as a whole, I think games as a whole, they're going through a rough patch. Listen, they went through rough patch in the 80s.
That's true.
Had the biggest crash in its history.
That's true.
They recovered from that. You know what I'm saying? They had a huge downturn in the 7th generation. They're having a huge downturn now in the 9th generation, 20, 15 years later. So and they're going to course correct there too, and find new ways of success. And I think games like Power World is teaching the gaming world that not every game release needs to be, needs to be the size of Star Wars Outlaws, which is going to be a major AAA game.
Right.
I mean, hell, look at Ubisoft. They released Prince of Persia earlier this year, and it did very well. And that was a $40, $50 game upon release.
That's awesome.
And it did very, very well for them.
Yeah, they need to have a mix of those type of games.
Yeah. And this is something that Xbox has done very well, where Hellblade is $50, but the Starfield was $70.
Right.
Not every game you release needs to be pushed as the biggest. This is the biggest, greatest thing ever. Drop money on the Ultimate Edition, and as they figure that out, I think they'll start getting better revenues and stuff like that. And right now, they just got to cut the fat. It's the unfortunate part of business, right? Every business has went through it where they had to, you had to do layoffs, you had to cut jobs, you had to do something to save money or to, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
And then not only that, as Sega Forever was saying a few minutes ago, it's the general economics. When the economy's down, everything's down, and it's pretty much, it's literally unreasonable to say, oh well, I mean, people are struggling to pay for food, and yet think that, oh well, they got money for video games. Come on.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
video games
true.
is not a priority. It's a luxury item, if you will. It's not a you don't need video games to survive, basically. But overall, it's just that when I look at how things have gone throughout my lifetime and just in general, ups and downs just seems to happen. It's just the severity of it, that to worry about. Like, how severe is this current economic situation,
Right.
and how long will it take? Like, will it be 2008 bad?
Yeah, that's
You know what
what I'm
saying?
trying to see, but I can't tell right now.
Yeah. And if it's gonna be 2008 bad, then buckle up, and you're gonna have to. It's gonna be a roller coaster, right? But if
Right.
it's say. I think the 90s had a recession that wasn't as bad, right?
Yeah, it was kind of mild.
Yeah,
It wasn't that bad,
Then okay, just it's gonna be down for a little while, then things gonna pick back up, and you're gonna get back to record-breaking sales and all that stuff. So we're gonna see. But overall, I think other than a company like Sony, which is just stubborn and is gonna be stubborn, and they're not gonna learn their lesson. Most of the game companies. They are not trying to repeat what they went through in the 7th generation, and I think EA, Ubisoft, Microsoft, you name it, THQ Nordic, Focus Entertainment, and the other publishers. I think that they're going to do it. And Embracer said that they're done. They're done with any type of layoffs or canceling games or whatever. So whatever plans they're going, it seems like they're going to just continue on with whatever their new strategy is now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I feel sorry for them the most, because that wasn't really them.
For who?
Embrace. I feel bad for them, actually.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because that deal fell through, and that just put them in a bad spot.
Yeah, they were doing what most businesses do.
Mm-hmm.
Like a lot of how people are on the internet. Oh, they're just some greedy corporation. They're trying to prep to be that next big thing. And,
Right.
I don't have any problem with that. But when that Saudi Arabian investor pulled out of it, dude, I mean that's one of the high rollers now in Saudi Arabia.
Right.
And they're trying to change a lot of their. It's like more of a geopolitical discussion.
Yeah.
Speaking
of Arabia, Nintendo got that Saudi Arabia money. I think people forgot about that.
WWE, all these people.
Yeah.
Saudi Arabia, the kingdom, as it used to be called. They're trying to modernize.
Yeah, they are because they got it like a young king or something like that.
Yeah, the prince that's
He's
there.
a prince. Oh, okay.
So he really wants to. That's why you see a lot of like the live golf league. You see like a lot of bodybuilders are coming out of Middle East now, man. In fact, Big Ramy, I don't know if he's from Iran or Saudi Arabia, but like a lot of your Middle Eastern guys, they're changing. I wanted to do a discussion on Stella bit about this, right? Because the stuff that we've been doing in this country for years, we kind of turned, we kind of like we're too involved with other stupid stuff, and all these other countries are doing what we did 20, 30 years ago, and they're quite successful at it. So it's like in that sense, it's a changing of the guard, minus China, because they're communists. But I mean, to
China's falling apart. Do not let people gaslight you on that.
I watch all their stuff.
Yeah, I do too, and it's bad over there. It's way worse than people think is going on over there in
It's
China.
like that for a while, and it happens, and it was definitely paper tiger. That's what I thought. Like I said, I told you guys, I took class. I was taking a sociology class where I was discussing that.
Right.
And it was interesting. It was because I found that stuff interesting. But to your point, Unlimited, I think the only problem with this time in the economy when it comes to gaming, it's all self-inflicted. Because I'm going to be I'm going to get a lot of heat for this, but since it's my podcast, I guess I can. But I mean, it's just because choices were made with a lot of these tech companies, and right now they're paying for those choices. The economy as it is right now, is bad. I think that's the biggest problem with a lot of the stuff that's happening in gaming. I do agree with you, Dale. I think Dale, you're the one that says it, but I agree. I think it's really good for Microsoft. Unfortunately,
they're in the best position out of the three, and that includes Nintendo. Because let me just add this before you continue.
Yeah.
People are just assuming Nintendo is always going to be on top, and I've explained this to many people. I've seen powerful companies come and go. That can happen to any company.
Yeah.
Yes, even a Microsoft, any company can become diminished and disappear over time. Nintendo is not going to always be in the strongest position. They haven't always been, and they need to look at history. And so I think that with the new handheld market blowing up the way it is, and if Microsoft is serious about getting in that, I think there's some problems coming in Nintendo's way. They're about to get some real competition. And I've told people this: keep an eye on that handheld market. Because they have the weaker. They got the IP, but not how many people are going to want to kind of put up with some of the things that Nintendo do in order to play those games. Not everybody. And I think that you're going to have people shift into other areas rather than, because a lot of people outgrow Nintendo over time anyway. They don't stick with it. It's very few people that stick. I know a lot of people who had Nintendo when they were a kid, but they outgrew that and they picked either a PlayStation or Xbox or PC. So okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I mean, to the handheld, to your point, I mean, it's just, it doesn't matter. Microsoft just has money. I said that to Unlimited earlier. Both for Nintendo and Sony, they have no margin for error.
Yep.
And that's the difference, right? Because Microsoft can do a handheld if they want to or not.
They can, and lose money on it and still be okay.
Yeah, and that's why that's the difference. And for me, this is the thing that aggravates me the most about Microsoft, because I understand some of the moves they want to change gaming. They're future-proof themselves. They're on the cusp of everything. They're doing everything right. The only thing they haven't done is, in order to bring about the change, you have to destroy the old guard.
That's true.
And
you can't let them control the market when you want to do change.
Especially
think about that. For every time they want to move the industry in a certain direction, they get resistance. And
they've had 10 years to learn this. And I love Phil. And I'm hopefully like they're doing it in a nice way, in a more like instead of just taking them out, they're just doing it little by little. But here's the thing, dude. And they saw that with the 4 games thing, right? They can injure themselves as well.
Mm-hmm.
So the thing that I'm like, dude, if you just want to remake the gaming industry, just take the lead already.
Exactly.
We don't need PlayStation. PlayStation doesn't bring anything to gaming. PlayStation doesn't even know who they are. They're having a civil war within their own company, because you have Japan that just cares about the money. Japan as a country is hurting for money right now. Right?
That's what I was going to say. They're in bad shape too with their economy.
And then you kind of seeing that play out with the Stellar Blade thing, because you have people on the west side, on the western end of Sony. And I don't know how they have this type of impact, dude. They should just close that down and just start focusing on what made them great. But they're not going to do that. And then I'm looking at Microsoft. It's like, look, dude, here's the key right now. You just drop it. Just drop the nuke. Just do Fallout. Just drop that nuke, and then we'll see what survives. and then you come in and then you basically you determine the direction. But you're doing it already. You're setting the standard for what gaming is. But what the problem you're having, you keep on hitting these roadblocks because you allow these other companies to be involved. And you don't have to be that way. And I think that's a perfect example there. It's not so much that Xbox's handheld will be better than all of that stuff. It's just that you just can't compete with that because of the amount of money they're able to pull in.
And they have IP. I mean, it's not just that. People act like Nintendo's the only people that have IP. Have they looked at what Xbox have? And they're not even touching a lot of IP that they own, that they can bring back and renew and stuff. Like I've been like dying for a prototype to come back. Like there's a lot. Activision is huge when you're talking about IP.
See, but the thing with Nintendo, right, is you're running into the same problem with Disney. Because I'm ready for Disney to die, but I give Disney credit because that brand is super strong, right? And so Nintendo they have a built-in audience and they have a brand, right? And so the best thing for Microsoft to do, man, is just destroy the whole. Just nuke it from above. You drop the bomb or shoot that space laser, nuke the playing field right now, and then just reset it in your own image. Because you guys can do that. You guys should have done that. You should have did this before you started pushing forward, right? Because this is why you keep on dealing with all this resistance and all this crap. Just don't give them a choice. Right? And I know for some people, they're like, well, Sega, that's kind of anti-consumer. Not when we have one of the most anti-consumer companies in Sony.
Right.
They try to use that argument. I was like, dude, you guys are paying $70 for a game, and now they want to raise that thing to $100 million or $100, right? And what they're going to do is throw some bells and whistles in there for you to feel like you're going to have a good deal, right? And that's not how their service sucks, right? They don't have backwards compatibility. Everything they do is like they're like archaic and old, because they don't want to let go of that. They're not that company anymore, dude. You should not be, and they haven't been. Honestly, they do not. They're not pushing the industry forward. It's on Microsoft, except that people just don't want to let go of Sony. So if you don't give them any choice, then we all benefit. I'm just being honest. And that's my look. I mean, as far as the economy, that's the biggest problem, dude. These people got to change the way they vote.
Mm-hmm.
They got to change the way they vote, dude. I mean, they have to start voting in their best interest. You can hate one guy over the other. You might not like that. Just talk trash about him. Write anything you want about this dude, all you want to. But at the end of the day, money talks, and that's why you guys is suffering right now. Because this is not organic, dude. This is all self-inflicted.
Yeah, because the economy did a flip so fast. Like we were doing really well. I can tell you, my state was.
Yeah.
And then after the elections, man, we went down, man. I was like, geez, we suffered here. We lost so much. I think I told you guys before, we lost so much of our small business because that's really how Michigan was functioning. Most people were involved with small business here.
Well, they should have brought the industries back. Dude, there was a pendulum. I know you keep up with China.
Mm-hmm.
So what happened? There was a pendulum shift over the last 40 years that they were celebrating all this crap, right? What ended up happening in China is they got a middle class. So what you should have been, if you're a capitalist, like we're supposed to be, and we're supposed to be a fluid capitalist society, that stuff should have came back here.
I agree, man. At least some of it, like none
a lot of it
came
should have
back.
been because right now we're competitive on we're competitive now, right? And then if they had done that and the pandemic hit, dude, we would have been aces. Our industry would have grown because we would have been the only country exporting stuff like we were doing with the energy. With
Right,
gas.
exactly.
Who
Who knows? Maybe we were at the beginnings of bringing things like that back. I don't know.
He was, but I mean, that was the thing, right? Like, I don't want to say his name because people are going to get pissed off. But a certain orange, a certain orange man, right, was basically like what he told these companies when they were trying to go overseas. It's like, okay, yeah, you can go overseas, build your crap, you bring it back.
But
here.
you put tariffs up. I
I'll
remember that.
You.
Yeah.
Build your crap here, dude.
Yeah, like you can do that, but you're gonna pay higher tariffs.
Yeah, because I argue with guys on my side all the time. They're like, "Oh, this is like free market, dude. That's not free market, dude. You guys are buffing the system, dude." And they'd be like, "Well, it costs more here." I'd be like, "Yeah, but look, after a pandemic, what would have happened? Right? Like everybody was like, nobody could buy anything, right? Because
nothing. Everything got shut down. That shot the prices of everything up because nothing was being produced for a certain period of time,
And then when people try to do that, because America is a pretty, like you're saying, small business in Michigan. We
were small business
driven, so we find ways to do that. And then the kicker everybody came across, I know because I tried to do that. I was looking at doing that, right? And then I was like, wow, all of our materials come from overseas. We have nothing here.
That's true.
And even if we want to build our stuff, we can because we have to get all our stuff.
And you know, we still doing it because we just sold one of our largest steel companies to Japan.
Yeah, Japan.
So now
Japan's,
we lost our steel, you know.
Japan's smart because Japan's doing the stuff that we should be doing.
That exactly.
Yeah. So
And that
look,
shouldn't have been allowed to happen though, because if we ever go to war or something happens, like we've given our resources away.
yeah, that's why. And then you got all of this stuff that's supposed to happen, and what did you end up with? Higher cost of living and a possible World War III.
That's
So good
right.
job. Yeah, good
That's
job.
right.
And then now your industry's suffering. You guys was bulletproof. Tech industry, you guys was bulletproof for the longest time. Having going in at 9 a.m, having your lattes, doing a little hour worth of work. Then you have a yoga session at 11 to 12. Right, you're living the life. Right, I saw all your videos on YouTube. You guys was untouchable. Well, you guys got a wake up call, and it was deserved, man, because you guys brought this upon yourself. I don't know how else to put it. Look,
Yep.
I sympathize because there's people getting caught in the mix here.
Yeah,
There
it
shouldn't be.
is a lot of people that didn't get caught up in all that. That was just trying to live day to day. They're
Yeah.
hurting.
That's the majority of the people, I would say.
That's right.
But there's a
That's right.
portion, there's a good portion of the people. This all could have been avoided, man. But you guys, I mean, I don't understand, dude. Like in your best interest, you should. If you just would have voted in your best interest, shut off the news, you would have been fine. Right? You
Yeah.
guys would be, Game Pass would have had the 70, 80 million subscribers.
Oh man,
Microsoft would have
yeah.
been a lot of money to build your game. You could have been making dividends and profits on the actual people that were buying the stuff because it's a larger pool of people with money, right? All of this stuff, dude. This is like, this is like economics 101. But no, if somebody grabs something somewhere allegedly, Anyway, sorry, I get this way.
I know you upset because that's what I actually rant a lot when I'm not on something like this. I trust me, I rant a lot about suffering because of people's bad decisions sometimes. Like you wish that, like if it had been me, I would have been a lot more careful about things. But sometimes when you are a collective like that, you have to suffer from the decisions of the majority because the majority isn't always right. So I mean, you sometimes have to suffer from that, and then you like, man, if we could have just, did something different, we would be in a better place right now. But
Well, I'll tell you this much: I could even handle that. I just don't like the whining after the fact.
Oh yeah, you are hearing a lot of regret now.
Oh well, like this is like, if it wasn't for the FTC, it's like, man, FTC had no power. Dude,
Oh yeah, FTC, yeah.
FTC
Lena
is a
kind of
joke.
thinks she. Lena kind of thinks she.
Why is
does,
this
you know?
stuff happening? Why is there's nothing? The FTC is hopeless, like every other federal.
Yeah. Honestly, you know what they should be? The FTC should be looking at is digital rights for people who purchase things and spend money on things. We have zero rights for our digital property.
Nah, they won't.
That's what they need to be looking at.
There's no political power you can pull on that kind of stuff. There's nothing to gain on it politically from that stuff. And I can speak that at 100% because I mean the stuff that gamers are concerned about and what they're not concerned about. Gamers really just want to be left alone at the end of the day. That's why this Gamergate thing. This Gamergate thing is kicking off because it
spread like wildfire.
It has nothing to do with the right or the left. There's some politics involved.
It doesn't have anything to do with right left. They just I think all people have to do to make that go away is give people choice.
Yeah, that's it.
Give people choice. That ends everything. It's like instead of having a one size fit all for everybody, because that one size don't fit everybody.
Right,
okay, and especially when you're talking about a global industry. So just give people choice, and I think that solves the problem.
Yeah,
if somebody wants to be able to make their character look all sexy and pretty like the Stellar Blade lady, and she got jiggles in her butt and her breasts and stuff, let them do it. Like what is that doing harming you? If the next person don't want that and they want to turn off the jiggle physics, let them do that. I don't understand the problem. Just give people choice.
Well, and then we talked about this before, right? So I looked at their latest build. That is not the build that they were going to go with. I'll just be honest, right? They went a little bit extra. On that
they did. They went above and beyond.
Yeah, they went. Because I looked at the latest build of this girl, and I'm like, whoa, they went all in on that. You know why?
Yeah,
because people, no matter what country you're from, don't like to be told by other people what to do, right? Regardless of what your politics is, right? Like again, we talked about this, I think before, Dale, with South Africa, right? Like how the current administration was like, well, we're going to help you guys, but then South Africa started being South African in their culture,
right?
And the administration here was like, oh, wait a minute, we don't believe in that here, so you're gonna have to stop that.
Right.
South Africa told them, well, you guys can go pound sand. Japan is telling them the same thing with anime, right? And then South Korea now, and this is what pisses me off because
I'm glad South Koreans is not falling into that because
Oh.
Japanese was starting to.
well, not the Japanese. I mean, they have there's a money component to it that they always look at. But I will say this much about with South Korea, right? Like, right now, like, I said this before, they feeling themselves right now, right? My friend told me a long time ago when he was stationed there in the military, they had a certain type of height, a certain type of build, right? But as you see right now, dude, their culture is popular around the world, right? And
It is. I mean, you don't even want to know. I'm watching a show now. It's so good.
But if you
Yeah.
notice, if you go look at some of the older stuff and you look at the stuff they're producing now, there's a change in their bodies. There's a change in they're becoming and this is why I would like Microsoft to work with them more because they're more westernized than we are, than Japan is. And I think that would benefit them. But anyway, so they kind of like are more influenced by us. And
They
so
are.
it's a
They are.
transition, but
Yeah.
again, right now, dude, that's in. That fit
Yeah, it
culture
is.
is in.
They
and
got
so-
good TV shows. I do tell people like we got this. I forget what it's called. Start with a K. It's we subscribe to because all you get is Korean shows on there.
Yeah.
That's it. Nothing else is on there except Korean shows, and we watch a ton of them.
Well, because the stuff that you get if you don't have it is more or less like Netflix. But the thing, Netflix is actually working. Netflix is smart in that sense, right? They're like, okay, you guys make our show, we'll pay for it. And then we'll brand it on ours. And so that's how popular culture grows. See, that's
Right,
what,
right, yeah.
This is what we did that they're doing, but they're excelling at it because we're too busy worrying about pronouns and crap like that, right?
Yeah, honestly, it's holding us back. I mean, honestly, what we could be doing and the creativity and the innovation and stuff, that's all that stuff is holding us back.
Right. And a generation of people are being raised that way.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
for me, like with South Korea right now, they're into the fitness thing, dude. They're realizing that, hey, we can have our body shaped the way we want to do. There's like a plastic surgery component to it, right?
It is heavily.
But still,
Heavily.
because of the way their body type is, it's not as invasive as the stuff that we do here.
Right, yeah.
Because
because there's people here. I'm not sure how Hawaiians are built, but like, let me get, Unlimited gonna understand this. Like, black women, we're gonna have natural big butts,
Mhm.
and natural big breasts. So you're gonna see a lot more of that in our particular race. I don't know how Hawaiians are built, how Hawaiian women.
okay,
are
okay,
built.
but to that point,
But so it'd be harder for us to look like an Asian. You know what I'm saying?
no,
That's what I'm trying to say.
not really. Yeah. So to your point, you know who Jay Cardell is? Unlimited probably knows her. She's in the WWE right now.
Okay, I don't know who. What about
so-
Limited? You know?
Yeah, she's a wrestler.
Okay, okay,
So what you do is you take your natural build, right?
right.
So you take that natural build and then you shape it the opposite way. That's what South Korea is doing, right? They more have the mesomorph type of body type, a little bit more on the leaner side. So their whole thing is about width in their shoulders. Definition is easier for them, so definition is a plus. So what they got to worry about is packing on the muscle. If you're African American, right, you don't have to worry about packing on. You already got you got what you need. So it's just
Right.
about shaping it down. Same thing with Hawaiians.
Oh.
Hawaiians are kind of like that. Like the majority of people in my family, we're
They,
just kind of
kind of muscular, kind of big,
no,
like
just
that.
just big. Yeah, just
Okay. Or like
just like-
stocky, like just bigger build, right?
yeah.
I'm
You
trying
know,
to get
you
it.
know what you can do? You can look up this dude. He just passed away. So you should be able to find him if you go on and use Bing because you get points.
Okay.
Just Akebono. So it's AKE.
Wait a minute.
Oh, didn't
Are
he
you
pass
sure?
away?
Yeah, he just passed away.
AKE
BONO.
BONO. Okay.
So yeah, and then just images, and then you see. He is the standard of what a Hawaiian is built by
Oh.
Hawaiian standards.
Oh.
Yeah.
You know what? It's a lot of kind of look Asian too. So.
Well, he's a sumo wrestler, but he's from
Oh. Okay.
So he's in
Wow.
Japan. He speaks Japanese. He's a big dude. But the way his stomach is, and again, he's a sumo wrestler, so don't.
Yeah,
you
he's a
know,
sumo. You can't really. Yeah.
But I'm saying like the overall body type, right? Is like that.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Okay.
Most Polynesians are.
Okay.
We're kind of built like that.
So
I
that
bet
means
that's
you
why-
would have to do what blacks do then. You said scale down, right?
Well, that's why like if you when a lot of the people from Hawaii went to Louisiana, they felt right at home.
Mhm.
You know, when we got destroyed in that Sugar Bowl.
Yeah, man.
Because you have people. His name's Chad Rowan. So you have Hawaiians that are that size, that height, that big. But when you go to the South, that's like everybody, dude. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
Like, dude, trust me, dude, I grew up in the South, man. There's big boys in the South.
Yeah.
The
Mhm.
Midwest
Tall,
got
tall too. That's another thing.
push 300 is nothing.
Yeah,
A
like
lot of them are more tall, 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", 6'6".
yeah,
Yeah,
and I think that might be most Americans, but I'm not sure. But I know a lot of blacks males can get tall, man. They get really tall.
I think for like Polynesians, African Americans, we fit into that mold a little bit more than
Okay,
other minorities. Because other minorities tend to be not as big.
right,
Yeah.
I'm not saying all of them, but I think. But then again, with the Hawaiians, are disappearing. So like the blood's getting thinner. So
right.
sometimes when you see somebody who's Hawaiian, like a Max Holloway, he's Hawaiian, but he's also mixed. Like me too. I'm Hawaiian, but I'm mixed as well. So Chad is
Whoa,
Akebono's mixed, but he pulls. You can tell the blood is stronger. He looks like he reminds me of my cousin. My cousin looks like straight up 100%.
you guys see what Tool Man said? He's 6'8". Oh my gosh!
Yeah, Man's tall.
Wow.
What's his name, dude? Why am I drawing his blank on his name, dude? Our boy.
Dog too.
The Zink.
Oh, he said Akebono.
Yeah, Akebono.
Oh,
Akebono is 6'8".
I
Oh,
was
is that
about to say.
I thought he was talking about you.
Oh, okay.
I thought Toolman was saying he's 6'8". I'm like,
Okay,
dude.
whoever's 6'8" is tall as heck.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's like 6'8". So there's a thing where after he finished his sumo career, the WWE kind of picked him up, and he was doing these things with Big Show. So him and
Oh,
Big Show about the same. He's a little heavier than Big Show, so they're about the same height though. Yeah, so he's a big dude. My daughter actually took a picture of him when she was little. Yeah, he's massive. He's a massive dude.
Yeah.
oh wow.
That's basically my cousin too, man. My cousin's about the same size as him. My cousin's
Oh,
about
Two Man said
my
not
cousin.
me. He's saying that Akebono guy is that 6'8".
Yeah, he's like 6'8",
That's
6'9".
big. Wow. Yeah, he
So my
ain't
cousin-
Asian then. He just
So
looked
my-
it.
Yeah, so my cousin's 6'9".
6'9".
He's-
Jeez,
yeah.
yeah, that's
He trying to
tall.
tell me he's 395 pounds. I'm like, look, dude, you could probably like squash me, but there's you ain't nowhere. You ain't dude. You easy 500. He's a big dude.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
So,
tall. That's tall.
but like that's like the old Hawaiians, you know what I'm saying? That's what I mean, like with this whole thing about how people preaching diversity and stuff like that, dude. Like for me personally, dude, it'll be rare you find Hawaiians like that anymore. And I'm not saying diversity is bad, but what I'm saying is, dude, you get what you pay for.
Yeah. You kind of lose something too. It's a trade off. It's not one way. You can't keep everything and then change everything too.
There's good and bad, and I'm not saying it's bad necessarily for Hawaii. Like Hawaii's always been one of the most. That's why people like coming here because, like my friend, dude, he's black, his wife's Japanese, right? And they moved instead of moving to the mainland, they moved to Hawaii, right? Because they don't get no, they kids. Nobody cares here.
Right.
It's local. I mean, like they fit right in. They go to the school system, you know what I mean, and they fit right in. So that's why they're either gonna live in Japan or they're gonna live here. He ain't gonna go to the mainland. That's his personal choice because it's an easy adjustment for his kids, right?
Yeah, his kids will have a rough time in Japan.
Yeah, because they look local, right? The kids look local, right? Because he has lighter shade too. I make fun of him too. I'm like, I mean, he kind of on the lighter side, but watch him out, man. And he's a tall guy too, man. He's a tall guy.
Oh wow.
Yeah, he's like a 6'6", 6'5", 6'6".
Wow. Actually, I have no one in my family that tall, so that's crazy. Yeah, my dad unfortunately is short. I'm taller than he is, so
Oh no, but that's how it is, right? And then and that's what it. And then now you have all these dudes, these passport bros. They're going overseas, right?
I looked that up by the way when you said that. Now I know what that means.
They're marrying a lot of, especially in the Asian countries, so they're gonna have these Mongoloid kids. And they, you know what I mean? So like Asian population can probably get tall. You know what I'm saying?
They exploding, yeah. Yeah.
You know, and that I don't want to get into that. Must be. Are you going?
Yeah.
Are your friend here?
Not yet.
Oh, they're gonna pick you up, right? I'm sorry, dude.
Yeah.
Oh no, you're good. It's not a podcast without you interrupting with your kid.
I know. All right, Ray. I mean, she left me for dead on Fallout. I was enjoying watching it with her too.
Oh man,
You see how kids get when they get older? They just forget about. Nah,
and I got free games. Xbox is giving out free games. I got like Fallout 76 for free for that.
Man, that's what we was talking about earlier. Dude. I was ranting about that about Microsoft. There's like
Yeah.
that dude I went to school with, man, that had all the Transformers toys, and would bring them to school so people could play with it. But nobody really wanted to play with him; they just want to play with his toys.
Yeah, his toys. So they suck up to him, be nice to him just to get access.
Yeah, but then after a while, they didn't like him. They liked him so much. They disliked him so much that even that didn't work. He had like all the GI Joes, he had the hovercraft, he had everything. So you know what I mean. So I was like, look, that's cool and all, but Microsoft, come on, have some self-respect. Oh, go ahead, guys. You guys go ahead. I'm sorry. I gotta check something.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So
Yeah.
I thought that was nice. I was like, oh, wait a minute, because my friend was like, on PC, she left me a message. And I check on there to see if I have any messages, and she was like, "Oh, have you seen the Fallout show? It's so good. You have to watch it." And then she was like, "Oh, and they give it away a free Fallout 7. Actually, it's more Fallout games you can get too, but it depends on what servers you have, right?" So I got Fallout 76 because I have Amazon Prime.
Right,
But
right.
if you got Luna, you can get Fallout 3 and Fallout Las Vegas, what's that, New Vegas and all
Yeah,
that. So it's
yes.
different games given out in different places, right? So I ended up getting Fallout 76 for free because she said that I didn't even know they were giving out free games because of the show. So I was like, oh man, that's cool. So I went and got it. So I have a Xbox version and I was able to get the PC version. So I have both. And I said, wow, that is so cool. I wish they had done that with Halo, I mean, like, that'd been nice, but I don't think they're gonna give away like none like the Master Chief Collection, but like maybe give away one of the Halos or something like that. That would have been nice.
Yeah,
But I
yeah.
thought
I
that
mean,
was
you can't give away something all the time.
no, you can't. You can't.
People
I
gotta-
would have been happy with just promotion
Mhm.
to Halo,
Yeah.
like just drive people into maybe trying Infinite and stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah. Apparently the Fallout games has had like a 200% increase.
Yeah,
Increase.
everybody. I done saw people on my timeline. They playing Fallout now, so now everybody's playing Fallout.
Man, maybe they need a Starfield show. Maybe that'll get people to stop pretending that
Ooh.
game sucks.
Yeah, well, that game is good, but the narrative is fighting against the media, and I don't even think the ponies have influence. I think it was the media.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's who did it. It was the media, and it wasn't even all the media because if you look overseas, they had really high scores overseas. It's just the American media that really pounced on it. So yeah, it's unfortunate because people don't. It's some people I know that never even gave it a chance based on that.
If you type in Starfield on YouTube, I guarantee every video would be negative.
Yep.
And then I'm still playing it to this day, and I think the game's brilliant.
It's fantastic. It's a great game, and I think when time passes, people who go back and try that game, when all the cloud settles, they're gonna realize they were robbed of an experience because they was listening to the wrong people.
Well, what's going to happen with Starfield is what happened with all the Xbox games last generation. They didn't play it then. They hated on the game, and then a decade later, they're going to finally play and be like, "Yo, this game. Where's this game been this whole time? Oh, you were ignoring it because your favorite streamers pretended the game was bad."
Yep.
And meanwhile, the game is freaking brilliant, and you can do whatever. I mean, if you like games where you could just do whatever you want, how could you not love Starfield?
That's my thing. You can be whoever you want. You can do whatever you want. You can, within the confines of sci-fi.
I mean, there are just some days I just go to random planet, explore, and hear a random side mission or come upon and start getting into a shootout on some new location I discover, right?
Wow.
And boom, having an adventure that had nothing to do with any main or side quest, really, right?
Wow.
Or any faction quest, I have to say. It's just stuff like that very few games could provide.
Yep.
But the way that I think most people just kind of play it linearly, where they're doing the main quest, maybe a few side quests here and there, but probably won't even finish any of the faction quests because they're not that short. Right?
No, those are huge, actually.
Yeah, and then they'd be like, well, I mean, this game isn't what I thought. You know what I'm saying? When I'm just like, dude, I'm just playing it, and I'm having a wonderful experience.
And I don't know how they could say that because not trying to sell anything. Oh, welcome back, Sega Forever.
Sorry.
With New Game Plus, your game actually changes based on what you did in the first game playthrough. So you're never going to play the same game again.
Yeah.
With that game, I'm telling you, I heard some scenarios of some gameplay. I couldn't believe that was the same game.
Yeah.
I couldn't believe it.
It's such a brilliant game, but it has only on Xbox on the box
That's
cover.
it.
So
Yeah,
they got to pretend to hate it. And I don't care what anybody said. They're pretending. You
they
know,
are.
because
Yeah,
it's just too convenient that if a game goes multi-plat, all of a sudden they love it. You know what I'm saying? For example, somebody was telling me that I think the Metacritic score for Hi-Fi Rush is higher on PlayStation than Xbox, right? And
mhm.
it's the same fucking game. But because they played it on the console they like, all of a sudden it's great. Or a Quantum Break. Now that Remedy is making multi-platform games.
Yeah. Now they're a cool studio
Yeah,
again, right?
now it's great. It makes me sick. It makes me sick when they do that. And so I just come to the conclusion a long time ago. They're just pretending. They love it. They see if they didn't love it, they'd leave it alone. But I
Yeah,
know they like it. I know that they see. It's funny. The reality is kind of the reverse of what they tell you. Because on the surface, a lot of them they'll make it seem like they want Xbox to be PlayStation 2.0. The reality is they want PlayStation to have all the success Xbox has had.
that's what they
They,
want.
they want
Yeah.
PlayStation to own Bethesda. They
Yes.
want PlayStation to own Activision. They
Yes.
want PlayStation to have Starfield. They want PlayStation to have all this. So when they don't, they try to pull the wool over your eyes and make it seem like it's the other way around. Oh, Xbox, you need to do better. Yeah, the company that dropped 70 billion,
I
right,
know.
is the one that need to do better, not the guys who are struggling to pay rent, right? But I digress.
And that reminds me, now that you said that about them wanting the games and all, how are those 4 games doing that? I don't know if all of them are out yet. I know that for Sea of Thieves for PlayStation 5 is out in beta right now. That's all I know. But I don't really know how are those games, the ones that have dropped, how are they
Oh,
doing so
I
far?
could tell you. I could tell you for certain. Pentiment has been a failure. Didn't even crack PlayStation's top 200.
Okay.
Hi-Fi Rush has been a failure. Peaked at 124 on their top 200. Didn't even touch the
Wow.
100.
Wow. Hi-Fi Rush. Wow.
Yeah, that's the one that I thought that was going to be one that did well, pretty well,
Me
but no,
too.
they don't even they didn't even touch the damn game, and it peaked at 124 when it first released. They're not buying it.
Wow.
They're not playing it. It's a
Wow.
flop. It seems like excuse me, sorry about that. It seems that Sea of Thieves is going to be the one that does well, and I guarantee you it's not going to light the world on fire on PlayStation. I
Really?
guarantee. I think what's going to happen with Sea of Thieves is going to initially release pretty well, and it's going to trick people into thinking it's successful. But about a month later, the player count's going to plummet on PlayStation. Everybody's still going to be playing on Xbox. They're going to see another failure of a game. I
Wow.
like from the beginning. I've been saying since this news was announced. I did a whole podcast about it, pretty much saying I don't think any of the games are going to do well.
Yeah.
And hell, I was wrong because I thought Hi-Fi Rush was going to be out of the 4. If there was going to be
I
one that
did
did
too. I
well, I thought
thought
it was
High
going to be
Five Rush
Hi-Fi
was
Rush. I was
true.
wrong, and I'm gonna
Yeah.
be real with you, Dale. I'm glad I'm wrong because I want this to blow up in Xbox face so Xbox could see that the way to success is not putting your games on PlayStation and Nintendo. Audiences who historically shit on your brand, shit on your console, and don't pretend to not like your games. You know what I'm saying?
Right, right. And
I mean, I would
also,
say
if
with
they wanted, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
no, no, no. I just want to say real quick. I mean, I think the reason why I don't like this too, because there's a bigger problem of people just playing games in general that they should be worried about. I think that's a
That's
great.
true. That's
That's
true.
the bigger picture in gaming, and getting. I mean, maybe focusing on all this stuff is the wrong place to focus on, because I think that's the bigger problem with gaming. Sorry, Dale. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you there, and but I was, just thinking too that with the, if they do, if they do end up failing, I didn't, I guess I've been completely confused with what's been happening with PlayStation with these games. I thought Hi-Fi would do well, and I did not think Sea of Thieves would because that's that's like the most multiplayer of multiplayer. The game doesn't hold your hand. It's open world, and it's like do whatever you want in there. Yes, you have your missions if you want gold and all that stuff. You got your storyline missions and stuff, but I it just doesn't seem like a game that they tend to gravitate to. At least that's what I thought. But I don't know what to think anymore now. I was surprised with how Sea of Thieves was pre-ordered so strong. I mean, I thought it would be Hi-Fi, and I don't understand why Hi-Fi isn't doing better because according to some people, it didn't do good on Xbox. And I'm like, I bought the game when it came out. I know Unlimited did, and I'm like, why aren't people buying the games? I don't understand it. That's what I guess that's what I'm confused about.
I think
Yeah.
for Sea of Thieves, I mean, it has the potential of a Power World. I mean, of all the games, I think that one would be. Because
Oh, that's a great question. Sorry to cut you off, but that is a great point because what we're seeing is that as much as people complain about single player games, the popularity is in the connectivity. I mean,
Yeah.
that these multiplayer type games and co-op games are. You know, that's why Helldivers is a success on even PC.
Yeah,
And Hi-Fi Rush is just single player, a credible game.
it's very good.
Fantastic game, but I don't think the younger generation cares about single player to the extent.
Well, there's a level of difficulty too, right? I'm not saying it's hard by today's standards, right? Hi-Fi Rush is kind of,
I found it. I beat the game on hard, and I thought it was fairly easy.
Yeah, I think for guys like us, right? But I think the newer generation of people, anything that takes a little bit of concentration, I think might not appeal.
Yeah, because I guess because there is a rhythm aspect to it.
It is.
Yeah, but I don't know. I thought even on the hardest difficulty, that game was pretty easy. But
I mean, to get the full effect, like you'd have to string combos together. That's something.
Yeah, you do.
And that was the beauty of the combat. But then again, I'm a combat guy in those type of games, and that's what makes me love a game. That's why I love Dragon's Dogma. I've been playing that recently too because of the combat.
So you reckon? So I mean, you like Dragon's Dogma? I haven't.
Oh yeah, I love it. Right now it's my top. I mean, it's early in the year, so the big games haven't released yet. But it's number 2 on my favorite games of 2024 so far.
Wow.
Yeah, the combat. I mean, the combat alone, and the game isn't perfect. Graphically, isn't going to light the world on fire. But I don't care about that stuff when the game is fun.
Oh. I thought it was like okay. Maybe I'm thinking of another game.
What was that?
I thought people were. Maybe I'm thinking of another game. I thought the graphics were. Like,
I heard another game didn't look too good, but I don't know what the game is. I can't remember.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Like when I look at the other games, other big, because it's a $70 game, right?
Dragon's Dogma is $70.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
When I look at other games at that full price, I mean, graphically, it's an upgrade from the original. So you play the original, you're going to see it.
Okay.
But compared to the other contemporary games, I don't think it looked that much better than, say, Banisher's Ghost of New Eden, another great game that released.
I heard that game is really good.
I don't think it looks that much. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like it looks good. Don't get me wrong, because every game looks good damn near. I just don't think if people were waxing poetic about the graphics, I'd be surprised because I've been playing. I'm like, yeah, it looks good. But it ain't Hellblade good, you know what I'm saying?
Is it good enough though? Like
oh yeah. Now I'll say this: the game is not an easy jump and just play type game. It takes a while due to how deep the combat is, and you can do different builds. For example, I'm trying to do a magic archer build right now.
Okay.
There's a lot to the game mechanics, so it's not a pick up and play type game, and I think that'll hurt it for some people. Right, because I think a lot of people, like Sega Forever was saying a second ago, I do think that there's merit to what he's saying. To where a lot of people, they just want to, notice the casuality of gaming is because they're trying so hard to make almost every game be like, hey, just pick it up and play.
Just pick up and play. Yeah.
And Dragon's Dogma 2 is not just pick it up and play. You got to get, once you get the combos right and get certain powers and certain builds, then it comes together and you got an excellent combat in the game.
Like Diablo. Ugh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Of course, I got people online telling me, if you had a PC, actually not you, but people online, because I think it looks great, but I know I'm limited by my television.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you talking about I bought Diablo 4 originally on Xbox, so my copy is on there.
Yeah.
I bought it there, but I ended up I regret that only for one reason, not because of the Xbox or anything. I wanted to put a lot of hours into it and I couldn't do it because it's on my main TV. So I was like, dang, I shouldn't have did this, man. I'm planning on buying another TV where I can just have that thing. Because I only have one OLED. Like we only got one OLED. The rest are 4K TVs, but we got one OLED and I like the OLED. Because it's beautiful on there. It's just gorgeous looking on there.
Mine's a QLED.
The Series X is gorgeous,
My QLED looks really. I mean, I like it, but I know it's not the full effect that people were talking about. But I mean, it's still it looks amazing, and I just
It
the
does.
gameplay. Yeah, it's like one of those things like Unlimited said, right? You're gonna have to put some time in because especially since I picked Rogue. Which
Oh,
I
you
never
did?
Yeah, because I wanted
Yeah.
to like use the bow and arrow and stuff. So
Oh,
I was like,
okay.
I'll try
I
this.
had picked Barbarian like a fool. I should have never done it. I
Oh,
picked
that's what-
Barbarian.
I wish I
You
would.
went Rogue and Diablo?
Yeah,
You
Diablo
picked- you
4. I went
Yeah,
Rogue.
same here. That's
I
the
picked
class
Barbarian. What did you pick?
I chose a Rogue too.
You chose Rogue. Okay.
Yeah.
I regret that decision. I was like, man, Barbarian is hard, man. I don't know. It seemed hard to me. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a
Well,
lot of
Oh,
work.
I kept on getting mobbed, and then I was like, oh, man, I know I gotta level
Man.
up. But
I
dang.
had to have my friend. He was a what is he? Some type of sorcerer or something like that. I had to have him help me because
Yeah.
some of those battles was tough.
Oh yeah, did you go into the wrong dungeon? You picked-
Man. Oh man.
press down, press what is it? Down on the
Yeah,
D-pad,
like
to
you
get
be
out of there.
sweating like crazy trying to get
Yeah.
out that dungeon. Shoot. But Diablo's good. It's a good game.
yeah.
Oh, it's amazing. I like. I was talking about it earlier, but I can see that where they're going with it. You know what I'm saying? Like I know
Right.
people are complaining about it, so it's
Well,
definitely.
they complain about
To be
everything,
fair,
though.
people complain about everything.
Everything.
I mean, as a
Yeah,
Diablo
like-
fan, like people who are Diablo fans, it's way more than. You
Yeah,
can tell
I mean that's every fandom. The Halo fans complain, then they
Yep.
realize Halo Infinite is great.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll say this.
Forza-
I can kind of understand because they are doing the online thing. You can buy stuff, but I
Yeah,
don't think it takes away from the core of the game, though.
no.
Yeah, I didn't.
probably.
I didn't think so. You know, when I played.
Hey, what's up, boss?
Oh, who's that?
Who's that?
Fireboss,
Fire Boss, you
Hey,
here?
Fireboss with his no emblem.
Yeah, no emblem on there. You need a spanking.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah,
heck? You know?
Hey, come on now, bear with me. Folks, I just came out the hospital.
Oh, shit,
Oh.
man, what's wrong?
Oh man, bro. See,
You all right?
you okay?
Let's just say that I have no recollection of my activities for 24 hours.
Oh,
What?
man.
What
Oh
happened?
man.
You don't
I
know.
guess I had a little seizure.
Oh,
Oh
dude.
no. You take good care of your health there.
yeah, man.
Brother, that's not. Yeah, you need to be careful.
Yeah, very careful and monitor yourself very closely.
Mm,
That's scary.
And you just got out of the hospital.
Yep.
Oh, man. You should be resting, bro. I mean,
Yeah, I've heard that. Yeah, it's okay to do a little bit of talking, but don't overdo it. I know the marathon can
I'm-
run, so don't let the marathon have you here too long. That's you can
No,
do
no,
something.
no. That wasn't my intention. My intention was just to pop in, say my Heidi he's and my Heidi hoes, and move along because there's really nothing. I guess right now, I mean, I'm gonna just leave it at this. My mindset right now is I don't know what the fuck's going on anymore. I really don't. I've just like I said when E-Rock was here the last time. It's like the moment we let corporate greed completely creep into everything we like, be that comics, be that TV shows, movies, you name it, is game over.
Right. Yeah.
So I mean, I'll be honest with you. I'm shocked to this day that we don't have sports teams that do shit like this. Like, how about we go ahead and let you have our star players for this amount of time in your venue or some shit like that? I don't know. That's why I say I don't know what to make of it. But all I know is that despite how I don't like it, that doesn't mean I'm gonna fucking sell my Xbox.
Right. Right.
yeah.
Because as I said before, that's still where all the value is. So you'd be an idiot calling yourself trying to record yourself at a GameStop. Yeah, the romance is over. Like,
Yeah,
Right,
that's
man,
so
yeah.
silly. I know. If you're gonna sell your Xbox, just sell the thing and be done with it.
I'm serious. We didn't need you to make it into an episode of All My Children for that.
That's a good one. Oh man.
Hey, Dave, you remember that? You remember this one classic? Oh God! All of a sudden, I can't remember how the fuck it went. how they always started off, like how what all our lives are lead as the world turns.
Oh yeah. I didn't even watch those things, but I had my mother and my grandmother and all.
Mhm.
I
They
watched
used
all
to
of
watch those all the time. I was like,
like
oh,
the sands in an hourglass.
yes.
This is the
That's
days of
it.
our lives.
Oh man,
Yeah.
please, you taking me to the dark ages. Don't do that no more.
You're doing it now,
Well,
man. You watching Korean dramas? They just as bad.
And those are better than those, though,
Oh yeah,
in
they're
my
way better.
opinion. You know?
you know what's so funny though is I couldn't stand day soaps when I was that young.
I
I couldn't
didn't like
stand
them
them,
either. Yeah.
but I love the fuck out of some Falcon Crest when I
Oh,
was a kid.
Bobby Crest, yeah.
Oh,
Falcon
was
Crest.
Falcon Crest one of those? It didn't have the same feel as the other ones, in my opinion.
Oh, Falcon Crest, man.
Yeah,
Falcon
it didn't
Crest was
feel
awesome.
like the rest of the soaps, in my opinion. It didn't.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
that was the point. That was the point.
Yeah,
A lot of
Falcon
those
Crest,
soaps
Falcon
are,
Crest and Dallas were on a different level.
well, Dallas and Knots Landing were connected, right?
Oh yeah, that's the other one.
Yeah, they were. Yep,
Gary
they were.
Ewing moved to
In the same. Yeah.
my grandmother watched all. I was right there with her. I had no choice, but I was just right there with her.
You said I had no choice. You was prisoner, huh?
I'm glad I did, dude. I mean, you got to. If we could just get a monochrome of that, I mean, quality, of course, is way better in this day and age. But man, if we could just get back that drama, you know, some of that connectivity from those shows back into the shows now. Did you hear me, Disney? It's really not that complicated.
Oh, that's Mr. Kima giving us a. Oh, hi, Mike Johnson. We missed you. Hello.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, we can do that thing. Do you want to read it? I'll pop them up there.
Yeah, there, Mr. Kima. Okay, it says, do a 617. At least that's my number on there. He just posted
Oh, I see. Right
at the
there.
very end. Yeah, it says Knots Landing was a spinoff of the TV show. Okay, so he confirms it was a spinoff, a direct spinoff.
Yeah, it's yeah, that was really funny because Dallas was so popular.
It was. That was super popular back in the day.
But not
You can go around somebody without them talking about Dallas.
But Knots Landing kind of find its own groove, man. And it
did. Yep. Yeah, it did.
But nobody can. Who shot JR, man? That was.
Oh man, yeah.
Can't touch
That stopped the world, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Mm-hmm.
Who ended up shooting JR?
It was what's her name? Damn, wasn't it his wife? I can't remember her name.
I'm trying to remember her name. It was a woman though, but I'm trying to remember her name. I can't.
What are you talking about? You talking about Sue Ellen?
Yeah, Sue Ellen.
Yeah.
Wasn't it her?
Yeah. It's been a long time. I'm sorry,
It was
but
Sue Ellen.
yeah, I remember it was a woman that did it.
Yeah, I gotta go Google that now. It's been so long.
It was a long time ago. Yeah. That was
Dude, any show that can make a person disappear and bring them back like it's nothing.
yeah, like that. Yeah. Like,
And the fans be like, all right, yeah, problems, but the fans like, all right, let that slide. I was like, dang, that's the power it had. That's the power that show wielded.
it was strong. You know what? I can't even think of too many shows that was on that level. Really. Like it just everybody was talking about it. I can't think of too many shows that was like that.
The only other soap opera that probably had the bigger ones was probably General Hospital.
Oh, General
General
Hospital.
Hospital was
Yeah.
on that level. The whole
Yeah.
Luke and Laura thing, that was nuts. Robert Scorpio. I still remember
Yeah,
that.
you did watch everything. What the heck?
My parents, look, like when I was at home, if my mom wasn't watching it, my auntie was watching it. If I was at my auntie's house, my grandmother watched these shows. So she watched them, or she watched like LA Law and those nighttime ones.
Right.
My mom and my auntie didn't watch the daytime stuff.
Yeah.
Mr. Kima says the house they had for Dallas, I took a tour of there, is really not that big in real life. Oh wow.
Oh, yeah.
They made that thing seem huge on TV.
Yeah, see, that's Mr. Kima, man. That's when Hollywood had that magic. You know, that's what Hollywood is all about.
Now the thing about it is that you got to also think about the time, the era and the time frame, because during that time, that house probably might have been considered, pretty big.
Right.
I think you're talking about the sets, though, yeah, Mr. Kima. So when you went in, the
He
house.
said it's a real house, I guess, in
Yeah,
Dallas.
Yeah.
I think there's a real house out there that they filmed a location or something like that.
Yeah, but now, Mr. Kima, you get CG.
You can't tour that though. Yeah.
Mr. Kima said those PlayStation people hated Sea of Thieves. Now they're like, yeah, that's what Lemon was talking
Yeah,
about.
they like Sea of Thieves. I mean, so far from what I can tell, they not complaining about how it looks or you had Dreamcast guy though doing some crap, talking about some you know it's a beta, so that's the whole point. They trying to get out the final bugs of it before the official release. And he's talking about it's an occasional stutter here, there like a little quick stutter, I'm like, get out of here, Dreamcast guy, just get out of here.
Yeah,
Like,
I'm still waiting for him to actually talk about the Dreamcast.
I
Yeah,
know.
I know, right?
What does he have that name? I was, PlayStation guy would make more sense for him because he doesn't ever talk about Sega anything.
Yeah. I know. He explained it one time that he loved the Dreamcast. I'm like, whatever.
How do you love Dreamcast when you never talk about it? At least we still talk about it from time to time.
And then he loves the company that ran Sega out the
That's
console
true.
market.
That's a good point, Unlimited. That's
Yeah.
very good.
No, man. Nobody that was around back, no Sega fan that was around back there feels that way.
The only people that like that is if they had a PlayStation, they like playing Sega games.
Yeah.
Their stuff over. That's that. And then of course if you play Yakuza. That's why I never played Yakuza, man. Because I gave up. I just like no, dude. I was pissed about Shenmue, and then I said,
Shenmue, yeah. Oh man, did I love that? Yeah.
Because it was only on PlayStation, and I'm like, no.
Yep.
I'm not gonna buy it.
Shenmue 3 was on PlayStation, right?
Shenmue was on. Shenmue was. Yeah.
Because Shenmue 2 was on Xbox. I know that for 100%. And Shenmue 1 was on Dreamcast.
Yeah, I played Shenmue 1 on the Dreamcast.
Yeah.
And then I for some reason I had a hard time getting Shenmue 2. I don't know what it was. I can't remember now.
They were going out.
Yeah. So I couldn't get that. And then Shenmue 3 I think came out everywhere.
It was totally.
Shenmue 3 is only on PS4. However, it flopped. It flopped so bad on PlayStation, it never went anywhere else.
Oh, I thought it went to Xbox too because
No.
I mean I only saw it on the PC and that's I saw it there and I didn't know so I was like, oh, it's there so I can just because they had a deal on there where you can get all the games or something like that, so I just bought it there. But I thought it was on everything. Now this was before I had my Xbox though, because like I said, the last thing I got was my Xbox because it was so hard to get, so I had Game Pass before that. But
Yu Suzuki is he's too old school. I love him. I love Yu Suzuki, but he's on that old card.
Yeah.
Japan is Japan. Kind of thing.
I can't believe that it never came to the Xbox, so I can't get it on there if I wanted to.
Yeah.
He notoriously begged for money at us. One to E3.
Yeah.
Shenmue 3.
Yeah, I thought he was getting money from a lot of people in the community.
It had a whole Kickstarter, and apparently Sony funded the game as well. I say apparently on that shit because I still think they just threw him on stage for a nostalgia bump, and the rest he had to get from because people literally donated way more than the Kickstarter was.
Right.
It was.
I heard it was
I have no
successful.
clue what Sony threw in there after that, but I know for a fact he got that Kickstarter money and put together a game that didn't do anything. Not a. He bought the game for like $4 at one point.
Oh wow.
If they don't, I mean, they already have Yakuza out. You know what I mean? Or that's like their successor.
Yeah, and even then, that game has been using the same map until I think the latest one, where it's finally. I think the latest one's in Hawaii.
Yeah. And I think that's the problem because I think that's the problem with Shenmue 3 too, is that it felt so dated, like it didn't progress anything. Like if you were on the third game at some point, now it doesn't have to be wildly different, but it has to feel like that there has been some growth there or something.
You know what they do? They did the McDonald's thing. You know what I mean?
What?
You want a Big Mac, you're gonna get a Big Mac. They know what their audience is.
Oh, I see. I mean, I like Shenmue, but I did think that for the third one it needed a little bit more.
Oh, which one? Shenmue? Or I'm sorry, I was thinking about
Shenmue 3.
Oh, I didn't know.
One. Yeah, not the second or first one, but the third one. Yeah. That's my opinion. Maybe some other people have different opinions about it though.
I mean, I was still bitter about the whole, they had it all in check, dude. I was like 19 every game, 19 chapters. So 19, you should have got 19 out of that. Yeah. That was the goal.
Yeah.
And nobody supported Dreamcast. So everybody can kiss my ass.
I had that thing. I love that. That's still one of my favorite consoles of all time.
at the Dreamcast.
Everything, yeah, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what it is about it. I don't know. I know it's nostalgia and everything, but it was so good.
But the games were just so fun.
Yeah,
You know,
it was like I don't know.
I
It
mean,
was like
just-
Sega at their best, in my opinion. Some of their best. Like it's like they were coming into their own, and it was just
Yeah,
getting started.
It was a rare situation there where I swear every game that I remember playing was a banger in some way. Every
Yeah.
single one. Ready to Rumble, Sonic
Yeah,
Adventure,
yeah.
Power Stone, you name it, it
Yeah,
was fun
yeah.
as hell.
I don't know. Yeah, that's how I feel. That's probably why, because I felt like they were just reaching the pinnacle, and then they had to stop. It was like, what? You know, I don't know.
Yeah, the only thing to me that rivaled that was the OG Xbox when they had the Sega deal. So we had the Gun Valkyrie,
Oh,
and all
okay.
them games, like those Sega produced games, Jet Set, Radio Future, and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, so I mean, Sega. I mean, game quality wise, Sega was at their
They
peak.
were
at
good. Yeah,
time,
that
and
was
it
good.
just,
That was some
I
of the
mean, just
best.
every game was just fantastic.
It was. Yeah.
Creative, fun, and unique.
Yep.
Just the antithesis of and then so here comes Sony with the PS3, and it's so dominant in the console market. I don't think people realize the best PlayStation 2 games were not produced by Sony. It's just that they were so damn dominant.
Yeah.
Console sales in the console market. They just had a bunch of third party shit.
Yeah, they got everything.
Yeah, that's why by the time the 360 came around, all them games that used to be exclusive ended up on Xbox. When they got a huge part of the console market as well, and that they still have.
Right.
That's what the PS2 success was. That and DVDs and game wise, it was just that they had such a lead that they didn't really need to produce games like that.
They didn't. Yeah, they could take their time and everything because they had so many games. Yeah.
Yeah. When you go back, when I think about the best PS2 games, there's maybe two, like the original God of War. And I think one of the Ratchet and Clanks, they didn't even own Insomniac at the time. So I think
you're talking about just their first party, right?
Yeah, like they did not have some crazy first party lineup in the PS2 era. It was really just that they had so many fucking consoles because DVDs that a lot of stuff was only on PlayStation out of default basically. And the Xbox was a new console brand that was finding its footing. And Nintendo, being Nintendo, for some reason they used them stupid small ass discs, which I think is to avoid piracy, but it locked them out of other games that were in. Because Nintendo makes me fucking sick with some of their decisions. Because the GameCube is my favorite Nintendo console because it was the closest to there being the most adult, the most creative in my opinion. As I'll take stuff like Luigi's Mansion and all that stuff and Smash Bros. Melee and some of the more adult games they would have over the shit they do now. But even then, with the small disc, with lock of, they didn't get the DVD benefits Xbox and PlayStation 2 would get. And it's just like, I don't know why Nintendo does this bullshit. And even back then, it was driving me crazy. Like, why are they doing this shit, man?
Because that's just Nintendo, dude. You look at the games that they release, it takes them a while to do it. Everything is built for their system. So if you're a third party coming onto a Nintendo system, you have to use their controller. Right? Because their controller is built for Zelda, their controller is built for Mario.
Yeah.
Sony was the one that basically introduced, like I say this all the time, they did the free market stuff. Sony was the one that the third parties, they, in a sense, flourished. And some people say, like, I'm giving Sony credit. I am for that they did that. But it's also the reason why gaming now is so bad. Right? In a sense, right? It's just like if you look at like the Super Bowl or not Super Bowl, but NFL, right? How free agency kind of helped the league, expanded it, right? But there's also pitfalls that came with it, and Nintendo basically, Nintendo to me they never really changed because they have the titles that they make, and even when they did third party stuff, this is why Sega got some of those guys that used to work with Nintendo, right? Yep. Because it was cheaper to put it on disc than it was on cartridge.
It was cheaper, and they weren't as strict either.
Yeah, and they're a little bit more open. But then when Sony came along, Sony just blew all that crap up. They blew it all up, and Sony. I mean, you can't argue with their brand power. Right?
Oh yeah, they got a strong brand.
Yeah, they just pretty much paid for everything, basically.
Yeah, they maximized it. That's why again, I think they were saying, we would say, that's the irritating thing about Sony fans, right? They say, "Oh, just Microsoft just buys anything." I'm like, dude, do you know the history of your own company?
Right.
Obviously,
Right.
you want.
Yeah, man. Because they were canceled. Sega Saturn games that were going to release, they ended up on being on PlayStation.
Yeah.
You know, from them pretty much paying. And, you know, and it's so funny how Sony always got praised for that strategy, but now that the one company that was able to actually fight against it did it better than them, how much they hate it. It's
Oh, yeah.
like, they hate being on the bad end of another company buying everything. It's hilarious.
I mean, I'll say for the younger PlayStation fans, probably not, but I know these older ones are salty because deep down inside, they know what's gonna happen
Yeah,
because their own company did that, right? And they can't do anything to stop Microsoft. That's why, again, I don't know why Microsoft is just playing around. Let's end this already so we can all move on.
yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I'm still a believer in them. I think there's a method to the madness, you know. And I think because my thing is always going to be if you're that successful, you're going to have information that we just don't.
Yeah.
And I'm never going to pretend to be better than the people who are running Xbox successfully. I'm just not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? I'm never going to sit here and pretend I know more than Phil Spencer or Sarah Bond or Matt Booty, who literally put together the greatest rosters games in for a single console maker, right? And all they're doing now is waiting for time to catch up with all these games in development. That's all they're doing.
And full disclosure, guys, I try to say this all the time. I make this argument. That's my own bias. That's the way I handle stuff.
Yeah.
You know, if you were to go to war tomorrow, and like Iran, you know, I don't want to put boots on the ground. I want them to just drop bombs.
Right.
You know, turn that place into a parking lot, and then send people. To me, that's just the most efficient way to do stuff.
Yeah.
You know, that's the way I look at Microsoft. I'm like, look, guys, if you do this, then you don't have to worry about the media. You don't have to worry about the ponies. You don't even have to worry about your own fan base anymore.
And to be fair to what you're saying, I think if this was the Peter Moore era with the unlimited back end Phil Spencer's got, that would have been the result, right?
Yeah.
I think the regimes of like from 2002 to 2013 probably would have did it that way. Yeah. And there are pros to being to going to scorched earth for pros, as Sega Forever would say. But for me personally, as someone who's I'm so disconnected right now that I'm enjoying the ride too much, and I'm all in. I'm just like, all right, let's see where this goes. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be a few hiccups. Well, there's hiccups with Don Matrick. There are hiccups with Peter. Peter Moore was not perfect running Xbox, as great as he was for the brand. You know what I'm saying? It's you know what I'm saying. So for me personally, I just want to see where I can't wait to the end stage. And to me, the end goal is when all their studios has released some big hit. We've really got the large library of games, right? Where the initiative and all of them have already released something. South of Midnight Compulsion Games and you name it, they have released something for Xbox. That's what I'm waiting for. I want to see. That's what I'm here for. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's just naturally just going to kill off Sony for good because Sony knows they can't compete. Pretty much everybody but Twitter knows Sony can't compete with Xbox.
Yeah.
Right? Twitter is the only one left who thinks that this is a real console war. No, it's more like a cat who's got a bug and he's playing with it before he kills it. That's really what we're dealing with here. You know, they're just playing around with their food, basically, right? And when that kill shot comes, it's really it's really gonna get game over. And hell, I wouldn't be surprised if there are some people at Microsoft who are just enjoying the slow painful death, right? Instead of the quick one, that like starving somebody to death, which is one of the most cruel way you could kill somebody, right? They're just like, guys, let's see what Sony does this time, right? And watch it blow up in their face. Because when you get out of Twitter, you realize Sony's doing so bad, it's hilarious. Well, it's hilarious to me, at least.
Yeah, I guess I got to keep that in mind too, because they do have connections outside of just gaming.
Yeah.
The services.
And that's just me. No, I tend to be a bit more pragmatic myself than scorched earth.
Yeah, well, I hate Sony, so that's my problem.
Yeah.
Die.
Hey, it's about 6 p.m. here, so I'm about to head out, man.
Yeah, we gotta wrap it up.
I gotta wrap it up.
Yeah, well, I know wrap it up means 2 hours. So
wrap it up. Yeah, right.
Go shut yourself out.
And I can't troll him to end his show early like he did me. So
yeah, I know. That was I never gonna be able to touch that. That was actually pretty boss.
Yeah, yeah. But seriously, that was your boy Unlimited Production. I do the Unlimited Truth, which I'm hoping to return next week.
Me too.
Yeah, hoping to return next week. So hopefully life doesn't throw me a curveball for once. But yeah, that's where you could find me.
All right.
Do I go next?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can go. Yeah, you can.
Okay, I'm Dia4568. I'm usually with the Unlimited Truth or with Sega Forever's channel here, or sometimes Sega Man's channel, his show too. So you can usually find me in one of those three, and or you can find me in the chat. So that's pretty much it. Bob?
Boss, still there?
Yeah, somehow.
Yeah, dude, go get some rest, man. Shout yourself out, get some rest, dude.
Yeah.
We can do another podcast next
Yeah,
week.
Unlimited is planning on making one later. Maybe you can hop in with us or something.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as usual, this is your boy Fire Boss. Still alive, so I ain't going nowhere. But yeah, you can usually sometimes find me here on Sega Forever's little humdingers. And you can also usually find me on Twitter or X, whichever you prefer.
Twitter X.
Under the same name, Fireboss, PHYERBOSS.
All right, brother. I appreciate you stopping by, man. I mean, I know you, and I'm glad. Thanks for letting us know your condition.
Yeah. I keep you in my prayers, and you take good care of yourself.
Yeah.
Take care of yourself, man. I'll check in on you.
All right, thanks, y'all. Catch y'all later.
All right, brother. And it's me, Sega Forever, Xbox All In channel. Thank you guys for being here. Shout out to Mike Johnson, Mr. Kimo. Everybody was here for the jump.
Two Man,
Faded Blaze.
was
Pick
Faded
Up-
here?
Yeah, Faded was in earlier.
Oh, okay.
I mean, still could be listening. I mean, T jumped in. Still love you, brother.
Oh yeah, T Reaper. Okay.
Yeah.
I haven't seen him in ages.
Oh yeah.
Pepe
I know
Le Pew.
Pepe Le Pew was here.
Yep.
Yeah, Mike Johnson. Yeah, thanks, Mike. I know you shouted him out there, so thanks
Yeah.
for that. But yeah, blame Unlimited for not doing a podcast and
Yeah.
for having us go on a diet.
Yeah.
No.
Nice and
What's
lean now.
what's wrong with me, man? Why ain't I doing podcasts?
Tuesday, Wednesdays, I hit my notifications. I'm like, where that bastard at?
He probably thought we all died or something like
Right.
that.
Nah, I know you're busy, brother. I know you're busy, but yeah, it'd be great if you could come back, man.
Yeah, I'm trying to, man. Trust me, I miss it.
I know we all busy. I had a crazy week this week, man. I got my son's graduating, so
Oh shit! Congrats to him.
Yeah, congrats. Yeah.
that's why I gotta go because I gotta.
Yeah.
I didn't realize what time it was, man.
Oh yeah. We gotta kick you out of here.
I know, but like Unlimited said, that's 15 minutes from now. So
Yeah.
Just joking. I was about to leave before Unlimited. That's probably a lot too. But Unlimited just
come
happened to
on.
pop in, and then like a couple hours later.
Yeah.
But I'm
Yeah,
glad
we-
you guys are here, man. I really wanted to get your perspective on this, man, because you can feel it, dude. You can feel it on social media. It is palpable.
Yeah. See that I think that's another thing that's kind of kept me away from podcasts. I'm just not on social media like that.
Yep.
So I'm like when I tell you guys when I have time to play games, I'm literally just enjoying my games, and it's
Right.
it's wonderful. It's wonderful because even though I'm never going to be Mr. Negative when it comes to gaming, the nonsense will even get to me sometimes, right?
Right.
But with this being disconnected from social media and Twitter's deleted off my phone and stuff, so I don't know what they're saying. You know what I'm saying? And at most, I'll read an article here and there throughout the week, and so I'll just read the article, form my own opinion, and get back to life. You know, and now so I'm trying to think of I'm hoping something big happened this week, so I could have a topic. Or else we're just going,
we
shoot
can
the
make it a
breeze type thing.
positive. Yeah, make it a positive
Yeah.
one. Let's talk about the games that are coming out, like Hellblade, or
Yeah,
what we think the June show is going to be like. I think that those would be good topics.
Yeah, well, yeah, I was going to do the June showcase a little closer to the showcase.
Oh, okay.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, maybe Hellblade. We can talk about that.
Yeah,
maybe,
Hellblade.
you
Yeah,
know?
because oh man, the previews are looking great.
But I
Yeah.
just people want to hear from you, honestly.
Yeah.
So it could be whatever, and
Yeah.
that's I think positive is a good way to go.
Yeah,
I just
positive
think people want
topic.
to hear from you.
Yeah, the last time I did a show, it was at like 11 p.m. or something crazy. And me and
Yeah.
Ebot went to like 1 a.m. that night because I was that busy that day, right? But I was like, shit, I haven't done anything in a while. I want to talk about some games, and then me and Ebot ended up doing the show till like 1 a.m, something crazy like that.
Well, I know because there's people that follow you. Definitely, I know even me, like as small as I am, people be hitting me up, and I'm like, oh yeah,
Yeah.
it's all good, man. Just busy. So I just think for the, just the
Just
community.
pop in from time to time. That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yeah,
Like,
because I think it matters. Like
yeah.
Yeah, true.
Because at least we have hardcore people that follow us. So
Yeah, true.
yeah. Because some of these guys that are out here, man, they're horrible.
Yeah.
This is horrible.
And I that's a great point because I don't think they get like I don't think there are clearly a lot of Xbox fans who just want to talk Xbox.
Yeah.
And if you can't go to any, especially like these idiots like Rand and Jez Corden, who on their podcast is just complaining for 2 hours,
Yeah.
right? And nobody wants to hear that. You know what I'm saying?
And they're speculating, which is usually
Especially if you like something. Like I highly doubt Sega Forever would be on a podcast about Korean dramas and they're just shitting on it for 10
Yeah,
minutes.
he would.
2 hours.
Yeah, he would not. Yeah.
That's because and then half the time they aren't watching it. And that's
Yeah.
what makes it even worse is when you hear them talk about video games, they clearly didn't play it, they clearly didn't touch it, and they don't know
Right.
what they're talking about. And
Right.
yet everybody in the chat is just backing them up like they're spitting facts.
Right. Now I'm pretty honest. Like I haven't bought with Dragon's Dogma. I'm gonna wait until the price drop.
Yeah.
When you was telling me about it, I'm soaking that in because now I know, because it's a game that interests me, and I already own part 1, so I would like to get part 2. I just can't pay it at that price. It's a little tight this month,
and understandably so.
Yeah,
that's
so-
the beauty of Game Pass.
Yes, that's the beauty of it.
Yeah,
Yep.
and I know he has written about it earlier, but maybe that's why Xbox was giving some stuff away because they know people just ain't gonna
That's
be
true.
dropping money like that
That's
right
true.
now.
They did give away quite a few games, and
Yeah.
I personally appreciate that. I didn't have Fallout 76, so now I own it, and thanks to Xbox.
Yeah.
and I'm glad. I hope you put time in it because I played it. It's not bad.
Oh,
All the
okay.
stuff people complained about, it depends on the person complaining, the type of.
Mhm.
But I mean,
Okay.
when I played it, I was like, some of the
You
complaints
liked
were
it.
justified.
Okay.
A lot of it was people just jumping on hating it because
Yeah.
Microsoft owns them.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah, the bandwagon effect is I don't remember the bandwagon effect has always existed because that's human nature to an extent, but it's never been as bad as it is now where people are not thinking for themselves and you can
Oh,
just tell.
You preaching there because I agree
You're
100%.
not getting their you're not getting their genuine opinion on nothing.
Yeah.
And then they're not even smart enough to use different words. They're literally regurgitating what people are saying on their podcast almost
Yep.
word for word.
Yeah.
And you could tell. And I don't know what to do with stuff like that.
Well, just saying, that's why I keep on saying, Microsoft, do not overcorrect, man. Do not buy into that stuff because there's people finding all kind of reasons not to buy stuff.
Yeah.
That's true. That's absolutely true. So
Yeah.
Like when you
stay
hear,
the course. Stay the course.
like like when somebody complains about something being woke, I'm like, oh, it's woke, I don't buy it. But it necessarily means but for guys like us, we'll still play it. You know what I'm saying? Like,
It depends on what it is, but I have played things that if it's got a little bit of woke in it, that ain't gonna chase me away from the game. It depends on how egregious it is. Like if it's so bad it's bothering me and that it's taking me out of my experience, then I won't play it.
That's what I was
if
saying
it's something
earlier,
like that.
Yeah, sometimes I don't even know what's considered woke because some people will think if it has a black person in it, then it's
I don't
woke. I'm
consider that woke.
come on
yeah,
now.
I don't. If
Let's
it's
slow
race
down.
swapping.
Yeah,
if it's
okay,
race
wait,
swapping,
yeah,
I don't
race
like
swapping.
that.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool, yeah.
Yeah,
but
We don't need a fucking black super
a token black. Yeah, just make a new story for a black
Yeah,
character.
but whenever, but I saw somebody say South of Midnight was woke. I'm like, dude, it's based off South, the Southern American folklore and stuff around Louisiana, a place that naturally always had a lot of black people in it. And for all you know, it might even hit the Creoles and all that stuff and Cajuns.
Well,
in
like,
that area.
the thing about that though is I hope that it does stick to that because the commentary that the lady was talking about,
Yeah,
like don't put your stuff in there.
that's the problem.
Focus.
It was the people behind it. It's not the story is solid.
Yeah.
But people got nervous because of this woman that was working behind the scenes. Was she? I don't know yet until the game comes out, and that's the good thing about Game Pass. I get to see for myself. But if she did tamper with the story and all that stuff, we might not be getting what we think we're getting. That's when I hope I'm my fingers are crossed that we're not getting something bad because of somebody's
Oh,
interference.
I know we're not getting something bad. I have all faith in the game.
Yeah.
And I don't think one person saying some again. I don't know what she said.
She was hired to her company or something like that. I hope I got that correctly, but she has this company that tells people how they should give them suggestions on how they should do games and stuff like that. And people were saying that these people, well, some of the stuff she said was bad. It was bad. I can't justify it.
I can't see. Listen. I could almost guarantee the game ain't gonna have a level where they're saying where they sound like a stupid ass like some bad Martin shit where it's like our oppressors are the
like they hate people that they're racist. I don't support racism of any type, black, white, or anything. So I hope that is not in there. And that's what she was doing. And so I will hope not to see that because I can't support that because I love all people. I told you guys that, I don't and I can't support that stuff. So I hope that's not in there. If it's cleanly about Creole culture and all that stuff, we're good. But if she got that kind of stuff in there, then we got some problems. And Xbox needs to do a better job at who they're hiring to put that stuff in there, So I'm hoping that's not the case.
Yeah. Well, that was the purpose of the podcast. Deal was kind of talking about Xbox, so I getting blowback from people because they know I don't like woke stuff. Right. They say Microsoft is woke, and I'm like, look, dude, you guys fresh off the boat when it comes to Microsoft. I just didn't buy an Xbox, dude. I've been with Microsoft.
Yeah, you've been with them for a while. Yeah.
So and I can tell you guys haven't because you would have known Microsoft is like this anyway.
Right.
Microsoft has a
just turn on the Xbox during any month, Women's History Month, and
yes,
that's how I learned that there's a Pacific Islander in East Asia. I learned that from Xbox.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Did you know how long you know me? I live in. She's like, hey man, I think they're talking about Sega. I'm at work and they did that, and I'm like, oh man, I was just being funny though.
Yeah.
And the diversity dude, like I know him, and so he kind of was like, he's like, oh my gosh, I gotta change that. Like, I'm just joking because I was like, oh, we're not good enough to get our own. All of us into one pot, and then you attach us with Asians.
Right.
Like
Islander and East Asian month or something like that.
So we with the Indians, with the Indian people, man. Was we all brown? Is that what you're trying? I was just
right.
And he was like, oh, if you put in what did he tell me? If you put in a comment, then I'm like, dude, I'm joking.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's the dude that told you, hey, go buy me a sandwich because he was like feeling guilty about stuff. Hey, just buy me a sandwich. You better buy me a footlong, dude. Don't try to get that 6-inch deal. Give me that footlong. I want the chips and the soda. Because it gets hypersensitive, right? So,
it does.
Yeah, I'm like you, did. I don't play that. My biggest concern. I mean, I understand, but I can't see. I mean, from what I see and what they're putting in. Plus, the guys have a pedigree. The people working on the game. Right. My daughter played the other game that they did.
Right. They got good games. Yeah, I've seen the other two games.
Great story, great characters.
We Happy Few was
Happy Few was actually pretty good. They just needed a bigger budget.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So I'm big up for this game.
Yeah, it was really cool. I really enjoyed Sally, and like you literally play as a mother, and I've never played as a mother in a video game.
Oh.
And I thought trying to survive with her and getting her and the baby out was a really cool second act.
Yeah.
The third act was the older dude who had the mental, pretty much some mental illness because he was seeing stuff. We Happy Few was a really good game, and then they had I think they also made that Contrast. Yeah, that was also really good.
That was such a creative concept.
Yeah.
Of the shadows that you have to manipulate to get across obstacles, or like platforming.
Yeah, that's a really fun one too.
Yeah.
So I have all faith in them. And then I just think the setting is so unique and creative because this is what I've always asked for. Don't waste swap. Just do something about black. Just do something like this or
do
that
black culture and stuff.
Yeah, or the African game that EA is releasing soon. It's only like $20. I'm gonna give that a try.
Right.
Because it's like, dude, I'm black, so of course I'm gonna like more black protagonists. I just don't need that corny shit. The corny shit that some of them. That's why I
they
didn't like
just
that show
kinda-
Insecure. That was
Uh-huh.
on HBO because
Uh-huh.
when I watched one episode and they're saying, I kid you not, they said some shit that black people do not talk like this, where they say, well,
Right,
we don't mess with our oppressors and stuff like this.
I know. Yeah.
What the fuck is she talking about? Who talks like this?
I know.
And I've never watched an episode since.
Oh.
You know, to me, that's the worst, or the second worst of all the slave movies. Because
Oh yeah, and I got so sick. Of
yes,
those things.
Sega Forever. I don't know what the Hawaiian equivalent is, but black people are sick of slave stuff.
Movie,
We hate it. We can't stomach it anymore. Because at one point that's all that Hollywood seemed to put out.
That's all they did.
If you want a black
gangster movies.
If you want a black movie, all you had was gangsters and slaves.
Yep,
and
that's
it was like, can we get something else, please?
Yep.
It was driving. That's why you'll see, like, if you ever see backlash from black people about some of that stuff, it's because we don't like, and then we don't like the being emphasized. You know, I feel like black people also, especially around election time, we're gonna see it during this election too.
Oh gosh, yes, you are.
Like we saw, if you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black. The hot sauce shit with
that
Hillary.
comes every 4 years.
Yeah, the hot sauce thing with Hillary Clinton, and so you know, like black people are such a hive mind that because the thing about it is, like, black people, like every other family where people think differently, had different views, and will vote differently. It's just that when around election time, man, I swear the way they target us, and it's gonna make me sick this year.
It is,
when they're gonna be doing, when they're gonna be doing, trying to target the black community, and I guarantee they're gonna do some goofy shit, and then it's gonna drive everybody up the wall, right? And the black vote, and then they wonder why black voting turnout don't be that high. Well, maybe if you don't insult us, but by thinking that we're gonna vote because you eat hot sauce on your food.
Yeah,
oh
my God. When Hillary Clinton said she put hot sauce in her purse, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah,
I was like, I don't do that. Where did you get that from?
Yeah. And you come to, and a lot of black people, Sega Forever, come to the conclusion, like, if that's what you think of us, why are we going to participate in this shit thing?
Right.
You know, and again, I don't know what the Hawaiian equivalent to that is, Sega Forever, but just a heads up on what me and Daya kind of deal with as a culture, man.
Yeah.
Where it's like there's a lot of nonsense, and then people end up thinking that that's what represents black people. It's like,
that's true.
We don't like half that shit either, man.
Well, for Hawaii, dude, they'll come over here and like people do this all the time, and I play along, you know, because you know, they'll be like, "Hey, aloha," you know. And I'm like, "Oh, hey." Sometimes I do that. I was like, "Oh, yeah, aloha," you know, but the way they said like aloha, and I'm like, "Oh, aloha," you know? And they're like, "Oh, excuse me," I said, "Oh, aloha, oh, aloha," like that, right? And so
it's so bad
because people don't like I worked with a doctor. He's a really nice guy, but he always liked to say aloha. And then one time he says aloha, Cooper, and I'm like, "Oh, aloha, Dr. Underwood." And he goes, "Oh no," I said to him, the locals mostly say, like, especially guys like me, that we say, "Oh, how's it?" How's it is how is it? Yeah. But we say how's it, like how's it going?
Okay.
That's pidgin, right? So it's like, "Oh, how's it, Dr. Underwood?" And he's been here for a while, so he knows what it means. But he said, "Koopa, I said aloha to you, but you didn't say aloha back." And I was like, "Oh yeah, Dr. Underwood." Nobody in my family says that, Dr. Underwood. Or like, it's even worse in my family. I say, when you show up, you go, "Whoa, whoa, oh," you just, you know, nod your head, or "Hey, what? Hey," like that. That's how we talk. You don't really, like, because that's your family or that's people you know.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, so we don't even. So I feel bad because like tourists will come in and be like, "Aloha, aloha, aloha." Hey, aloha. Yeah, aloha. Yeah, hey. Aloha. And, you know, they're like, "Oh, they, you know, they have their leis on." You know, it's like when Fluffy made that joke about sombreros. You know, Fluffy made that joke about every Cinco de Mayo has that one white worker, Ted. And a sombrero, right? Like over here, like people wear like a little shirt with the flower lei, which is not even really traditionally Hawaiian. But, you know, it's fine. You know, that's just the mystique of Hawaii. You know, just like that's why I want to get that game, because I think it's kind of funny, like that game that came the one that just came out in Hawaii, the one that Sega did, Like a Dragon, right? Because I think
Like a Dragon, yeah, he's in
they
Hawaii.
kind of poke fun of all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, I feel you guys, dude. Hopefully, people will be smarter this year. Hopefully, if you make video games, you make a good choice this year.
Yes, please.
I don't want you guys to get laid off. I want you guys.
Oh my God, you're not kidding. Yeah,
You need
it's
to
bad
realize
in
you work in an
Michigan,
industry
man.
where people have disposable income is your friend.
It's bad in Michigan. We lost so many small businesses. It's not good.
Yeah.
Oh,
I
sorry.
don't mean to depress people. I just
No.
it's reality,
I mean, look. I work for an energy and oil company, and we haven't laid people off, but hiring has slowed down significantly.
Has it? Okay.
Yeah, and that tells me all I need to know.
Right.
I'm big. I'm limited. I'm federal.
Oh, you fell. Oh, you
that's
can't be
right.
fired. You got a job even after you dead. Like you ain't
No,
never
they have ways of doing stuff, right? But I mean, what they
Uh-huh.
did was that we've had a hiring freeze for.
Yeah.
Oh, a higher freeze there. Okay.
Yeah, we need a hire. We the worst. We the worst. I know some people might give unlimited crap because of the industry. They ain't know I'm in the worst of them.
Yeah, poisoning our water supply or some shit, or poison the planet. Like, well,
Mhm.
how did you get to work? Yeah,
That's
like-
true, yeah.
Like,
That's
some-
right. Tell them, And,
But
and
the-
Two Man is chastising her. He said, "You three
Yeah.
are each other's enablers."
Oh yeah, sorry too, man. I know.
yeah. Yeah, I told you, man.
It's a
outros,
curse, Two Man. It's
outros don't work the same on the wrecking crew that they work everywhere else.
We run out of Hawaiian time. Like, that's
Yeah,
that's one of the
Okay.
things. That's one of the
We
bad
gotta
things about Hawaii. People say, "Man, you guys just don't get to the point." We call it going around the island.
yeah, man. We went around we went around all of what 8 islands, I think.
Oh,
it
8
is?
islands?
man.
We have Vegas now. We on the 9th island now.
Yeah, man.
Okay, let's go ahead and close.
Yeah,
this.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just-
We're gonna
I'm
end
just
this.
so
We about to
sorry
go
for
to the
you.
Isle of Samoa next after this.
Yeah, we go to might as well throw Tahiti in there at the same time.
Oh,
Yeah.
man.
All right, guys. So we're out.
We finally gonna find E-Rock on the Pitcairn Islands at this rate.
There we
Yeah.
go. There we go.
E-Rock won't let us on. He goes, "Man, you guys been on for 5 hours. Beat it." You know. All right, but yeah, we out, guys. We out. All right.
All right,
All right,
later,
take
guys.
care. Bye.